The Asian Le Mans Series enters its second half. Welcome everybody to race 4 of 6, and welcome also to the Dubai Autodrome. It's our second race of the weekend. Again, it's a really hot day here in the United Arab Emirates. The grid is building behind me, and of course many of the teams have had a busy night preparing, or in some cases repairing, cars after yesterday, which was a race that at 4 hours in duration possibly wasn't long enough. So much happened. In LMP2 it was the first win for the CrowdStrike by APR team. A lot of the race though was all dependent on the right strategy call at the right time, and a late race safety car really upended a few teams' plans. LMP3 was absolutely breathtaking. It went right down to the last couple of laps. Cars rubbing, cars touching, cars going off the road, trading places, and that was all resolved on the last lap of the race. And GT was another thrilling battle. The winner got a penalty and overcame it. One car that we thought was going to do well, the JMR number 66 Corvette, got 2 penalties post-race for a wrong pass-by and also for exceeding driver stint time. That therefore fell down the order. So there's quite a lot to catch up on, but there's also the championship situation, because don't forget, if you win the championship in LMP2 or in GT, then you're heading to Le Mans, and that is what the teams are chasing. We'll talk to the pole position driver. It's Giorgio Roda yet again in a few minutes' time. But first, let's just reflect on what happened yesterday and look forward to this 4th race of the season. In the commentary booth are Oliver Gavin and Graham Goodwin.
Yeah, good afternoon, David. It's much warmer, I have to say, than yesterday here at Dubai Autodrome, Ollie. And David's summary there of the shenanigans, I think we could call it, amongst all 3 classes was a good one. LMP3 in particular, though, probably deserves a bit of an explanation as to what happened at the end of the race.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, and you've got to sort of say, when you look at it, yes, there was plenty of stuff there. The 2 cars battling, the 13 and the 29, coming onto that last lap, wheel banging, and then there was contact at turn 1. The 13 goes off, the 29's in the lead. They come all the way around to turn 14, and the Inter-Europol sister P2 car goes to go around the outside of the 29 car, and the 29 car believes that that is the 13 car that had been racing all race for the victory. There's contact and the cars go off the road, and the 13 car just swoops through, comes round and takes the victory in LMP3. It was quite remarkable.
Well, I think you get a good look at that. We're going to take a quick look back now at those shenanigans and all and more from the 4 hours yesterday. It was a clean start at LMP2. Delayed slightly for Georgios Kolovos in the Inter-Europol car. Didn't quite close the gap, and there would be consequences later. The dramas, though, with a very clean start for LMP2, came in GT, and it was Tony McIntosh, unfortunately, missed his braking point, hit the Origine Porsche, but actually inflicted more damage on his own car, as you can see there. And as you will see in just a moment, the big problem for Tony was a broken brake line. That put the car out of contention. They would be back on track to, there you go, to prove the repairs in the last minutes, but it didn't get in the way of a most fantastic, almost race-long, deep GT battle. Blake McDonald there holding off a storming group of cars behind him. Great battles throughout the race in LMP2 and in GT, and as you can see here, with both those groups intermingling, this was Malte Jakobsen around the outside of the number 5 United Autosports car. This was a mid-race battle between the 2 cars that would eventually sort it all out for the overall win in LMP3, and this typified the action throughout. Great stuff here. Alex Quinn battling away, unable to fend off the number 4 CrowdStrike by APR car. That was Louis Delatraz at the end of the race. This was Dennis Marshall putting a move on the JMR Corvette that would cross the line in second place but lose that place later, having taken a pass around it shouldn't have done, and there's a driver time issue as well. But the car to watch was the 47 on a charge with Antonio Fuoco at the end of the race, and looking to pick up a hatful of points, and did so. And still all sorts of wheel-to-wheel, and an astounding result from RD Limited, again with Alex Quinn running out of tyre at the end of the race. They would claim a podium. This, though, was the last knocking, the last lap and a half for LMP3. One lead change, then another, And there would be another 2 before we got to the end of things. The win, though, for the number 4, George Kurtz, Melter Jacobsen and Louis Delatraz. Great win as well in GT for the 74 Kessel racing car. But this was the penultimate turn, and there you can see the lead changing. 29 car misidentifying the P2 as the car it was battling with, losing the result as a consequence of that. All the way to the line, NT Europe will take the LMP3 win in the most dramatic and the most unusual of circumstances.
Yeah, it was quite remarkable. Great racing all the way throughout the field. There was lots of good strategy. Some strategy that wasn't quite so good, but there was some amazing driving through all of the classes, whether you're looking at someone like Blake McDonald as a bronze driver in GT, or whether you're looking at someone like Dennis Marshall, also drove fantastically towards the end there for Kessel Racing, bringing them to the victory, or Louis Delatraz and the way that he drove there at the end. Helped out somewhat by Molt Jacobsen there on the right-hand side in looking after the tyres that Louis Delatraz had to put on the car.
Worth us explaining that. I mean, Louis gave full credit to the drive from Melter Jacobsen. What he did was look after the tyres, which meant that Louis Delatraz had new tyres for a final single stint rather than a double stint, and that made the difference.
It did, as it played into their hands, certainly with that last sort of hour caution that we had there, which closed everybody up, that safety car period, and so that reset the race, and it allowed Louis Delatraz to go on full attack with those new tyres.
Well, grid still underway. Let's take a look now at this Dubai Autodrome, very technical track, and Ollie, you took a look a little earlier at a hot lap aboard, I think it's the Kessel Racing Ferrari.
I'm not sure it is. I believe it's the Aston Martin, number 56.
Bit different. Let's take a look right now.
On board the number 56 Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT3 Ecuriacos Blackthorn entry, coming down here at Dubai Autodrome. 16 turns, 5.39 kilometres into turn 1, braking the 100 board hard on the brakes, winding it down to the apex there on the right hand side. Nicely done. Then back to the left and uphill here with the sections 3, 4 and 5. A small breathe here, just trying to get the front of the car back in again. Plenty of curb before this 5-6 section, taking lots of curb there on the left and the right. Lowest part of the racetrack now, turning in from a wide line there, getting it back to the apex here at turn 7. Lowest point of the racetrack, back up through the gears and heading into turn 9. Banked left-hander, taking that sort of middle line on the way in there, and then making sure you're hugging that apex, and then using all the curb on the way off. Got to be careful of track limits there. Going up through the box, getting up to about 265 k's an hour. Does depend a little bit upon wind direction, but today looks like that's pretty good. Braking hard down to first gear, maybe just missing the apex here, and maybe needs to be down a gear. Sounds pretty low in the RPM. Then back to the left-hander, turn 11, and then little traction off corner, then braking uphill here into turn 12. Oh, a spinning car in front. Looks like the P3 car's gone off in front of us there, and then off of here. Careful of track limits there on the exit, and downhill through this sweeping turn 13, sort of left-hander, and then spotting the brake point on the brake on the bumps here. Quite bumpy, using the banked surface here to get the front back in, and then hard on the throttle back through 14 and then 15 here. Careful of track limits there on the exit of 15, and lining it up for this final turn here at the Dubai Autodrome, turn 16, and that is another lap here in the Asian Le Mans Series.
So here on the grid, yet again, it's pole position for Giorgio Roda. We could talk about yesterday, we could talk about qualifying, we could do all of that. Tell me about the track, tell me about Dubai, tell me about your favourite soccer team. Let's change the subject.
Dubai is fine, sunny, a bit warm today, so it's fun. That's all. Honestly, nothing to say. Starting from P1, try to finish P1 as well. That's all I can say today, honestly.
Temperatures in the car, it just feels a little bit hotter today than yesterday?
Yeah, it's feeling a bit hotter than yesterday, so we should manage the tires more than yesterday. Actually, what we did already yesterday, save fuel, save tires for the whole double stint. And it worked well until the safety car, but it's a new day. So same track, new day, try to win it.
Fingers crossed. Good luck. Giorgio Roda then, who's been on pole position for all but one of our races this season. We keep calling him the qualifying king. Well, you've got Paul Lancher, who has done 4 out of 4 in LMP3. He's had quite a remarkable run in qualifying. But grid is now being cleared as we get set for race 2 of the weekend.
Yeah, thanks, David. You can sense the frustration, Ollie, in Giorgio Roda there. He desperately wants to win races.
Well, he does. And I think he sort of feels that he's doing most of his bit. You know, he's qualifying the car at the front of the grid. He's leading off. He's getting himself into strong positions in the race. But it just seems to be towards the end of that sort of second stint that he does, that things just seem to start to unravel, and they can't quite form that strong performance all the way through the race.
So remember, this is, as David said at the top of the show, this is race 4 into the second half now. You've just got a week to wait for another double header. So we're going to have 12 hours of racing in the next 8 days of the Asian Le Mans Series. This is the track, Ollie?
Yep, and it's split into those 3 sectors. And this is a 16-turn, 5.39 kilometres around here at the Dubai Autodrome, 20-year anniversary here this year. And it is one that's challenging. It's certainly one that also that's presenting some issues with the work that's going on around the circuit and also inside the circuit. I think all the drivers will talk to you, if you manage to get a chance to talk to a driver, that they'll talk to you about the surface and the sand that's on the track and the Michelin tyres and how they're interacting with that tarmac and working away in all the different classes here, all running on this Michelin tyre.
So a pole-sitting car, the number 5 United Autosports, they're the times. It was the second fastest time set for each car that has set the grid here. Giorgio Roda with Gregoire Saucy and newly minted McLaren hypercar factory driver, developing that car this year ahead of an entry into the FIWC next year, and Mikel the first driver to be named. There will be others, and soon alongside is the number 20 car from Algarve Pro Racing. In fact, sorry, behind is the Algarve Pro Racing car. That is second on the grid, not third on the grid. Our caption's wrong. It's John Fowle, Matthias Kaiser and Semi Megan Tooth, and they were right in the mix of what was a flurry of action, Ollie, at the end of that race yesterday, with some teams on brand new rubber, single stint rubber, and some having to make it stretch, and it really did make a difference.
Yeah, it did, and there was many teams that got themselves in really fantastic positions. Nielsen Racing was one of those cars, in the number 64 car, and they were in a fantastic spot, looking like it was really going to be their day. But that final safety car period unhooked everything for them, and they were on those older tyres towards the end, and the newer tyre runners overwhelmed them, and it was not the dream finish for Nielsen Racing.
Yeah, switcheroo with our captions. That's the third car on the grid, the 49 from High Class Racing. Jens Greiner Muller, Gus Menezes and Theo Jensen there. Just a quick shot there with Nick Adcock from the car that was involved in the battle to the end in LMP3.
He looks a little bit more chipper today.
Look better, much better. He was suffering a little bit yesterday with a bit of a cold. This is the 88 car from Proton Competition. Felbermeyer, father and son, and Renzo Fluxer. And I think I'm right, his daughter is racing in Formula 4 here.
Oh, wow.
I think that's right. So Colin Ong, our series manager. Colin been with the Asian Le Mans Series for as long as I can remember, is the honest answer. This, though, is another big stories. This is Jetalar Racing. Roberto Lacorte climbs aboard the car that we will see later. Charles Malesi and Antonio Fuoco aboard. 2 wins in Sepang, a second place yesterday. They have a good points lead, but not a crushing points lead. Need a good points finish to launch into what could be a run to a championship in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, CrowdStrike are right on their heels, aren't they?
If CrowdStrike take the win here and they don't have a good day, it could turn things on their head, because CrowdStrike, the number 4 car, has had good, solid performances. Algarve Pro Racing's 25 car, Michael Jensen, our reigning champion, with young Enzo Trulli, son of Jarno Trulli, and Tom Dillman. A good squad in that 25, and they can be a factor here as well, not least because APR just have this excellent record. There's the points gap, 23. Excellent record of just employing strategy to its best effect. Let's go back down to the grid, because David Allison's popped down the grid order and is with our GT pole sitter.
An outstanding job was done yesterday by Abdullah Al-Khelaifi to take 2 pole positions, and in the race there was good pace, but the strategy perhaps went against you.
Yes, I guess this is something that you cannot really avoid. We tried to extend our stint as much as possible to pit under safety car, but we couldn't. So every time we pitted, we lose a couple of positions. We finished P11, but also because we avoided track limits, at the end of the day, we finished P4 after applying all the penalties. So we'll try to have the same pace and have better luck, I guess.
What about you? Are you fighting fit? There was a paddock report you were a little bit unwell yesterday.
Yeah, I have a slight fever, but I'm wearing a cool suit, so maybe it will be easier today, because yesterday I didn't have a cool suit. So.
And what about this Mercedes? It really seems to suit you in comparison with other cars you've driven in GT before.
Yeah, I enjoy the front engine layout, and the team is providing a really perfect setup that's easy to drive to the limit and very predictable.
Excellent. Good luck. Get well soon.
Yeah, good stuff there. Hope he is feeling better. Was a little under the weather last night and again this morning, but
nothing worse than that. Absolutely.
No, I mean, a bit of a fever maybe helped to sweat it out today, because it is 27 degrees in the air we saw there, and much warmer on track. There is the 37 car. It was a stellar qualifying performance by Al-Khalifi, and his teammates will be looking to carry that forward. Odd race for the cars.
Both the Get Speed cars had very unusual races, and it just seemed to unravel around about 2 hours in for both cars, maybe a little bit before that for the other Get Speed car. But it was, yes, there was penalties and there was drive-throughs and there was incidents, contact. This car was caught in some contact coming through turns.
It's Fab Schiller, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Fab Schiller, turn 3, and the 9 car was kind of sandwiched in between the P3 car that just left the pit lane and the P2 car that was trying to go around the outside. Yeah, it was a tough one, I think, on them.
Both those cars, as I recall it, were caught out in the outcome from a virtual safety car. They lost track position as a result of that and never really regained. Well, they did actually, didn't they? Because they came back up to second and third.
Yeah, they did.
And then the trouble hit.
So when they had that contact, that was the thing that really unhooked their race.
In contrast, Kessel Racing just executed beautifully. Dustin Blattner put in a great stint to start the race. He was tracking the AMGs at the start of the race. Chris Lulham is a star of now, not the future. And Dennis Marshall just delivered at the end of that race. Beautiful result for them. Slight difference, I'm told, in balance performance here today compared to yesterday. A little bit more weight for the Ferraris and a bit of weight taken off the McLarens, the McLaren. But that might make a little bit of a difference. Origine, they'll be looking for a better overall result. Again, they were in the mix at the start of this race. They run a great car, this team, you know.
Yeah, they do. And Bob Wan was running extremely strong at the start of the race. It was a lot of back and forth and plenty of wheel-to-wheel action. And his braking is pretty last of the late breakers. The amount of speed that he carries into the corners, you can certainly sort of see that's where he builds his lap time. But yeah, it didn't quite all come together for their finish. And so they'll be hoping for a stronger run today.
5 minute board is up. We can see here the Racing Team Turkey car, Tom van Rompuy, Sally Jolic and Charlie Eastwood. More interested actually in the fact that we've got the 11 car on the grid. Now, why is that a thing, Ollie? Because in the warm-up this morning, after the car was repaired overnight from Blake McDonald's, assisted shunt in the race yesterday, TF Sport has done a monster job there.
Yeah, they've had to change the motor in that car and put a fresh one in, and yeah, amazing work. I was down there less than an hour ago, and there was many mechanics all over the back of that car trying to get it all together, so done a brilliant job.
This is our pole sitter in LMP3, CLX Motorsport from Switzerland, head of the Team Virage car. And, well, CLX just seemed to be able to unlock performance in LMP3. Didn't quite have the best day yesterday. This is the 94 car from High Class Racing. Tim Well, Philip Lindbergh and Callum Voisin, the younger of the Voisin boys, and we've already seen his older brother Bailey in action in GT4 and LMP3. Looks like it's his kid brother that gets the opportunity now. As the grid clears and people make their way back to the paddock to their grandstand seats. The 23 car, unlucky, I thought, yesterday, was that contact with the number 9 car that basically put Matteo Quintarelli out of the race on his outlap. But, this is a team that has shown that they have got pace, they have got performance. One to watch maybe. The general rhythm of LMP3 though, as always, affected by this rule that means that the teams must perform 2 pit stops at 100 seconds each, and they can do that at any point in the race, which means, yes, you can track it, 3-minute board is up by the way, but you're not going to see exactly where the race is until the last stint.
Yeah, and that was one of the things, didn't we? We were going through and working through with that battle that unfolded between the 29 and the 13 in the last number of laps. And it was, here we are on board with the 29 car. Nick Adcock taking the wheel to start. Good to see him back in the car, looking better than yesterday.
Yeah, hugely experienced racer, Nick. And championship winner, multiple championship winner in Europe and in South Africa, where he spends a lot of his time. Reigning champions, Breton Racing, they've not had the best of runs though.
Yeah, had a mixed race yesterday, didn't they? And they were off track a number of times.
I started a course in pit lane yesterday.
Yeah.
Lenny Reed, a notable amongst this lineup. Why? Because he's the latest of the Reed family. Third generation racer alongside his brother Jonas, who's in LMP2 here, and both sons of Christian Reed, team principal of Proton Competition. Let's take a look at the starting grid. I hope. Or maybe not.
Any second now.
So, does your heart good, Ollie, though, to see 46 cars here, an international standard grid. We've never had an LMP2 grid like this. This is the pole sitter, the number 5 car again. 16 cars of really high quality, a 10-car high-quality grid of LMP3s, established and emerging forces there, and 20 cars in GT3.
Yeah, it is quite remarkable. We've managed to get 46 cars on the grid here, and the level of driver lineups, teams, preparation, it's really hard to find a kind of weak lineup and link.
Absolutely. Well, if you're discovering the beauties of endurance racing, 1 minute board is now up, but before 2 formation laps, possibly needs a little bit more explanation. And the best basic explanation I can give is this is not 1 4-hour race, it's 3 4-hour races, all happening on the same track at the same time. 3 different classes. There is a gap on the grid there. And we did have the 13 car that had a little bit of trouble on the formation lap.
30 seconds on the grid, 30 seconds.
Is that the spot?
It's in the sort of area. We'll keep an eye on that one.
We're just getting
nobody
info.
in pit lane.
Yeah, nobody in pit lane.
So maybe just a bit of a quirk of the perspective there. So yes, 3 races at the same time. Imagine if you're fans of single-seater racing, Formula 1, Formula 2 and Formula 3 on track at the same time. That's not you know, an unwarranted comparison with what you're about to see.
Green flag.
Each car
start
will
of the first
field
of the 2 formation.
3 drivers throughout this race. Every car has to have a non-professional driver termed bronze ranked. We also have silvers and gold. I'll take you through the grid first though. It is Giorgio Roda's start from pole position, the number 5 United Autosports car, alongside the 20 Alga Pro Racing car, with John Fallon for the United States aboard. Jens Groner Muller from Denmark in the Danish 49 high-class racing entered Orica, and the Proton Competition 88, Hurst Felbermeyer Jr. Cetilar Racing from Italy, Roberto Lacorti in the 47 car that leads the championship alongside the championship, the reigning champion Michael Jensen. Alexander Match from Tico Engineering, and race winners from yesterday, the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by EPR George Kurtz. Stefan Aust for Proton, and Bonus Racing with Yorikatsu Shizuke. Nielsen Racing wearing well yesterday. Crichton and Tudis starts their 64 car. Vector Sport RLR has Dan Schneider. Mira Konopka in the ARC Bratislava 44 car. RD Limited, James Sweetnam. And rounding out the LMP2 grid, Georgios Kolovos in the 43 into Europol car, and Ben Hanley in the number 6 United Autosports car. We'll explain why Ben is where he is in the order a little later. Down into LMP3, and we are now seeing the Europol number 13 car on pit lane, so that will be the explanation. I think they were in the garage, that's why we didn't see them in the pits.
Let's try to keep this gap
17
as close as
CLX
possible. Car
Motorsports.
45, car 17, please close the gaps.
Right, now hearing from David, the number 13 car, the winner yesterday, is in the garage, having broken the suspension en route to the grid. We saw on our timing screens was an issue down at turn 10, so they'll be working frantically. We'll crack on through the grid though. CLX Motorsports, Paul Encher, our multiple pole sitter, is on pole position. High Class Racing, Tim Whale in the 94. The Louis Stern pedalled 23 car from 23 Events Racing. Nick Adcock, Fresh Team Racing by VPS, 29 car, second yesterday. Breton Racing's 26 fields Lucas Fluxer. 23 Events 71 car fields Terence Woodward. And they're all Ligiers before we get to the 85 RSGP car, Shahan Sarkisian. Alex Bakantsov, we just heard, is in the garage and not in his allotted 24th place on the grid. And that means that Team Virage is number 1 with Ajith Kumar, and Roman Wozniak in the number 8 Team Virage car complete the field in LMP3. In GT, pole position for QMMF by GetSpeed, the Qatari purple, number 37.
Okay, the gaps are too big. The gaps are too big. We will slow down the leading car.
Steve Jans second on the grid for number 9, the silver Baton Bros coloured car. Kessel Racing's race-winning car from yesterday, Dustin Blatt, will start the 74 Ferrari. The 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche started by Bob Yuan. And then we get to Racing Team Turkey, the bright red and black well, 34 Corvette, fielded by TF Sports, Tom Van Rompuy, Tony McIntosh in his 69 Team WRT BMW. Then the 11 TF Sports car,
please close the gaps immediately.
Giacomo Petrobelli in the 56 Ecurie Ecos Blackthorn Aston Martin, the 59 United Autosports McLaren in the hands of Andre Mukavos. IF Courses Darren Young in the 21 Ferrari.
71,
then it's Monzai's number 10 car, and Tarazao aboard
to the side.
the
71,
Porsche.
you need
Memo
to
Gidley
close
in the 15 Kessel Racing car. We can now see the 13, and that is a big repair underway. Memo Gidley in the 15 from Kessel. Proto Competition's pink Porsche with Banksy from Japan aboard that car. Yasser Shaheen will be looking to right the wrongs he'll feel were done for the 66 JMR car with the penalties post-race. Monzai's 92 car sees Francois Heriot aboard their Porsche. Vista AF Courses 54, familiar to the WC
that's the last
fans.
reminder from
Nigel
my side.
Schrodenwerk is aboard that car. The 99 JMR Corvette sees Prince Geoffrey aboard that car, and the final 3 in the 51 AF Corsa car of Charlie Samani, Greg Bennett in the 50 Amerasian Fragrance by AF Racing car, and right at the back of the grid is the 28 Team WRT car, a BMW from Sergei Stolyarov. That is the 46 cars. Looks like we're going to get 45 of them to the start of this race. Doesn't look to me as if that 13 is going to make the start.
No, it's up on the high stands, the 13, and it looks like they're working pretty hard on the front end, and it doesn't look like that's going to be coming out anytime soon.
I wonder if that was legacy damage from the contact at the end of the race last night, but you'd have thought that would have been looked at.
You would have thought so, but yeah, that's immediately where my mind went.
Let's just take a pause.
GTs close the gaps. GTs close the gaps.
The start of this race. Nervous eyes watching the screens. Yeah, some thumbs up there.
GTs, the gap is too big. Car 77, close the gap. You're delaying everyone. No overtake before the line.
And we're racing in Dubai, and Giorgio Road gets a storming start. It's 2 abreast for the second row, 3 behind. Who's going to take the dive into turn 1? It's still clean to the apex, clean off the apex. Yes, again, the LMP2 cars managed to get through, and all is well. LMP3's behind. We'll get to the news on the 13 car in a moment.
Yeah, George Kurtz was just being very careful there in the 4 car, just trying to protect it. A little bit of wheel to wheel with the 45, but I think everybody's through nice.
Oh, trouble.
21.
21 car. That's Darren Young, isn't it?
Yeah, it's coming off of turn 3, I believe. And that looked pretty hard into the wall there. We might be going, well, let's see.
Yellow turn 2, start under investigation as it always is.
Oh, wide for the Nielsen car there.
They really did clatter those curbs, didn't they? There were 2 or 3 cars that really just ran wide, the Nielsen car in particular. But is Giorgio Roda getting away in these early moments?
Yeah, I-Class Racing right behind, and then the APR car is right there. George Kurtz there towards the back of the field, and he seems to be getting shuffled back and not super comfortable at the moment.
Safety car.
Yeah, looks a pretty big hit. P2 car still going wide, and they need to be informed, which they are now on this safety car period. So everybody's just down. Oh, the 21's got going, which is great to see. Excellent.
Let's have a look what happened here. Turned around by himself by the look of it.
Yeah, hard on the throttle.
Not a huge hit.
No, thankfully no. And the nose looked like it took most of that, and so it looks like that right front corner should be okay in terms of the right front wheel. But the nose will definitely need to be changed on that car, which the modular sort of system with that Ferrari 296, they should be able to change that over very, very quickly. The 296 has been designed brilliantly by Orica, and for these sort of fast changes, it's perfect for that.
Yeah, Ferrari would want me to correct you to say that they designed it, Orica built it, but
excuse me.
Yes, there's a black Lancia just pulled up outside the podcast. It's been bundled into it. Away goes Darren Young.
Excuse me.
But it's got a self-healing wing mirror. That wing mirror was bent away, and look at it, it's self-healed itself. That's what you pay for, it's good quality. By the way, the Evo version of that Ferrari, which we'll see later this year, we've not got the Evo cars here, new mirror system, because that's been a vulnerable point on the Ferrari so far.
Keeps plucking mirrors off.
Safety car is on track. I don't think this is going to be a very long safety car, but it does give us an opportunity to do a bit of housekeeping and to explain a couple of things. The 13 did feel as if the damage may well have been legacy. Felt as if there was a potential issue this morning in the warm-up, but didn't have time to test that theory because the red flag came out, which I think was for
the 11 car.
The 11 car
that had its engine issue.
We then did see, as the car came to form up to the grid, the car off track down at turn 10. So yeah, really unfortunate. I think we may just have a lap, maybe 2 behind this safety car. Other points of order to kind of bring up. We mentioned the extraordinary story of the number 30 car that made the podium yesterday, the RD Limited car. RD for Romain Dumas, by the way, absolute superstar that owns that team. James Sweetnam is aboard that car. James had never driven an LMP2 car. We're going to see again, he just got...
He'd unhooked the car as he came off the apex curb, and the rear was already away from him. He had plenty of opposite lock in there, but he just couldn't quite catch it in time, and around it went. Contact there on the front and the rear. Oh, we've got also some damage there on the 43 car after some side-to-side contact, and maybe also on the 44.
Looks to be wearing a souvenir for another car, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that often happens on those first sort of few laps, first few corners.
James Sweetnam, by the way, replacing Fred Pordown. He should be aboard the car this weekend. Fred, if you're listening and watching, hope you're feeling a little less back pain for Fred, and he's en route to Europe to get treatment. Hopefully be back for Yas Marina next weekend. James did a cracking job keeping it on the island, get it on the grid, and anchored that effort beautifully. Let's go down now to David Allison, who's in pit lane.
This is the story of the moment. I mean, it's not a happy story. Henry, yesterday we talked as victors of the class. Today you're not even in the race. What's happened?
Yeah, on the warm-up lap I had some issue with the suspension. Yeah, something that we're trying to fix it. At least score some points maybe. But yeah, it's a shame we don't start. We have a really good car. Yesterday we showed the pace. All 3 drivers we were on pace. The team were amazing. But yeah, right now we're just trying to solve the issue, hopefully get some points, and yeah, focus on the championship.
Bad luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, David, and better luck for the Enduro podcast. We are going back to green immediately, and away we go. And it's a good restart from Giorgio Roda. Second place car of Jens Renault Moller is under pressure from John Fowler. So Roda's got a problem. Roda's got a problem. The car pulling up.
Yeah, it looked like as he was just maybe shifting to sort of top gear, it just bobbled, had a bit of an issue, couldn't get that next gear, but has he cleared the problem? I'm not sure he has. It looks like he's still struggling a little bit there, getting himself back up to speed. We'll see. Keep an eye on it.
Keep an eye on that. He's having a crack at Roberto Lacorte. I think he thinks he's back up to speed, but we have a new leader of the race, Jens Groner Müller, in the high-class racing 49 car, set under pressure from John Fowle, but he is LMP3 Silex Motorsport lead from the other high-class racing car, and it is the two AMGs that still lead in GT.
Yeah, we're just watching the P3 battle here. They'll all be just trying to get everything up to temp and operating nicely. And it's nip and tuck here as they come down into turn 7. Breton car goes up the inside and gets the deal done over the 23.
Also on pit lane, by the way, the 64 Nielsen Racing car. You said that car had clattered over. There it is.
64.
What if it was a puncture?
It's possible. It did look like it struck the bottom of the car pretty hard. Whether there was some issues there with shifting after that. So back to the racing at the front here in P2.
Really unusual incident there, though, for Giorgio Roda. Keep an eye on his sector times here, because if he's got a intermittent electronics fault, that is absolutely what you do not want.
No.
This is the lead battle in GT. Caught up behind, Ajith Kumar is just running his own race here, as he should. They're looking, though, to get by and get speed under the wheels of these GT cars. Dustin Blattner eager to get onto terms with the MGs ahead. So is Bob Yuan. This is pretty much carbon copy of what we saw yesterday.
It is.
On board here, involved as well.
On board the Orijan car, Bob Yuan behind the wheel, coming down here 13 and then into 14. This is the two United cars coming in line astern.
Trouble! That's the 37 car. That was the lead car. Now, what happened there? We'll come to the United cars in a moment. Clearly a problem for Giorgio Roda. Ben Hanley started the race. We'll explain why in a moment.
It's coming down.
It's Ajith Kumar locked up and then took out the 37. Oh, that's horrible luck for the Qatari driver.
Unbelievable. It's just crazy luck. It's so bumpy down there into turn 14. Yeah, we're seeing the 5 car going in the box. This is terrible luck and terrible news for Giorgio Roda. His luck just doesn't seem to change here, starting from pole position.
Yeah.
United will be working that, and here's the 1 car coming down pit lane.
That's going to need a new nose section at the very least. Ajith Kumar trying to get the car stopped to turn into turn 14 under pressure from the GT cars. Lost the rear end of the car. Car got sideways and contacted the rear right of the AMG.
Yeah, it's coming down here. Ajith Kumar is hard on the brakes and he just loses the rear as he's come through the bit bigger part of that brake zone, and it left into the Mercedes, and the Mercedes spins out to the right. Fortunately stopped the car before the barrier, so no contact, and that the 37 should be able to continue, but the 1, a lot of damage to the nose here.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. These are quite complex pieces of carbon fibre.
37 still not going.
He's not got the thing moving. There might well be quite some damage. Remember, where he's hit it, that is a driven axle.
Yeah.
If he's hit that sideways, the shock can transfer through the drivetrain.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's Dustin Blattner to the lead.
It is. Good move from him. And this is, again, something we saw yesterday. Dustin is really a class act in this 74 car by Kessel, Ferrari 296. He just managed to get going again.
So on board now with Bob Yuan. He's going to be the next to try to get onto terms with the charging number 9 into the yellow flag zone there. No overtaking allowed there. The Nielsen Racing car, hearing from David Addison, has been in fuel only. Let's explain, while we keep an eye on this action, why we've seen the number 6 car in. And that is now with Phil Thayer, the bronze driver aboard. This came, it's a kind of weird combination of penalties that came with a speed in pit lane on the wane at the end of the session. We are going to go to virtual safety car. It will give us a chance to get things sorted here, but that does not look as if that's a car that's able to go further.
No, I think it's had some significant contact on that left side, sort of driver's side.
That's proper rotten luck.
But it's, yeah, real rotten luck for that car. And, yeah, it's clearly damaged. It can't get going again. So, yep.
Phil Thayer aboard the car. In comes the 23. Now, may well be again, trying to burn those long stops. We'll talk about that in a moment. Phil speeding on pit lane, which meant he lost all of his times from the qualifying session, which meant the car had to start from the back of the grid and with the fastest driver. And because this qualifying session here counts for both races, the penalty was for both races. It's a huge outcome from an important...
Just seeing this again, coming down into turn 14, just locks the rears and gets into that right rear corner of the 37. And that, I believe, is the problem now, as you were saying, Graham, contact of that side impact, and that's gone back into the gearbox, and it's likely he's got some significant transmission issues. Yeah,
that's a real shame. And there he goes, you can see the body language there, not had the best of days, was not feeling that great already, and he's certainly not feeling great now.
No, car going on a flatbed, and that is day done.
That's a real shame. Fantastic performance in qualifying from him. He climbs aboard the intervention vehicle and will be back to the pits shortly. Not sure that's an incident that will require a trip to the medical centre.
I doubt it, no.
But, he may well know not exactly what happened there. He will be able to tell him exactly what he was feeling in the car, but that is the 37 car's day done. Well, it's been a few moments of drama, hasn't it, really?
Yep.
23 events, Louis Stern, the only car to have come in from LMP3, and they have done the long stop. So, to explain, every car in LMP3 must have, in the 4 hours of racing, 2 stops at 100 seconds each. Every other stop they can do as quickly as they can. They've already burned one of them. That is going to be an advantage later in this race, potentially. There's no disadvantage under the virtual safety car because the field will bunch up. Safety car will come out after 2 laps under virtual safety car.
So 30 on pit lane and just getting fuel.
This is replay of the starts. LMP2, a little bit of bumping and barging, but no major dramas there. The drama came in GT, where Darren Young managed to have a spin inside. This is how busy it was, side by side here. Not a lot of room. There is Darren Young, just losing the rear end of the 21. Bit of a nerf in the wall, but he's still running. To explain, by the way, the second stop for Nielsen Racing, it was an emergency stop for a puncture and then had to go back. This was the issue for Giorgio Roda, sudden loss of power.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing from the team, isn't it? It's sudden loss of power. They don't have any other explanation.
And this was the incident that's brought the virtual safety car out and ended the race for the 37 car, our pole sitter in GT.
Yeah.
Terrible luck.
Yeah, terrible luck for the 37, and the 1 just got in too deep there, got in too hard on the brakes, locked the rears, then sent it sideways. Maybe an element of the 1 car looking in the mirrors, just seeing where the rest of the GT field is and feeling under pressure.
Now we've got pretty much the remainder of the LMP3 field, with the exception of the 26 Breton Racing car that has not been in. And we're now getting pretty much the whole of the GT field. Here comes the 5 car back out again. Virtual safety car is effectively, at this point, a full course yellow. So cars will go down to full course yellow speeds. There's the damage you can see.
Right rear,
and the wheel is bent in at the trailing edge as well.
Yes, a huge amount of toe out.
Yes.
Right rear,
so
not optimum.
Pits remain open while we're under virtual safety car. We will then see the safety car itself scrambled, and the second we see safety car deployed on the timing screens, the pit entry will close. So this is done so that an intervention of this sort has as limited effect as possible on anybody's race. That everybody gets the opportunity to stop. Let's catch up with a bit of housekeeping. 64 Crackman Tunis has had 2 stops. Puncture as a result of the incident we saw on, I think, the opening lap, Ollie.
Yes, it was. Pushed wide.
But that car came in whilst the safety car was deployed. Pits were then closed. We then went back briefly to green, and he then has to pit again. That's why the second pit stop for Krytel and Tudis. He must pit when he go green. This is a different look, and that was a big impact on that AMG.
Yeah,
You'd
really
have felt that.
Yeah, really unhooked the rear there, and no doubt that was the reason for the accident. And it is very bumpy as you're going there into turn 14, and it can catch out a number of cars, and it has. But that was the most extreme we've seen so far this week.
Alco Pro Racing, John Fowle from the lead is the latest on pit lane. Keeping an eye on who does and who doesn't take the opportunity here to do what they need to do, principally top up with fuel, extend the envelope, give themselves more options later in the race for strategy.
Yeah.
It is unlikely, let's put it this way, that this race goes full green.
After what we saw yesterday,
Well,
maybe an understatement.
It's a conversation I had with someone a few weeks ago. How many endurance races have you watched go full green? I think the answer is a tiny handful.
Yes, and with multi-classes,
it's very busy.
It is so busy.
Traffic.
So many cars on track and dealing with it, and the ways that different cars generate the lap time, and different drivers working and with different levels of experience.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie, you spent the majority of your professional career in high-performing GT teams, principally with Corvette Racing. I mean, traffic is both the attraction of endurance racing, but also the major challenge.
Yeah, I was waiting for the landmine there within the question.
Oh, it's
that
coming.
You usually come with. But yes, I did. But most of my career was in the United States with Corvette Racing. A remarkable team, brilliant team to operate and work with. But yes, I did operate with fantastic teammates as well, which was always brilliant to do. But in this championship here in the Asia Le Mans Series, and also in the European Le Mans Series and the World Endurance Championship, you have certainly a number of classes that there is the mix of the bronze, the silver, the gold, the platinum driver, and so there is a real mix of experience and mix of, let's say, talent as well, and guys who are coming to this as their huge passion. And so that is always something that has to go into the mix, and you have to be calibrating that. And it was always something that I would ask, safety car now, out on track, pit entry will be closed. Was always one of the things that I asked was who was in the cars at the time, to understand the level of the driver that I was going to be in and around, and you're going to be passing. And you would certainly get an idea if you come up behind a car from the body language of the car and the way that the car was being driven, on whether the pro driver was in the car or the gentleman driver or the bronze driver was in the car. But now you see bronze drivers are such high level, and they've really got to the point where they're doing so much homework, whether that is with simulators or testing or their fitness and their approach. It is quite remarkable when you sort of see the level of bronze driver now within the championship here, like the Asian Le Mans Series, and it is stunning to see what these guys can do.
It is. If you're watching and thinking, oh, that's a bronze driver, that's a fat businessman, the answer is no.
No.
I'll tell you, if you're watching this at home, or indeed here at the circuit, and watching these guys, and there will be mistakes made, let me tell you one thing I'm pretty certain of: they're faster than you. They're faster than you. It really does require an astonishing amount of passion, discipline, application. They're spending a lot of time getting to the stage of being able to manage an event this complex that they do. On the safety car now, we'll tell you, by the way, the 23 car, 23 events, Louis Stern, has done both long stops. That could end up being quite significant, but I believe he's also under investigation for pit lane speeding.
That didn't look so good for the number 5 United car.
Back in.
Car controller out in the lane, and I would say that they are going to be coming back in, or there was certainly communication and conversations going on.
Pit lane is closed now, of course.
Yes, and that would mean it's deemed as emergency service.
Keeping an eye out, Giorgio has not completed this lap yet. He's in the train, so we'll keep an eye on that. There he goes. That does not bode well, does it, for this car's race? What rotten luck.
Yeah, he's well, how's that going to this luck going to change for him? It's just not really run for him at all.
Well, to put it into context, Giorgio Roda, stellar qualifying performances in Europe and here in Asia. It's more often than not the case that he is our pole position sitter and has won one race.
Extraordinary.
With Proto competition, and now switches here to United Autosports and the Asian Le Mans Series. And that's why you got the tone you got from Giorgio. This is the second time he's been pushed backwards into the garage in what is this, the first 20 minutes of the race.
Yeah, and doors open. They're having a chat with him, and is he making the motions to get out the car? No, he's not. He's staying on board, but they are looking towards the rear and trying to understand what is going on here.
Well, right now, we'll come to the issue about going to a closed pit shortly, but there's limited damage being done to his race under the safety car because, of course, the cars are circulating slowly. There will be a consequence a little later here. Someone switched the lights on, that's nice.
Yeah, it looks transmission.
That's the guts, if you like, of an LMP2 car with the Gibson engine, the 4.2 litre normally aspirated V8, the extract gearbox bolted to the rear of that. It is a spectacular piece of engineering, and by the way, this is incredibly unusual.
It is, and 600 horsepower produced by that Gibson engine.
Yep, full tune here in the Asia Le Mans Series.
The Oreca 07 chassis has just been a phenomenal chassis and machine to sort of work with for both, whether you're a pro driver, an AM driver. It seems that it suits every form of person or driver that gets in it, and they always seem to get out the car smiling.
They love it. Everybody who drives this thing loves it. And what was that fluid?
Loctite.
Ah, right.
Something's come loose, and they're just trying to tighten it up. That Loctite's there to hold that bolt, whatever that bolt is, in place.
So behind the safety car, High Class Racing now lead the race in the hands of Jens Reino Müller. He has not pitted. John Falb second for Argo Pro Racing, their 20 car. Then Proton Competitions 88 in the hands of Horst Filbermeyer.
Trying to understand why Jens Reino Müller hasn't stopped.
Don't know.
That's a bit of an odd one.
Yeah. Then it's Roberto Lacorte for Cetilar, our 2 times winners and 1 time second place, our championship leaders. Stefan Aust back into action this weekend after missing Sepang with injury. The 22 Proton car, he sits 5th. LMP3, R-Race GP, the sole Duquesne chassis, sits in 14th place behind the train of 13 now LMP2 cars.
This is the problem.
The original problem on the start-finish straight. And was hearing he was struggling to select gears, is what I've been told.
Yeah, it had all the hallmarks of that, where he got to that certain point on the front straight and just going up to 5th, 6th gear and nothing there.
Okay, so the RSGP Duquesne leads LMP3 and has a massive train of GT cars between it and the second place car, which is the 23 Events Racing number 71, Terence Woodward. Paul Onshare, our pole sitter, sits 3rd for CLX, but they've got 14 GT cars between them and the class leader, who has pitted, by the way. Then we've got GT. Bob Yuan leads the race, having pitted. Just looking here, Tom Van Rompuy has not, but is second.
Yeah, we're just hearing further information. It seems that the gearbox compressor is the piece that they're changing here on the United number 5. That would be to drive the actuator, I believe, that shifts the gears. Not too sure. Oh, that's Julian Andlauer.
It is. He's obviously having a day off.
He is.
Not racing here, Julian, the Porsche GTP driver in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.
Talking to Lauren Heinrich, his teammate.
Absolutely.
And,
fellow
race
Rolex 24 winner.
Yeah, Rolex 24 winner. They had a fantastic race.
Did see Julian Andlauer, by the way, in action here. He was in the aftermath of the Asia Le Mans Series a couple of seasons ago, and he had his first crack in a Formula 1 car.
Did he?
An ATS, and he was proper quick.
Does that surprise you?
No.
No.
But a hugely enthusiastic racer, but given the opportunity to get himself aboard a bit of historic F1 machinery, took that with both hands. That was in the days before he became an official. We've got some dust being thrown up somewhere there as well.
Yeah, I think that's actually work. It's from the other side, building work possibly. And it looks like we're going to have the wave by here. All the cars are up behind the safety car, keeping to the left-hand side. All the cars to the left, as we see on the screen here, or to the driver's right, are cars that are going to be given the wave by, so they can go past the pack and the safety car.
13, it's out. Well done, boys and girls. And it is boys and girls in into Europol competition. That car will be joining the race. They will join some 8 laps down. But lots and lots can happen. What's the wave by? What's the pass around? If you're behind the safety car and your class leader is behind you.
Yes.
Get this right, Graham. You're then allowed to pass the safety car under instruction from the safety car driver and race control to rejoin the queue. And again, that's about not allowing an intervention to dramatically impact a race, particularly in a mixed class race. That's very important.
Yes, it is.
And we've got, at the moment, just one car on that pass around. That's the 23 car.
Unfortunately, the Nielsen number 64 in LMP2 won't get the pass around. And they are a lap down.
They are indeed. Courtesy of that lap 1 puncture for Gretel and Tudis. The 23 events car, though, that has burned both those long stops, but may have a problem looming in terms of an investigation on pit lane, gains pretty dramatically from this and will effectively put itself back into on the same bit of track as the rest of the LMP3 field. So where are we? We have 13 undelayed LMP2s, RSGP 14th place and leading LMP3 in the 85 Duquesne. Then the majority of the GT field, some of whom did not stop according to our timing and scoring. I find that quite odd. But led by Origin Motorsports, Bob Yuan, then the Racing Team Turkey Corvette, Team WRT's yellow BMW in the hands of Tony McIntosh, Blake McDonald, hero of yesterday, in the number 11 TF Sport car, another Corvette. Then our race winners from yesterday, Kessel Racing and Dustin Blattner, who has stopped. So he's had a top up of fuel. That will pay off a little later for him. We go all the way down and to the bottom of the top 30 before we see the rest of the LMP3 packs. This is going to be an interesting restart with P3 cars trying to make their way through the GT pack.
Yeah, and that's been a bit of a story of the weekend so far. At the start of every race and restart, the GT cars do get going. Doesn't seem to be enough of a gap in terms of performance between the P3 cars and the GT cars. And so you have to really wait for those P3 cars to really get everything going and warmed up before they have that performance over the GT cars and can start making their way through. And I know that that's been sort of a number of drivers sort of commenting to me about that. And so, yeah, it's one of the things that we're going to sort of be dealing with for the next number of laps when we go back to green.
Don't think it's going to be too much longer before we do that, but in terms of relative performance, you mentioned, 600 horsepower in the current tune from these Gibson engines in LMP2, 470 from the turbo Toyota engines in the back of the LMP3s, but they're a lighter car than the GTs, something like 540 horsepower for the GT3 cars. But then it's all about speed and about cornering speed as well. Not a lot of difference between the straight line speed between the LMP3s and the GT3s. The cornering speed, though, goes the way of the LMP3 cars with their much greater aerodynamics.
And also their lower sort of centre of gravity, and they are a lighter car. So I think we're going to be seeing, you see the lights off?
If we are, it's going to be any time now.
Usually coming through here and coming down to 13 is where they go off.
They just went off.
Yeah, I think they did.
Safety car in this lap.
Yes,
there we go.
Here we come. Safety car is coming in this lap, and we're going to turn the noise back up to 11 and maybe a little bit more. Oh, that was... this is Jens Greiner-Muller now controlling the field. Did he check up a second time?
Yes, he did. He did. He's gone, and then he stopped, and he's gone, and he stopped.
that could have caused a real problem.
Yeah, and I'm not sure.
Race control, we'll take a look.
Green flag, green flag.
So
no overtake
safety
before
car
the line.
pulls away. Pace is then controlled by the leading car, but must not brake, accelerate, and then lead to this, because as you saw there, that can cause a major problem. But he's away now. Jens Müller heads back towards the line. Can't overtake before crossing the line, even with green flags there. And away we go again, with 3.5 hours left in this 4-hour race here at Dubai.
Yeah, looks clean. Everybody's back up and running. And let's see where the LMP3 guys get to. But coming down into turn 1, we've got a few cars running a little wide, trying to get those front tyres working again. And it's just a little extra cautious, just trying to feel everything out here at this restart, just switching those Michelins back on. Yeah, it's certainly better to just be that little bit more cautious than just to throw it in there and have a big incident deep there from Jens Müller. And the 20 car is looking very racy.
Yeah, John Falb is trying to get onto terms there. And Jens Müller at the moment. Yellow flag I'm seeing on our TV. Not quite sure what and why, but that seems to have gone away. Apologies, we've lost timing for the moment. This is John Falb up the inside, coming down turn 10. Has he gone too deep? He has not. That's a good move there for the number 20 car.
Yeah, looked racy yesterday, did a fantastic job at the start of the race. And we've got bits of contact here. Oh no, the Orangean car got tagged there by the 85.
Well, that's the leader in LMP3. It looked like he was trying to get the car into the corner, just got too deep.
Yeah, those tyres not quite switched on. Different compounds on these P3 cars and GT cars, and the GT cars have also got ABS, which is a big help for all of the GT drivers to get themselves switched on and going.
Car 13 under investigation, and starting with pit lane. I can help with that investigation. It did.
Amazingly, the 87 is still going after that contact from the 85. And it's still up towards the front there, it's still in the lead.
And also, by the way, dicing away there with, I think that must be the number 1 car that was involved in the incident. Let's be blunt, caused the incident with 37 earlier.
Yeah, it was.
Still sorting it out here. And that is Georgios Kolovos has gone by both the number 3 from DKR Engineering with Hans Alexander Matschel.
Oh, the 1 is in everybody's way, it seems, at the moment. Just needs to breathe a little bit here and try not to get involved in everybody else's race.
Well, the problem is he is quicker in a straight line.
Yeah.
Or rather, ultimately faster in a straight line if he's able to use the straight line speed. And he's got more aerodynamic grip as well through the turns, so can hold that position if he's keeping up the pace.
Yeah, we've got the Manthey car.
This is Anterisau.
Anterisau is flashing the lights, just giving the number 1 car the warning that it's there. Crichton Lentudis here battling with George Kurtz.
Remember, he's a lap down.
He is a lap down, and Crichton's going to be doing all he can to try and get through the pack and see if somehow he can unlap himself. And Crichton looking up the inside there. George has just not looked so settled at the start of this race. We've seen the JMR car on pit lane, 99,
that's the 99 car,
Puncher
of Prince Jeffrey.
Seems very early to be doing a tyre stop.
Yeah, now is that a puncture?
Yeah, doing all 4 though. Yeah, we're just seeing that the 10 car still looking up the inside there of the number 1, and we've got is that the Vector car that's up behind them?
Yeah. Car 23 from 23 events, the car that did both those long stops under the virtual safety car, will be getting a drive-through penalty for pit lane speeding. And the pink Proton Porsche, PPP 77, and Hansa Banksy will be getting a drive-through penalty as well for a starting procedure infringement, most likely not running through the grid hatchings, which it must do at the start of the race. Just see the RSGP Duquesne back up to speed and trying to deal with traffic.
Yeah, and Teresau in the number 10 is still looking to get away from the 54 Vista Ferrari 296, but they keep sort of concertinaing back up behind the number 1 LMP3 car. And yeah, that's going to take a little bit of sorting out.
John Fowle, meanwhile, trying to make good his escape. He's gapping Jens Muller at the moment. 3/4 of a second up at the last timing beam.
John Fowle's looked really comfortable in the 20 car with APR all this weekend, and he looked very good at the start of the race yesterday. And it seems like he's just sort of put those comfortable shoes back on again, and he's off and running. And it looks nice and comfy for him.
Yeah, side by side at 77. That's going to need to be coming down pit lane shortly. And the 56, the Ikuriakos Blackthorn Aston Martin.
Oh, he's got all the way around the outside, got pushed onto the marbles there, and he's now got to rejoin, and he's going to have messy tyres. Giacomo Petrobelli got absolutely sort of pushed out and sort of unhooked there by that P3 car. That was a bit messy for him.
43 car on the 22 from Proton competition. This is Stefan Aust. So Stefan joining the season late, and ahead of him they've got a battle there between the 47 of Roberto Lacorte and Michael Jensen getting racy here. The 25 car forces the 47 to the wider line, but there's no way through there for our reigning champion.
No,
Denmark.
But the 47 is higher up than it was yesterday at this point in the race, and we saw what they were able to do towards the end there with the stellar driving lineup of Charles Malaysi and Antonio Fuoco to finish out. I'm sure it's going to be something similar today. So if they're in this sort of position when it comes to those last couple of stints, they're going to be right there in the hunt for the win, or certainly a podium.
Yeah, two stellar drivers to come in that car. The 23 car has taken its drive-through penalty, by the way.
What we're seeing here is this Antares just having a little bit of a bump. There's a little bit of a bump from the 54, a little bit of a kiss.
It was indeed. It's Nigel Schoenwerd.
Yeah, you say that so well. You really do.
Probably completely wrong, but
keep going. You're hacking and slashing.
We will be seeing Yilma Berman in that car. There's almost a bit
of
side to side.
13 going up the inside. It's a replay of yesterday. My word. The 13 certainly got the bit between his teeth and just lunged up the inside there, right across the front of the Aston Martin and the 29 car. And it's now got past the McLaren, but the 29's coming back at it down into turn one. I think he's got a bit surprised by that.
Dear me. Well, this is all. He's gone too deep into it. Alex McCants is at the wheel of the 13. Makes a bit of a mistake through turn one. That's given the 29 an opportunity to get alongside again. There are 8 laps between these two cars.
It doesn't seem like there's any love lost between the two of them, though. They're straight back at it. Action replay from yesterday.
Dear me. Under investigation, unsurprisingly, that incident between the 1 and the 37. And the 1 is also under investigation for a safety car infringement. So there may be trouble coming the way of the Team Virage car of Ajith Kumar.
Battle here for 4th place.
Car 13 will be getting 1 minute added to its next pit stop, starting from the pit lane. That's not a surprise. Side by side here, 43 and 47. And that goes the way of the Interpol LMP2 car.
Yeah, and the 25 got by as well. So the 47, Roberto Lacorte, is just sort of dropping back.
Bit of a stumble.
Yeah, one of the things that we were talking about, and is it going to see if he can just hang on to the back of the 25. You've got the 22 there, Stefan Aust. I just saw him before the start of the race as well. Excited to get going again, and really, really pleased to be here in Dubai.
I have to say, I think he's done pretty well for a guy that is almost fully healed.
Yeah.
Apologised to his wife yesterday for being grumpy, Stefan, during his recovery.
Great to see here. We've got Tom Van Rompuy leading Tony McIntosh, and somewhat the star of yesterday, certainly for the first couple of hours in GT, Blake McDonald. And these guys are having a cracking race.
We did see, by the way, post-race some in-car footage. Double yellows at turn 15. And that is a big off for the 51 car. I think there was someone else involved in that.
Yeah, it looks like another car was trying to get away there. And it does look like it's stalled, and he's just trying to sort of get a gear and get going again.
Charlie Samani it is at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, and there'll be race control will be working this hard here. What's happened here? Got into turn 15, and Giacomo Petrobelli has just got into that right rear corner.
And then the
Breton
car's gone to the rear of the Aston Martin.
Everybody did very, very well to miss Charlie.
The Breton racing car cutting across the bows of another GT car in recovery.
What happened here? Banksy and the 51 side by side. Oh, Charlie's got going. That's great.
Yep. So both the 77 and the 23 have made their drive-through penalties. Double yellows have been removed, but there is debris that is off the track.
It's offline, off track, yeah. This should be okay.
What they may do is to, if we get another intervention, deal with that at a later point. But now the battle here is the 43 and the 25. This is Michael Jensen, Georgios Kolovos. This is the battle for fourth. John Falb leads by just under a second. A further 3/4 of a second back. Horst Feldbermar Jr. having a great run in the number 88 car at this stage. And then there's a 7-second gap to Georgios Kolovos. The top three are pulling away here.
Yeah, this 4th, 5th and 6th battle, it's sort of raging here, and it's kind of holding up one another as we go. But maybe a little bit of free, you know, just let it run for a few laps and they'll get their momentum going and get back in the groove. And that's what so much is so important for all of these bronze drivers, is just to be able to get in that rhythm, in that flow. And you know, often they're doing so many laps of testing, whether it's here or other parts of the world, and all of the team managers and driver coaches are trying to get these guys into the position where they're feeling comfortable and in the slot. There's some damage and debris down there.
That's more of a concern, and we'll wait and see what race control think of that. Bob Graham, by the way, in the Origin Motorsports number 87 Porsche, is pulling away from this group, 3.5 seconds to the good. So this battle is allowing the Porsche to get away.
There's that debris we just seen.
Turn 3?
Turn 4, yeah. Turn 4, what does it come off of? Oh, is this the JMR? And I'm not sure it's supposed to do that. It's supposed to go all the way around that line, that yellow line.
But it wasn't from that car, because it wasn't past that car.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that. This is Crichton Tudis passing the Ponos Racing car. Yeah. But that, again, is just unlapping itself.
Yeah, Crichton is still a lap down on the rest of the LMP2 field. And that was down to a puncher they picked up on lap 1.
With thanks to my Dutch colleague from the media room, Dave Humer, he does confirm, helpfully, that I am pronouncing that name wrong.
That's always helpful.
Thanks, Davey.
Yeah.
Yellows in turn 3 and 4, that is for the debris.
Yeah, that is. And still seeing this battle here between Georgios Kolovos and Michael Jensen. Michael just can't quite get on to terms there with Georgios Kolovos. And just trying to work that momentum and roll the speed here through turn 7, the lowest point of the racetrack, back up through the gears and into that banked turn 9 and onto that long back straight.
Full course yellow is coming in about 20 seconds. That will be for recovery of that debris, correctly so. It's going to leave quite a dent in anything, or more to the point, anybody comes into contact with it.
Yeah,
it is looking like carbon fibre, and Ollie, that stuff can be extremely sharp.
Yeah, razor sharp, and yeah, the guys at Michelin will be nervous of that, because here we go, full course yellow.
Yeah, that's a significant chunk of whatever it is.
Yeah,
that's the stuff that's offline. Well, whilst they get the sweeper out, let's get David Allison back into action. He's rebooted himself and he's down with the number 11 squad.
Right, while we catch our breath under the full course yellow, Matt Bell is sort of forcing a smile. It's been a tough 24 hours, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a roller coaster a couple of days. So, yeah, unfortunately, taken out of the race yesterday by a P2 car coming through the field, and quite a bit of damage to the car. The guys did a great job to get it rebuilt overnight. Went out for the warm-up feeling good, and then suddenly the engine went pop, which caught us all a little bit off guard. So guys, we didn't think we were going to make the start of the race. The TF Sport crew, I'm immensely proud to be part of the team here. Sophie, Chris and the whole guys did an amazing job to get our engine changed and the car back out with 4.5 minutes before the pit lane closed. So a massive thanks to the team, and Blake's doing a great job now, hopefully justifying the effort.
Let's just go to this engine change, because you're doing this as a flyaway, so there's probably a finite number of parts. You might have had more, say, in Europe where you can load up the truck.
Yeah, well, there was one spare engine and we've used it. Yeah, no, just a huge credit to the team for the effort that they put in, the preparation that was there, as you rightly say, to have everything that was required for this scenario. It's not easy when you're operating on flyaway events out of limited containers and things.
Right, let me just take you back to something you said a moment or two ago. You were taken out by an LMP2 car. Yesterday, Blake said, I think I got tagged. You're being a bit more assertive.
Yep. It'll be... it wasn't particularly picked up on the TV or anything, but yeah, there was a P2 car coming through the field in turn 9, and yeah, went for a bit of a high-risk move and took us out. So yeah, it ended our race, but we're out racing again today, and yeah, we'll crack on.
Fingers crossed. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, can confirm. We actually saw yesterday evening the same in-car footage, and we'll spare the blushes of the driver of which car it was. But I think he took a second hit, didn't he, Ollie, from as he was sent broadside across the road. There was a second hit, we think, with a GT car. But Blake McDonald really, really unlucky after, I think, the drive of his life.
Yep, certainly those 2 hours that he did in the car there were really fantastic, and he can certainly be proud of that performance. And yes, it was unfortunate, very unfortunate, but his learning continues and his growth as a driver continues, and he is one of that new breed of bronze drivers that is so focused on their performance and what they want to achieve in a championship like the Asian Le Mans Series, and he is just right up there. And you can look here, whether it's Tom Van Rompuy, Tony McIntosh in the BMW, or Blake McDonald's just behind there, or Dustin Blattner, you know, are right at the forefront of what you would call this Pro-Am.
Smile on his face, taking time out in his own time to come motor racing.
At 14:58.00 we'll be removing full course yellow. In 35 seconds we will be removing full course yellow.
Motor sports widowers and widows are not a small thing.
These guys, just to get everything going again, because you've been running around at that 80 k's an hour. And now it is about how do you switch everything back on. Get yourself back in the mindset. Being smart about how you just roll the speed into the corners, where that braking point is coming down into turn 1. And also those cars that you're going to be in and around. And again, you know, being dive bombed by a P2 car, or you know, here's George Kurtz going up the inside at turn 16. And is the 3 able to come back up the inside and get a better run down into turn 1? It looks like George has got the deal done, and will certainly stayed ahead of the 3.
Horst Feldman on pit lane, by the way, as we went back to green. I'll go Pro Racing's 20, and that's John Falk leads. Right now.
One of the stars of yesterday's race, although perhaps the result didn't reflect it, was Alex Quinn. Just reflect on that yesterday. Mega stint, and the way you got past people on the restart was out of this world.
Yeah, it was an enjoyable race, to be honest. We came from like the back of the pack right to the front, and my restart was able to, I don't know, I think we were around 10th at the restart and ended up in the lead, so it was really enjoyable. But unfortunately, this late safety car came out, and we lost it on the restart because We didn't have new tyres to put on, so that's unfortunate, but it goes like that sometimes, and yeah, we'll fight back another day.
How much of all those overtakes was you being a megastar and a fresh set of tyres against others on older tyres?
Probably a bit of both, hopefully, but no, I enjoyed it, and yeah, some of the moves were, I know I had to get them done so I could get track position and get the lead, and you know, if there wasn't that safety car, we were in the prime place because we had a comfortable lead, and then we were going to gain more in the pit stop, so it would have been good, but it is what it is.
And Alex Quinn, sports car racer, has really made people take notice in the last 12 months.
Yeah, you know, I'm in a good point in my career, and
that Ferrari hopefully is aware of that, because that will have a major effect on the grip at the rear of that car.
Yeah, certainly will, and hopefully the team's got in contact with him and just given him that update. But yeah, extremely unlucky there for Darren Leung, and Ajith Kumar has struggled somewhat to get to grips with this LMP3 car here this weekend in Dubai. And another incident there that's unfortunately got him into a GT car. That
will need repairing, by the way. The bottom rear of these cars has a legality panel there that must be repaired. So that car will be on pit lane shortly. Corvette and Corvette now.
Yeah, action replay from yesterday. Tom Van Rompuy and Blake McDonald here coming down into turn one. Blake looking up the inside, but Tom's kind of got him covered. And this might have increased the blood pressure a little bit there for Tom Ferrier down in TF Sport garage. We're watching these two cars compete like this. These two guys are extremely smart, very, very experienced in this car. Oh, 77. Banksy's off now. That looks like it's coming up to turn 12.
It is. Turn 11 exit. Can he get around safely? Looks like he can. There's damage.
Damage there on the nose. And Oh, and here we go. This is turn 9 here now. And Blake is looking for that run off of turn 9. Can he get that run through and off? And we're just going to see, this is the replay of Banksy losing the rear of the car, and he's gone nose first into the barrier here. Yeah. Spun it around all on his own.
That accident started a long way for
deep there from Blake McDonald on the brakes up the inside. Fantastic move, really well done.
Has he got it done
Tom
yet?
Van Rompuy giving him the room, and Tom's just coming back on the switchback. They're going deep, and these two really are going at it pretty hard.
And they've got the LMP3 leader right behind them, the CLX Motorsport car, who's doing his best to stay out of everybody else's battles.
It's not proving to be easy. Squabbling here over this position. And what position are we? This is 3rd and 4th in GT.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes the CLX car. Will he be able to use the additional grip he's got through turn 14? Up the inside comes Blake McDonald.
Yeah, just thought the better of it there, and just thought, no, don't do that. And just using that experience from yesterday to go, okay, where can I place the car? How can I get past Tom cleanly? Two team cars here. And just wanted to make sure we keep this nice and clean and square, and no risk, all high percentage moves. And Blake's got him nicely lined up here in the tow. And it's whether the CLX car is going to get into the party here and create some drama.
Yeah, hopefully, yes, was aware that it was there. That's just cramped his style a little bit, but that will come back to him, because the CLX car is now going to deal with the red Corvette. We dealt with the multicolour Corvette. That's had a nose job of the low-budget variety.
Yeah, not preferred.
No. And into the garage goes the #1 car after its second significant incident in this race. Yeah. Ajith Kumar's not had a great start to the second 4 hours of Dubai.
No, it's been tough.
Oh, dear me.
23 deep on the brakes there, locking rears, sliding up the inside.
So Louis Stern, having done that, served his drive-through penalty holding an advantage strategically on every other car in this LMP3 field, but need to be clean. Through goes the CLX car on the 34. So cleared both Corvettes. That gives Blake McDonald the run back to the rear of the 34 car.
But you could see the difference there in the performance, and as the 17 had got by, Tom Van Rompuy's all over the back of it, thinking, well, you've got past me, but now you're kind of holding me up. And so Tom would be frustrated with that, and it's allowed Blake to get back on terms with him. Blake just took a little bit of curb there. It's just unhooked the rear a little as he tried to get on the power. I don't think it's going to be very long before Blake's right back on the gearbox of Tom's car.
Watch Tony McIntosh pulling away from them, but Steve Yance is right back with them. Car 77 driver Banksy, warning flag for abusing track limits.
What blimey.
When it rains, it pours. There's damage as well there to the rear of the Aston Martin.
Yeah, it's been in the wars, hasn't it? It's had a number of bits of contact, but Giacomo Petrobelli has had a little bit of a rough start to the race here. This first hour has been tricky for him. And the 22 Stefan Aust gone around there, just got in a bit deep, locked the rears, and now it's sort of, yeah, even the wipers on, and we're just nicely back together, nice and calm, nice and cool. Yeah. Just get back going again. Hopefully no damage done to that car or any of the other cars around.
I don't think he hit any.
There was about 18 cars there at one point, it seemed, and everybody managed to miss him amazingly.
Let's watch again.
Yeah, he's
too deep in.
Yeah, he's got very, very deep in there, and I think maybe George was checked up a little bit by the GT car. Stefan then had to try and miss the back of him, lock the rears, manages to miss the JMR car, and Giacomo Petrobelli does a great job to miss him. So, but he still has got that damage there on the left rear.
Before I forget, by the way, we'll add a bit more housekeeping. Car 99, we saw that car take the runoff through turn 2-3, where if you go wide, you must take that road, but he did shortcut it and is under investigation for not following race director's instructions. Side by side, the 13 and the 85. Remember, this is the 13 trying to unlap itself after starting from pit lane.
It's got
just got another 8 laps to do in the next 3 hours and 2 minutes.
This battle continues to rage with the two Corvettes at TF Sport. Blake decides to take that tighter line there over the apex curb. And is it going to pay dividends for him? He's got right in the toe of Tom Van Rompuy, and it's going to be this run down to 14, hard on the brakes it's going to be. And Tom Van Rompuy just closes the door there, and Blake's looking up the inside, but there's not quite enough room there. And he's just waiting and waiting, being patient here, being patient, looking after the car, looking after the resource, looking after the tyres. And is it going to be another opening here? But this is a great battle between these two teammates.
Worth mentioning Sport, there is absolutely no question whatsoever at team orders there. These two cars are run completely of TF Sport.
Yeah, and Blake's just having another look there. He's just looking left and right to see if he can unsettle Tom. But he's experienced, World Endurance Championship bronze driver, and you know he's not going to get too intimidated here. We're seeing drivers getting themselves suited up for these pit stops that will be coming up here at the top of the hour.
Yeah, Tom Dillman there at Argo Pro Racing. Yeah, Tom Van Rompuy, the first ever pole sitter in LMGT3 in the FI World Endurance Championship, a couple of seasons back now in Qatar.
Yeah, and this traffic here is going to work one way or another for either Tom or for Blake, and looks like Tom has managed to get a car in between him, but yeah, Blake will be right back on it again.
This is the two cars that were confused yesterday evening together, the LMP2 and the LMP3 from Inter Europol.
One's got a green front and one's got a yellow front.
Yes, I think he was stressed about that moment.
Yep, deep.
94, 30, 85. This is, I think, position. This is the second place battle. Shahan Sarkisian under pressure from Tim Whale. It's Tim Whale in the rather concave-nosed Ligier rather than the needle-nosed Duquesne, and this is the battle for second place.
Yeah, and number 9 there, Bartone car. GT's just back a little.
Doesn't seem to have the edge it had yesterday. Through all of them, by the way, comes the 47 car. This is Roberto Lacorte still there in 5th place, and he's now 3 seconds back from Michael Jensen.
He got his nose chopped off there and, by the 85 car. Came into turn 14. And this is always one of the things you've got to learn and understand of multi-class racing is how everybody generates their lap time. In a P2 car, so much of their lap time, yes, there is a certain amount that's done on the straights, but in the corners, the higher speed, higher downforce corners, they have a huge, this sort of turn here, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5, it's flat out for these P2 cars, 250 k's an hour.
Yeah, so P2 peak speed here, 285 kilometers an hour, heading on what, 170 plus miles an hour at the end of the back straight down to turn 10.
It's over twice what you'd be doing on the highway, isn't
Absolutely
it? Legally,
right.
let's say. Only in Germany could you do something like that.
But good example of the relative performance again here between a top-ranked GT car. These cars are not slow by any means, and the Oreca just breezes by.
Yes, it did. But John there was looking to come past that Origin car. We've got the 11 car on pit lane here, and Blake's just getting it fired up. Just taking, look like left side tyres there.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. John Falb still leads this race, by the way, as we take a look here. 3, 4 cars into the same turn, all 3 classes represented there. The P2 car ahead of the P3, the Corvette from GT, and then the Ligier that's trying to get onto terms still with the 18 car. Should say, by the way, that red Corvette that's between the 2 P3s, that's for overall position. This is the battle at the moment. RHGP 18th, Racing Team Turkey loses that slot, Tom van Rompuy, to the high-class racing car of Tim Whale. So, and that was a touch between the P3 and the Racing Team Turkey car.
Yeah, I think the 11 car had to come in. I think that was for drive time. And
yes,
I think Tom van Rompuy might be in the same boat here.
He has, if he comes in now, I think he's okay.
I think
he has. Oh no, it's not. That's Michael Jensen is on pit lane. My apologies, but it needs to be now. It's 65 minutes, isn't it?
He hasn't had a stop yet.
He's on pit lane now. He's okay.
Yeah, good.
So here we are looking for the cars that have not stopped. Tony McIntosh is the other one, by the way. Am I looking that right? Yes, Tony's not stopped yet. So he has to be in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, maybe WRT just pushed it that little bit further for him. But yeah, drive time's going to become an issue. In shortly.
We'll tell you, by the way, Darren Leung is back out and running. There'll be a rapid repair of that rear wing.
Yeah, that would have been
there he is indeed.
Quick change for those guys, of course.
Not helped his run. He is a lap down on the main protagonist now in GT. Darren will return next month to the FI World Endurance Championship in BMW. Returning to BMW after a year with United Autosports. Still that damage on the side of the 43 Oreca after a year with United Autosports and their McLaren. All sorts of changes to come there. We've got a month between the end of this series where we will determine 2 teams that will get the opportunity to race at the 24 Hours Le Mans. 26.
Big damage there, right front corner on the nose, and that's going to be...
It could just be a clip, you know.
It could.
It just goes to show the intricacies of that bodywork. There might be a bit more, depends how hard it's hit, whatever it hit.
You're seeing the incident.
Incident involving car 51. That is Charlie Samani, and car 56 at turn 15. That was the one that had the chrome-coloured Ferrari turned around, isn't it? It's a busy time at the moment in race control, I can tell you that for nothing. 43 car.
Nearly came in the back of the Breton car there.
Didn't he just?
Yeah, it was, took the board with him.
And also on pit lane is the high-class racing car Jens Greder Muller from second place. So John Falb gets a breather. James Switnam is now up into second place. We've not stopped yet on this cycle.
No.
And
what's happened here?
This was
the incident, the 56 and the 51. Oh,
that's also what caused the damage to the 26.
Indeed. And, the 43 car is now going to have to be put on skates to be turned out and around, or just pushed back and to get out of its pit box, because it's taken a while for the 26 car to get its nose off.
Away goes the 43.
And the 43 was just bottled up behind there.
And here it's another Corvette and Corvette battle. But is that for position? Where is the 34 car? It is for position. So Tom Van Rompuy, after that first pit stop for the car, is now under pressure from Prince Jeffrey. Black and orange flag, warning flag for car 1, but not for anything technical, for driving standards for Ajith Kumar. He's been involved in 2 significant incidents, and race control feel now the time is right to warn about that.
So there's Tom Van Rompuy and Prince Jeffrey here coming down into turn 1. And Prince Jeffrey's been looking to try and get past Tom, and Tom's just trying to get everything going again after his stop. And Prince Jeffrey's looking to go round the outside. There's 2 teams, different teams running these Corvettes. That's JMR and TF Sports. And it certainly looks like it was Sepang that had that JMR had the pace. But this weekend it seems like TF have just been that little bit ahead of JMR.
It does. So it's taken that switch around to drop them into that slot. Algarve Pro Racing, John Fowle from the lead on pit lane, also in. 23 seconds back, James Sweetnam, after his first stint in the RT Limited car this afternoon. Stefan Aust leads the race. And was that on his out?
It was leaving the pit box, or the pit lane, let's say. And yeah, I think that he just got in a bit too deep there. There was a white flag as well being waved there at turn 1. And was that for the Breton car?
Could be. The mirror on the 51 car on the left side is somewhat right. No, it's not. It was just the angle. Oh no, it was. It's very loose, and I think we're about to see why.
Yeah, 51 and the 11 side by side here. Blake McDonald with yeah, that's quite a lot right there.
Yeah.
I think somebody got a little bit unhooked and led to the 2 cars sort of 7-15 exit over that exit curb, looped it around. He's
That's
not
on his
having
out lap as well, by the way.
He's not having a happy time.
No, not enjoying his trip to Dubai. That looked to be by himself as well.
Yeah.
There's a correction, warning flag car 1. So that is, I think, taking away the driving standards aspect of it. It's a warning flag, not a black and orange flag.
Okay.
So black and orange is technical, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So it is a warning flag, which is driving standards.
Yeah. It's been tough for the 1 car, that's for sure.
It can often just build up, can't it? And trouble for the 28. The car was in the mix. So not sure what's happened to the 28 car there.
No.
Let's have a look back at the first hour of this 4 hours of Dubai. A second consecutive, less than unruly start in LMP2, unusually so in the Asian Le Mans Series in recent years, and all 16 cars getting away very nicely indeed, with Giorgio Roda at this stage leading the race, very busy through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, before things started to get settled down. The 2 AMGs getting away cleanly, but Darren Young having a moment, and like contact with the wall, safety car would. Trouble though for Giorgio Roda, struggling to find gears. That would send Jens Reino Moller in the high-class racing car number 49 through to the lead in the early stages. For the leading car in GT of the terminal nature, the 37 car being turned around by Ajith Kumar in his Ligier. Heavy contact to the rear of that car would put the 37 out. Would be powerless to do anything about it. Virtual safety car was called. Another incident, this time 85 RHGP Duquesne, hitting the Origin Porsche. Lap itself, 8 laps down though, side by side as well between the battle for position. Though Charlie Samani being hit by the 56 Aston Martin, Giacomo Petrobelli, and then almost an absolute catastrophe with the 26 issue for Ajith Kumar. Spun around and plucks the rear wing from the rear of the luckless also in dramas, struggling to get the car turned in, and then impact with the barrier for Banksy. By side and exchange of bodywork between the 11 Corvettes of Blake McDonald and Charlie Samani. Tempered race so far, 29 laps under the wheels. It's an Algar Pro 1-2 at the moment. In fact, it's an Algar Pro 1-2-3 at the moment. 20 from 25 and 4. High Class Racing dropped to 4th. Chetilar Racing still sitting there in 5th with Charles Malaysian out the wheel. A good run from Horst Felbermeyer Jr. keeps that car in 6th as we've got more cars going through pit stop cycle in LMP2. LMP3 is led by the 17 CLX Motorsport car after a really topsy-turvy race so far for the junior LMP class. Origin Motorsports Porsche has a significant advantage in GT. It's still Bob Yuan at the wheel of that car. RHGP's delayed marginally. Duquesne, the 85, sits second in LMP3. High Class Racing's 94 Ligier third. And it's the Get Speed number 9 Mercedes AMG and yesterday's race winning 74 Ferrari from Kessel Racing that fill at the moment the provisional podium positions in the classes.
Yeah, we're just sort of trying to see when that Bob Buan is going to be coming down pit lane. I'm sure on his drive time at the moment.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be something that we're going to have to just watch.
He has stopped.
He has stopped, but it's going to be...
he didn't stop. He did a drive-through.
He did a drive-through.
Does that count?
Is it reset? Does it reset the drive time?
I'd like to know, because he has not stopped. He's had one drive-through penalty served in the one time he's been down pit lane. So
we've got the 47 here, looking get past the 49 high class, and that's now with...
it's Gus Benitez and Sean Malaysi.
Yes. I thought there'd been a driver change there.
Malaysi makes that move. Gus Benitez settling back into sports car racing. He's been away for a little wee while. It's great to see him back. Drove in hypercar for both Peugeot and Glickenhaus in the FI World Endurance Championship, and before that success in LMP2 with Alpine. Fastest lap of the race meanwhile goes to James Allen, charging away as he tends to do. There is Roberto Lacorte.
Yep.
Hello.
Yep.
Yep.
Done a nice job.
So about you. Well done. Yeah.
Yep.
And by the way, thanks to Roberto on behalf of our Italian audience. Our Italian commentator is here, and Roberto is funding that. So free, Ivan free in Italy and in Italian, thanks to Roberto's backing. It is a drive-through penalty for Banksy, track limits. And,
they really are having a terrible time, aren't they?
There's just a little bit of lack of discipline in this race, up and down the order. Things haven't settled in yet.
Yeah, I thought that we were going to see this in the first race, and it's just been the second race that everybody's just been making, well, some pretty big errors and mistakes.
Yeah. Meantime, by the way, there is a battle for the lead underway. Matthias Carries has been caught by Enzo Trulli, and Trulli is now putting the hammer down. 29 from Forestier Racing by VPS, the 94 just power sliding its way through turn 14 there in pursuit of the 29. This is the battle for third. Nick Adcock holding off Tim Whale. Let's put a torrid start to the race for Ajith Kumar. David Addison's with the #1 driver right now.
Ajith Kumar, I hate to sort of come and ask awkward questions, but this has been a tough day for you, hasn't it?
Let me put it this way, probably a bad day at the office. but then again, baptism by fire. So, but I'm enjoying this. I'm really enjoying it. I'm getting used to the level of competition. I guess that's more important. So, yeah, it's a lesson learned.
The car is being worked on behind you. Is there much damage from those 2 incidents you've had?
Yeah, I had a tough time after the first crash. Had a handling issue. We did try to change the front wing, but the car wouldn't handle. I still managed until I lost it again at C6. Very difficult to handle the car, so they're working on it.
Is it the car? Is it just the car that feels different, or does the track feel different today?
No, the car felt different after the first crash. So the first incident was I braked and I lost my front end, and there's nothing I could do, you know. So probably the tires were still not up to the temperature. I tried to recover as much as I could, but the 3, 4, 5, 6 sectors were very tough. You know, the car just wasn't no grip and a lot of wobbling on my steering.
So how bad is the damage, and will it go back out, and will you go back out again?
Yeah, they're trying to fix the car so that Julian will do a shakedown. I go back again, make sure that it's ready for free practice at Abu Dhabi. So treat it like a practice session.
And there we go again next week. Ajith, thanks for talking to us.
Another day to fight another day.
Indeed, thank you.
That, by the way, is the beauty of this format. Teams who have got problems, it's only a week to wait to get back into the groove.
Yeah, it is. Great to see.
So I think there's a bit of a drama for the 29 car while we're in that interview, but Nick Adcock, I think, is back on track now. Has lost a couple of positions, though, in the 29. Battles galore underway. This is the 3 and the 70. D-Car Engineering and Vector Sport RLR. Griffin Peoples and Jacob Apel. And Peoples it is that is just driving away at this point. That is battle for 8th position. Bijou Garg is his next target, is something over 10 seconds away, so that's going to be quite the challenge. This is Griffin Peoples going to the outside, and I think he's going to pass him. Adcock, 2 British drivers, battling now for 4th place in LMP3.
Yeah, it's been rather sort of crazy at times, isn't it, with some of the driving and some of the driving standards, but nice to see John Falb there smiling. He looked like he'd enjoyed his time in the P2 car.
Yeah,
done a nice job.
Matt Kaiser out the wheel of the car.
Yeah, and, they're now currently leading. Be in a nice spot.
So 2 hours and 40 minutes to go of this race. Still sun high in the sky, temperature's pretty high here.
Yeah, track temp will be a thing, and all of the teams will be tracking that to see where's this going to go for these next sort of 2 hours and 40 minutes. As the sun will drop down, the track temp will drop off, and the performance will change of these Michelins. And they've just got to keep on top with their pressures. 49 and 30 here, side by side. Gusto Menendez and James Allen. James is looking to go around the outside if he can. Not quite there. You get the feeling that James, as always, seems to be on a bit of a tear. He's looking left and right, and can he get up the inside here into turn 16 and deep? And he has. And you just slow it down there at the apex, make sure that you can get the right drive off, and you know, absolute pro move there by James Allen.
Up to 5th.
Nice and clean.
Hearing, by the way, from the pit lane of another retirement, and I'm afraid it is the 28 Team WRT BMW gearbox issue for that car. Sergei Stolyarov started the car, and we will not see the remaining 2 drivers here at least. They'll breathe and go again. Car 56, meanwhile, and that is the aforementioned Giacomo Petrobelli. Drive-through penalty causing a collision. Is that the one on the Ferrari?
Yeah, well, I think it might be for the 51. Yeah, because I think that really is the one that we've seen.
The fact that we've got to ask the question.
Which one was it?
Giacomo, a great driver, great bronze driver, but I think he would recognise that this has been incident-filled. Not all of them down to him, by the way.
No. And sometimes it just goes like that, and you're always in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you just end up in lots of different incidents. And as hard as you try to stay out of them, you just end up getting in more and more.
So we've got the LMP2 order on screen at the moment. APR from APR, Algarve Pro Racing from Algarve Pro Racing, from CrowdStrike by APR, Algarve Pro Racing, our winners yesterday. It's Matthias Kaiser, a second up on Enzo Trulli, and closing in as well is Melter Jakobsen in the number 4 CrowdStrike racing car.
And these are going to all be the pro drivers now,
yep,
slotting into those P2 cars. They've got the bronze drivers done its drive time, and all of them are changed over.
Has there been a change for lead car in GT with the recent stop of the Origin Motorsport car, Bob Yuan? He's still in the car. Dustin Blattner goes to the lead in the 74 car that won yesterday. And this is looking like a super strong effort this season.
It is, it really is, and they've got a nice lead in the championship, and this will be just exactly what Kessel Racing would like. You know, them just being up the front. They've had a little bit of adjustment in the BOP, slightly heavier, I believe.
Yeah, yes indeed, 10 kilos up for the Ferraris, and that is off track.
Yeah, I would say that is the 94. Car. Yeah, missed its break point and just couldn't get the car turned in, but not really lost that much time to the 85, even though it took such a wide line. And it's towing up behind it, and is it going to be able to make the move coming down into turn 1? It's looking left and then right, it's going up the inside. And 94 got nicely on the brakes. It walked a little bit on the way into the corner, but yeah, it's got it done.
But this is Ligier versus Duquesne. This is the one Duquesne in the field, the 85 behind, from R-Race GP. Single-seater specialists. They've got cars here in the regional F4 and Formula Regional support races here. And they won the Michelin Le Mans Cup in 2025 with the Duquesne. Also under review, by the way, the 23 car overtaking off track with lasting advantage. That tends to attract a penalty. But we'll wait for that. They're down in 7th place, but to remind everybody, that car has served both of its long stops.
Ben Handley there in the foreground, just coming back through in the P2 class.
Timing screen gave me a shock by going black again.
Oh.
But has recovered.
Oh, good. Looking at this one down here.
Car 77, meanwhile, under investigation, track limits. This is not going well for Banksy, is it?
Again?
Yeah, he's just served a penalty. And well, the thing with track limits penalties is they escalate. You go from a drive-through to a stop and go to a stop and hold, and from there on in, it's all the way up to life imprisonment.
With no parole.
With no parole. Car 99, meanwhile, will have 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for not following the race director's instructions. That was the JMR Corvette, spotted that happening. Did wonder, Ollie, whether or not he took the shortcut, having seen that massive chunk of carbon fibre in his way, should he have gone to the end. Not sure. Would like to see that again.
Yeah, I'm saying no.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, the race, he's going to get the penalty anyway.
He is.
But I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Gives me a nice in for the conversation rather than having to be depressing.
You know, I've always been quite intimidated by Gwen Bossier, but now you're telling me there could be life imprisonment. I mean, I didn't realise it's quite so powerful.
Banksy is heading towards that. It's drive-through penalty next. Does it again, it will be a drive-through penalty. I don't think that's right. I think that should be a stop and go. I think that's the next one up.
I think he's had quite enough today. I don't think we need to pile it on anymore. But it's fortunately for them and the 77 car, it's only another 4 minutes and 30 seconds before his drive time is up. So, yeah. I think
but should make clear, by the way, if you're new to the Asian Le Mans Series this season, it's not that Banksy. It's a different Banksy. It's not the British street artist. Although, in fairness, Banksy in the Asian Le Mans Series has been leaving some scrawlings on the tyre walls. But it is a fairly accomplished Japanese one-make Porsche racer.
Yeah. Let's see who's in the 44 right now.
It is Jan Erlacher. Yes. And
Well, running well yesterday, the 44 wasn't it?
It was running great. It was fuel pressure, I gather, at the end of the race that cost them a finish, which is a real shame. We had that cracking battle between Mira Konopka, the elder statesman of the Asian Le Mans Series, and James Sweetnam, didn't we?
Yes.
James was putting moves on him, and Mira was having none of that.
Yeah, it was great to watch.
Got all Slovakian on him.
What is that exactly?
Don't want to know.
Okay.
But Jan Urlacher, previous championships won, of course, at the highest possible level in touring cars. Uncle is here, by the way. Spotted Ivan Muller, his uncle. His mum, Kathy Muller, no mean racer herself.
Yeah, that's the JMR car, 66 going up the inside of the 54. Nice move, pretty late, but is the 54 coming back?
I think he was. I think he managed to get the better line, didn't he?
He's on board the 66 now.
So just to let you know, in terms of cars not running, 3 wide here, and that was off track by the Ponos car. And will that be judged as overtaking off track and lasting advantage? I suspect it might be.
But it's going to get racy down here into turn 10. They've been on the marbles. What are the brakes going to be like? The 70s right up behind the 45. And it's just about okay. Yeah.
There's a 3-car battle here, Ollie, and this is for 9th place. Points finishes on offer here. It is Keiko Zolino, previously a WC GTE AM racer, Jacob Abel in the Vector Sport car, and Jan Urlacher.
Yeah.
It's Mira Konopka, by the way. Just a moment. It is indeed under review, overtaking off track. In all sorts of GT machinery, in 2 generations of LMP2 car, and also the Gen 2 Ginetta LMP3 car in the Asian Le Mans Series. Down through the years, it's been a massive supporter of this series. Oh, big off for the 23 car.
That's down, I think, at turn 5.
That is a huge impact.
Yeah, left rear off.
God, it is. The track as well, Ollie.
Yeah, this is going to go safety car, I think, isn't it?
What's happened here?
23. This is out of 3, coming through and into 4 here. What's happened here with the 23 as he's come through? He's just lost his eyes, I think, on the P2 car behind, and he just lost the rear of the car, and he's gone hard into the wall. That
was a big accident. Let's hope Lewis Stern is okay after that.
Yeah, these cars are extremely strong, but that is a big hit.
Yeah, they're designed to soak up the kinetic energy, and things are designed to part ways, but not like that. That's a huge incident.
Yeah, that's a big one. But yeah, as he's come off of turn 3 into turn 4 here, he's got his eyes on where the APR car is. He's run a little bit wide there, and he's pinched it off a little, and then he's just hard into the wall, driver's right. Oh, that's not nice to watch.
No, it's not. It's not at all. Safety car completely correctly called for intervention with the 23 car. First concern, of course, will be that Lewis Sterner is okay.
Yeah.
But there's a significant clear up, and there's a big impact with that barrier as well.
Yeah, we're going to have to look. They'll be down there looking at that, just to making sure that that is all structurally okay. And wouldn't surprise me if Eduardo's in the car already, looking to go down there.
Yes, indeed. Gwen Borsier, race director for this, but Eduardo Freitas is here and advising. So, under safety car, 2.5 hours to go at the second 4 hours of Dubai. Is in the garage with the 23 events team, operates alongside. See Louis in the car.
He's looking around.
No, we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
If he's feeling anything in that car, pain-wise, he will sensibly wait for intervention. That's Marco Giacchi.
Yeah.
So long time Ferrari driver. I'm sure you've had races against Marco back in the past.
Yeah, yes, I'm sure I have.
Looks after Matteo Quintarelli, amongst others, but Marco will like everybody, be flinching after seeing that impact.
Yes, he certainly will.
24, Ligier. Let's join that interview right now.
A recent convert to sports car racing, Callum Voisin, who's got a busy programme of GT-style racing to come. We'll come to Porsche GB in a moment. First of all, what about LMP3 and how are you enjoying it?
Yeah, so far so good. It's going pretty well. Car racing or endurance racing in general, so you know, I'm enjoying the challenge. We started off in Malaysia pretty well with a P2 in race 1, and so far it's been a little bit trickier, a little bit unlucky in a sense, but at the moment we're going all right, touch wood. So yeah, so far so good.
And you've got to share a car. That's something new.
I know, I've never had to do that before. Yeah, it's a bit weird for me. No, usually I get the
as the Porsche GB Junior?
Indeed, 2 years. So no, I must admit I've had a lot of support from Porsche GB, sorry, over the last couple of months, and you know, I'm very much looking forward to getting started. Obviously, my team has not been announced quite yet, so
go on, tell.
Well, I can't, you know, I can't really say on television, but no, I'm very much excited. Obviously, to be involved with a brand like Porsche is well, an absolute dream come true. I've always loved their road cars, so let's see what happens. At the end of the day, I want to be a factory driver with the brand and you know, be a world champion.
And I guess it's quite exciting as well representing Porsche, because it's not just Carrera Cup. You know, you do the odd Goodwood, or you might go to other important events representing the brand.
Absolutely. You know, for me the opportunities are endless. You know, making the switch from single seaters to sports car racing, I must say.
Now, this safety car period might be a long one. What does that do to the strategy, or do you just do as you're told and get in and drive?
Well, from my side, I get, you know, told what to do, and I just go out and drive and do my best. Obviously, I try and get involved and understand as much as possible, because for me this is all very much brand new and good experience for me to understand strategy, what's good for the race and whatnot. So yeah, at the moment I can't tell you exactly how we're getting on, but it's not terrible. So well, sorry, it's pretty good at the moment. So there you go.
That's good news. Welcome to sports car racing.
Well, it's better than that. Running second at the moment. Great stuff there from Callum Voisin. It's never a good accident site when the first tool they employ is a bin bag. Is it really?
Yeah, no.
There was a significant dent in that barrier on 2 of the 3 layers of arm coat, so it will require, I think, observations from race control as to whether or not that does need a repair. The happiest news, though, is that we did see the driver, Louis Stern, walking away from that car. There is a medical intervention there for him. He will absolutely be going to the medical centre after an impact like that, but he walked away under his own steam, and that's the best news of all.
Yeah, it really is, and an incident like that is, nobody wants to see that, and he was going to have to wait and see how things unfold here with this barrier inspection, but they are going here. We're seeing the cars going all down and off track at turns 4 and 5 and 6.
It's going to make this filthy dirty there, but it does mean they're going to be missing the debris field. I don't think it'll be too long before they do take the correct line.
Yeah, it just depends on how much room they need to get that barrier repair done.
That's yeah, you can see just behind the 50 board. That's evidence of the violence of that impact.
Yeah, spat that left rear clean off the car, didn't it?
It did indeed.
Just seeing it being taken away.
It's in moments like that, Ollie, that actually TV doesn't do quite often a very good job of showing the speeds and the forces involved. Yeah. It's moments like that you see when it loses adhesion at those speeds.
230 k's an hour around here with a P3 car, and boom, it's just such a violent hit. Yeah. And that's the thing, that it's how quickly you're stopping.
Yeah.
It's really nasty in the way that it sort of slaps the wall, and then it plucked that left rear off. And you're wanting, well, you're not wanting accidents, but if an accident where a lot of the vehicle starts to sort of leave, it starts to then dissipate the energy outwards and sort of away from the car. And
So that car, an LMP3 car built by Ligier, the car in France. LMP3 cars based around a full carbon fibre tub with a steel roll cage. We'll get back to that in a moment. David has been hopping further down the pit lane. He's with Lurk Hartog now for a chat about his race so far.
Welcome to the Little and Large show. I always find somebody that's considerably taller. Look, Hartog, how's this race going for you?
Yeah, not too bad. This safety car is well timed for us, so for us it's well timed. There's many cars actually at the moment at the same strategy, so we don't really know where we stack up, but for us it's okay.
Yesterday, Antares had a bit of damage in the car. Is okay today?
Yeah, so far he kept it very clean, that's important, and we have a good race car, so hopefully are managing to get to the front.
And with the strategy as it is, as you say, everyone doing different things, you don't really know where you stand until the last hour, I guess.
Yeah, our fuel tank was empty now, so we can fill it up right now, and yeah, all was good.
So it's perfectly timed, this. You couldn't have had it better.
Let's see.
We'll find out. Look, thanks very much.
Yeah, look, it's his driving partner Antares out, reigning champion, of course, went to Le Mans with Montai last year. Great to see David Addison, the vertically challenged David Addison, in that regard, doing his fantastic impression of the Statue of Liberty with that microphone.
He must be one of the only drivers that I'd look up to in the paddock.
He's a very tall boy.
He is a tall lad.
Yeah, there's a bit of talk back there. I couldn't quite get that interference there from David Addison. Yeah. Something, no one looks up to you, Alan Gavin. So we're still on the safety car as the clear-up continues at the incident site that's eliminated the number 23 from proceedings. Let's take a look for a moment about cars that are no longer mobile. Started with the number 37 car, our pole-sitting car from the QMMF by Getspeed, the Qatari crewed AMG that set pole position. Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi, the unwitting victim of someone else's incident, taking out the AMG. That car will go no further. The number 5 United Autosports car, Giorgio Rodi, we saw just checking up, unable to get a gear when leading, and leading fairly comfortably at that point. And we're hearing 2 gears meshed in that car, we believe.
It really is extraordinary what's happened there. That's so unlucky. And
Absolutely.
And I've not really heard of that happening.
I've watched hundreds of races in this era of LMP2. I've never heard of it happening before, so something's gone very awry there. At the moment, still in the garage, Ajith Kumar, we heard with David talking to Ajith a little earlier, they do plan to fix the car and get the car back out to prove the repair before Abu Dhabi next weekend. They are currently in the garage. Team WRT's number 28 BMW was in the thick of things yesterday, but they're out of this race. Sergei Stolyarov with gearbox problems in the BMW M4 GT3 Evo. And then, of course, most recently, the number 23 car from 23 Events Racing, Louis Stern, heavily into the barrier and out of the race. That car obviously tumbling down the order as a result. Everybody else at the moment is still on track. We have had a couple of cars with some substantial delays, but well over, just looking here, 30, almost 40 cars still running and running very competitively when we get back to green flag running, and it looks to me as if we're getting ready when the pit lane opens for a substantial number of pit stops, Ollie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pass around is coming.
Yeah. So this will be all of the cars that are looking to take that pass around and be going over to the right-hand side of the track.
Which is good news for 2 reasons, by the way. It's good news because pass around indicates we're getting closer to the end of the safety car process. Also seems to indicate they don't believe they need to fix that barrier.
Yep, and maybe it's just a little bit of damage there to the front face of that barrier and not structural.
But there you go, still no shortage of cars in this train. Algar Pro Racing 1, 2, 3 with the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car running third, our winners from yesterday. Chetalar Racing, championship leaders in second place yesterday, running in fourth. Shah Malaysi aboard that car, trying to get on terms when we go back to green flag running, with Melty Jakobsen third, Enzo Trulli in second, and Matthias Kaiser holding the lead. James Allen in the RD Limited car is going to be pumped up and ready to go. He's just taken that position from Gus Menezes. in the high class racing number 49 before we came to the safety car. And looming behind Gils Menezes is another force to be reckoned with, young Griffin Peoples. That is another of these names to watch for now and into the future. Yeah. In LMP3, it's still CLX Motorsport. Paul Lancher at the wheel of that car. High class racing's Tim Whale is second, with RHGP and Shahan Sarkisian sitting third. Terence Woodward and Nick Adcock complete the top 5. And Roman Wozniak for Team Virage 6th. GT, Kessel Racing cycled back to the lead of this race. Justin Blattner at the wheel of yesterday's race-winning car number 74. Origin Motorsport, the number 87 Porsche, having a good run, lands at Bob Yuan. And Tony McIntosh, after disaster at the start of the race yesterday, doing a fine job sitting third in the surviving Team WRT BMW. Blake McDonald, another star from yesterday, the TF Sport 11, in fourth after an engine change for that car this morning. And Andrei Mukazov, my apologies, in the United Autosports 59 McLaren, doing a good job there in fifth. Steve Jans in the surviving Get Speed AMG number 9. The 10 Monsai Porsche we heard just a moment ago from Lurk Martog in the hands at the moment of Teres Au. Neymar Gidley in the second Kessel Racing car, the 15 Ferrari. Then the 34 Racing Team Turkey Corvette of Tom Van Rompuy, and the 56 Ecuricos Blackthorn Aston Martin of Giacomo Petrabelli. That completes the top 10 in GT3.
Yeah, and are we going to be getting to the point where we've got the opportunity for those pit stops and for those driver changes?
Well, we're into the window. This must be the last lap behind the safety car before the pit lane opens.
That's what I was thinking. It's 3, isn't it?
It's 3 laps,
yeah,
and they've completed laps. So, yes, this time around, I think. But I don't think we can be too much longer before we go green anyway.
Yeah, maybe we'll just get 1. Depends on how the clear-up is going down there at turn 5. Pack's coming through there, turn 7, turn 8. Making their way into turn 9. But, everybody will be understand what's going to happen. There'll be instructions coming from engineers to drivers. Sam Cox there.
Yep, team manager at Algar Pro Racing, team run by.
Seems to be a little bit of a gap there in between. I think it's the 7 of the pack. I know Gwen will be on that and be talking to the teams about the gaps between the cars. They do like to keep everybody packed up so you don't get this big concertina effect, which then you can have incidents in that. And so you just want to make sure that if we are going to go back, everybody is...
Well, we're going to know. Absolutely spot on. We're going to go back green flag racing with 2 hours and 13 minutes to go.
I think we have a very busy pit lane here.
Pit lane. Car under the rear wing of the 20. Go to the pit wall. Watch
Whoa.
Matt Neckerson to the outside. It's 3 wide, almost for the APR cars.
And Enzo Truly's got up the inside there, and he's got the deal done on Kaiser. That's nicely done. It was quite intimidating coming down the front straight. Maybe there was a little bit of chat on the radio there about where to place things. And Malt's looking very busy here up the inside.
Got him.
Into 5, 6 there. Nice move there by Malt.
So Malte Jakobsen takes second place. So it is Enzo Truly, Malte Jakobsen, Matthias Kaiser now under immediate pressure from Charles Malaysia. James Allen doing what he can to stick in this fight. These are the top 5 gapping. Gustavo Menezes back
the inside of turn 9 over Enzo Trulli. That's a great move. He's really come alive here this weekend. Molt has. He's driving fantastically in the number 4 CrowdStrike car.
Great restart from everybody there. Kept it safe. Just, yeah, they were shaky moments, weren't they?
Sam's face tells certainly a story there, and it's still extremely busy up the front here in P2. These 5 cars have really gapped and got away, and is this going to settle down? I don't think so, because Charles Mallacy's looking up the inside of the 20. Nearly enough room there. Kaiser gave him just enough room there, but I think it's a good run here by Charles, coming down through 13 into 14. It's going to be the last of the late breakers on the bumps here through 14, and Charles has just rolled off the brake there, but he's just gone a bit wide. But it's going to be the run off of here. Oh, that's a little bit rude. And he's just squeezed him a little bit there, but Charles is still there on the inside. But here comes James Allen up the inside. I think he's going to get both of them as they go into 16. He's stuck his nose in there, but Charles is trying to hang out round the outside. It's 3 wide if they come off of turn 16.
Wow. Yet again, great LMP2 race in the Asia Le Mans Series. Both cars get by. Matthias Kaiser still not giving that up. Charles Mallacy gives him a message, trying to take the line into turn 1, but it's James Allen to the inside. It's Charles Mallacy must take the runoff here, and that should be enough for James Allen to take the position. Matthias Kaiser still putting him under pressure. What a great restart.
Absolutely brilliant, and then Charles Mallacy there was absolutely mindful. Shows a guy that's really processing extremely well. He knew he was out there. He had to take that runoff area and go up around the outside of turns 4. Knew he was going to get a penalty if he didn't do it. Real smart driving there from him.
And meanwhile, the restart in GT, all sorts of things going on here. Tony McIntosh up to second place. Per Bombjuan also up to third. Blake McDonald, Steve Jans, then Tom Van Rompuy. That's the instruction they've got. This is the move around the outside by Tony McIntosh. Look at the inside though, not quite there for the 22 car.
Yeah, where was he going? He was turning left and everybody else was turning right.
That was Jonas Reed. Yeah, Malte Jakobsen meanwhile is closing in to lap the number 88 car of hers, Felix Felbermeyer, so the silver ranked driver, it is there. Here's another change. This is the number 3 car of Griffin Peoples. He's made up a place. He's 4 seconds back from that lead group.
This has been a tricky restart for the 54. And I'm not going to... How are we saying his name in the 54 there, Graham?
It's the Dutch guy. I'm not going to offend the Netherlands any more than I already have this afternoon. We'll have another crack at that when I've got my breath back.
Okay. Yes, it's been tough for...
It's Jelmer Berman's mate.
Okay. And we're seeing the P3 battle come down into turn 1 here, 94 on 29. And,
I'm going to go with Schundeverd, by the way.
Schundeverd, okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll try that in a minute.
Car 88, meanwhile, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for a VSC infringement for the Felbermeyer family car.
Oh, and Molt's getting a little bit held up here by the 88. And
he wants to get by here because he has gapped the chasing Enzo Trulli and will not want to wait for much longer.
No, and I'm not sure what the tyre situation is here with Molt Jakobsen and the 4 car and the 25 of Enzo Trulli. They might be on different strategies, and it'd be wise if they were, because they can cover off all kinds of different ways that this race can be run.
Ben Hanley, meanwhile, in the number 6 car, and from United Autosports, and the car 99 as well, all getting 10 seconds added to the next pit stop on pit lane. The 22 from Proton Competition. 99, by the way, is one of the 2 JMR Corvettes. They've had a wretched afternoon.
Yeah, it's been tough for them. 13 serving that penalty. Now here we are, pit lane number 10 getting a full service.
I'm not sure the 13 serving a penalty. I think it might be doing its long pit stop.
Oh, that's possible, yes.
This is the 17 and the 85. This is the battle for second. Team Virage, having not stopped in that last exchange. Roman Wozniak leads the race by 1 minute and 43 seconds, but is a pit stop
contact
out.
there, 85 and 17. You could see that coming, the way that the 17 was coming back across, and the 85 already had his nose there. And these two are they're going to be hurting one another's races here if it gets too much physical than this.
Not much point flashing the headlamps there, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
From the Duquesne.
Yeah.
But I can understand it's Lena Bula aboard this car. She's going to the inside, being squeezed to the pit wall by the 17 car. Can't take it much further than that. Now sweeps to the outside line. Lena Bula, I think, has got this.
Yep.
Through into second place for RSGP.
Yeah, that was nicely done, actually, after that initial contact there at 14.
Yeah.
Kept it cool. This was it. Just, the 17 was looking to sort of come back across and take the line, and the 85 was already there.
This is the move. So the 17 car, I think, had given best at that point, realised. So Lena Bula with a race win under her belts in the Michelin Le Mans Cup in Europe last year, trying to push for a win here in Asia, as Team Virage stopped from the lead. And this could be quite tight if they take a long stop here. New fastest lap of the race, by the way, Bijou Garg, 150.349 in the currently 12th place number 43 car.
Yeah, and I think we'll see a little bit quicker than that, I think. They got down to 48s yesterday, I believe. So that was a 150.349. I think that just goes to show that there's a certain amount of tyre management going on here, and I think people are a little bit still holding back with all of their performance. They don't want to be using all of those Michelin tyres up, not quite yet, and making sure that they've got something in for those last couple of stints and for the final driver to go in the car. The 85 going wide there, and the 17 got back by.
Right, let's get down to David Aniston. He's down in pit lane at the moment with one of the drivers, George Kurtz, from the leading car. Wonder how George is doing, or have we just bailed from that? I think we may bail from it.
Yes, I think we might.
Big lock-up. Well, we are now going to go down George Kurtz after a slight delay. White flag's being shown. Down with George and David Addison now.
George Kurtz winner yesterday and going well today. Let's just reflect on yesterday's race, first of all. It was quite a story towards the end.
Well, yesterday's race was up and down. You know, I think we were in a good position, and obviously the safety car came out, and, you know, we went from 1st to 12th, and we just never gave up. Virtual safety car came out. We made some positions up, and that's the beauty of racing. You know, sometimes it gives it, sometimes it takes it. But overall, the team did a fantastic job. I mean, incredible drivers with Malt and Louis, and I couldn't be prouder of the team to come out on the top step.
It was fascinating watching the way a fresh set of tyres changed things yesterday.
Well, the tire deck here is so big, and you know, luckily the strategy played out. Same for some of the cars behind us, and you know, Louis was just he was a total weapon with the new tires. That's really the first time he got new tires, like the whole weekend. So he had a big smile on his face, and he used it to its full advantage.
Right, what about today? All going well?
Yeah, I mean, we were a little bit behind in the starting grid, but I think we made up decent positions. Got Malt in P1, so we'll see when Louis gets in the car, and like anything else here, it's just managing the tires, and hopefully the safety cars and yellows and virtual safety cars go your way.
And it looks like you really like an LMP2 car as well.
The car's good. Yeah, the car's been good.
And it suits you.
I love the P2 car, yeah. I'm focusing on that this year, not so much GT. And there's so many little nuances, and you got to pick up all the tricks of the trade from these guys. So that's what I'm going to focus on this year, and we'll cut our heads down and we'll see where we come out.
See you on the podium again, probably.
We hope so.
George, thanks.
Great stuff there from George Kurtz. He's had a rich seam of form lately with that Daytona win last weekend. They lead the race by 1.7 seconds from Enzo Trulli. And now James Allen up to third. Matt Kaiser back up to fourth ahead of Charles Malaysi.
Yeah.
So Malaysi's lost a place there. Changes as well in GT with a range of different pit stops. Tony Mack McIntosh to the lead, and now we've got another battle in LMP3. Leonid Bula goes through into the lead ahead of Kevin Rabin. But now joining the train. Rapid this weekend in this car. Another man, by the way, that has won the Rolex 24 hours in that astonishing finish. Just a few years ago on the line at the end of 24 hours for Pro. But James right
of time there in the pit lane, and this is where it really becomes this team sport. You know, the driver's there, the one who's taking care of the car out on the track, but when it comes in pit lane, that's where the team really takes over, and they all have to deliver on their jobs.
Yeah, let's see just how good a stop this is. It's a big lockup from somebody. And Yakusa leading pit lane now. It's 1 minute and 29 seconds. Not the quickest pit stop we've seen.
Well, we're going to be seeing others, though. I think everybody's close to their window now to come down pit lane.
We are just past halfway in this 4-hour race. It's been peppered with incident, some of them less serious than others.
17 car, we're on board here with Kevin Rabin, and he's not really under too much pressure here. It seems like the aero wake from these P3 cars is the thing that's sort of keeping these cars sort of apart, and they can't quite close up on one another. The 29 cars trying to join the party here, but it's not quite there yet.
So number 3 car, Griffin Peoples on pit lane, followed down pit lane 6th and 7th, by the way, by Jan Erlache. They start to just shuffle the way back down the order as others continue on deeper into their stint. Safety car infringement car, under investigation car 94, that is the 5th place in LMP3 car, currently in the hands of Philip Lindbergh, the high-class racing car. Jan Erlache on pit lane. Good to see the 44 car on form this weekend.
Yeah, they are going well. And I think with Matthew Vexavier to get in there to finish, there should be only moving forward.
Should remind myself, by the way, someone did pop in to my inbox to remind me, one, I've made a mistake. Needs to be corrected.
Blimey.
I know it never happens, does it? VPS Racing, the Forestier by VPS Racing. The P is not Steve Paulette, it's Aurelian Panis, Olivier Panis' son, and Rafael Serrano. So thanks very much to Jens Jensen, our Danish mate from the European Le Mans Series press room.
There goes Enzo Trulli down pit lane, leaves James Allen out in the lead.
What a ridiculous result that would be if they won this race.
Well, they're certainly in the fight, no doubt. No doubt, but it's going to be a crazy battle to the end here. There's 4 or 5.
Yeah, why really ridiculous? Ridiculous because the bronze driver that started this race wasn't on the team sheet until qualifying. Had never driven an LMP2 car before qualifying, James Sweetnam. And they've had the car on the podium yesterday and have every chance of doing it again today. James Allen putting in a trademark rush to the front. 47 car, Jetlar Racing and Charles Malaysi ready to go. The tyres ready for that car as well. Hour and 56 minutes remaining, and the lead group cycling through this pit stop.
25 there, was just
Sequence.
having its all of its brake cooling ducts being cleaned out, and they're just making sure the nose for any air coming into the cabin as well, that was all clear and clean. Just thinking about how the driver is performing inside that environment. Every single car that's in this race today will be pretty unpleasant to drive. It's going to get hot, it's going to get steamy, it's going to get very physical inside these cars, and it's certainly something that every driver will be feeling. You see that every driver, when they get out of the car, they're sweaty and they've worked extremely hard, and it's, you know, some drivers are using more energy than others when they're behind the wheel, and certainly it's one of the reasons why these drivers need to be so fit and so in shape.
Indeed.
Seeing this P3 battle down into turn 1. Oh, the 71 car was, as it was turning right, it was also turning left.
Yeah, this is the lead battle, by the way, in LMP3 is 4 cars deep and 1.6 seconds between those four. It is RHGP, and Lena Bulet leads from Kevin Rabin in the CLX Motorsports car, 23 events number 71, Ibrahim Badawi, and now Lucas Fakuri has joined that train in the Forestia Racing by VPS car.
Yeah, Blake McDonald out here with the number 11 car, and that's going to be James Rowe going in. And I can't speak highly enough of TF Sport and what they've managed to do today.
Staggering.
It is really fantastic in changing that motor so quickly and really getting the car out on the grid in great time.
Yeah, top two cars in the running order as we stand on pit lane now. Ben Hanley, for the moment, takes the lead. It's RD Limited, James Allen, and Matthias Kaiser hanging on in there with the 20 car, the Algar Pro Racing car on pit lane, as also right now is Gustavo Menezes. I think we're just going to see Ben Hanley to complete that sequence of the leading cars in LMP2. Side-by-side shots here with the red car from RD Limited, the blue car from Algar Pro Racing. Tyres for the RD car. Fuel still going in for the number 20.
This is going to get tight here. What a bobble there on the right front for the 30. Didn't quite come off cleanly.
Meantime, away goes the 11 car. That's down off the jacks.
Fresh
Fires
set of
up.
boots going on for the 20 here. Oh, that's close there. 17 right across the front of the 47. Charles Mallacy got out of it just enough there. Oh, the 85 just not looking. Just drove straight across the front of the 43. Fortunately, the 43 just got out of it enough.
But that's left him vulnerable to the charge from Charles Mallacy, the 47, that's come down to turn 1. Here comes the number 4 car to the apex, but look behind, side by side. 4 goes by the 20 as it emerges from pit lane.
Yeah, and who's up in front? Is that James Allen up front? Has he managed to get out in front of these guys? He's going to get eaten up, I think, as it comes down into turn 7, 8, 9. The run up to 10 is going to be interesting, super fun. And 20, yeah, dropping back. 43 up the inside, 47 also getting it done. 20 still trying to get its tyres up to temp. And it's now going to be, where is the 30? Oh, big black lines there by the 43. And the 47, Charles Mallacy is desperate to get by as we switch to this shot all the way from turn 10. And is James Allen in the hunt there. We've just dropped out a shot.
So, Ben Hanley on pit lane now. The de facto leader then becomes Griffin Peebles in the DCAR engineering car. They did not take tyres, but behind them it is Enzo Trulli, James Allen, Malte Jakobsen, Bijou Garg in the 43 for Europol competition, and Charles Mallacy. That's the battle pack.
Yeah, Enzo Trulli in the lead. He has got the lead here over Malte Jakobsen, so this is the sort of default battle here for the lead, even though it's sort of third, fourth and fifth. And now seeing what happened here. Oh, Corvette and Corvette battle here. One car wanted to go in the pits, one car wanted to continue, and oh dear, what a mix-up.
That's Tom van Rompuy trying to get to pit lane.
Oh dear, oh dear.
And may well get a penalty. He's crossed that white line as well.
He has, and you know, they may well argue that he couldn't get there because the other car was there, but oh, what a mix-up between the two Corvettes.
So Peebles to the lead this time around for DCAR Engineering, but will have a lasting tyre disadvantage, I think, through this stint.
Yeah, I think he's going to get eaten up.
Enzo Trulli fending off Malte Jakobsen as they cross the line. James Allen right with them as well. Charles Mallacy has cleared Bijou Garg, and he's now trying to get onto the rear of this train. Here's the LMP3 train, still 4 deep. Kevin Rabin to the lead for CLX Motorsport, ahead of Lena Bula in the RSGP car. Ibrahim Badawi and Lucas Fakuri, they're all still right there.
Yeah, and this has gone backwards and forwards, hasn't it? The 22 there of Jonas Reed just trying to get through and clear it. But the 85 now
goes wide.
Yeah, wide, and the 71 up the inside. Nice move, actually. Very clean.
That, by the way, 23 events, Lena Bula's team in the Michelin Le Mans Cup last year. RSGP, her first racing efforts with this team in the Asia Le Mans series, making that switch. So 7.6 seconds is the lead for Griffin Peoples. Let's see, when he's clear of traffic, what the lap time is like.
I wonder if the 4 cars could employ the same, or up the inside 29.
4's ahead of 25 now.
Yeah.
Malte Jakobsen has passed Enzo Trulli.
Is this where we're seeing the 85
this
run
was
wide,
the lead
17
change.
Coming up the inside into 16. Nice and clean, plenty of space. Nicely done.
So hour and 50 minutes remain. DKR Engineering lead this race. Malte Jakobsen now clear of challenging traffic around him, and now will get his head down. 6.1 seconds already. The gap is coming down, and coming down reasonably quickly in this phase of the race, and Jakobsen will have a tyre advantage here.
Yeah, Lena Bula has dropped back a bit there in the P3 battle. It seems that she's got shuffled back with a number of moves with guys going by, and she just needs to reset and get through this. 43 got bottled up there with the 15 car from Kessel, and the APR car trying to go around the outside there, but not enough room.
Matthias Kaiser, a slightly torrid time at the moment here. Doesn't seem to be going quite his way. James Allen fending off Charles Malaysia and trying to do what he can do to hang on to the leading couple of 3 cars here.
He tried to predict where the McLaren was going to go there.
So Malte Jakobsen to the front of the screen here, then Enzo Trulli, and then wending their way around the GTs, including the WRT car.
We've got Parker Thompson in it now.
It has indeed. And a further battling pair between the 43 car from Inter-Europol competition. That car in the hands of Bijoy Garg, Le Mans winner, of course, in LMP2 a few years ago with United Autosports, and Matthias Kaiser from Algarve Pro Racing. Lots of experienced hands here, and they're dealing at the moment with the number 10 Montai car. That car beginning to cycle up the order. Klaus Bachler aboard the car now, and he's a weapon in that car.
He is, and it's amazing how they always, that's the number 1 car, back out in pit lane.
Yeah, so we did hear that Julian Gerby was going to be going out to prove the repair on this car.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's amazing how Manthey always just slowly managed to progress towards the front of the pack in GT, stealth-like.
New fastest lap of the race that comes from James Allen, 4th place, trying to close in on Enzo Trulli. It's a 1:50.073. The 6.7 second gap that Griffin Peoples held a lap and a half ago is down to 4.5 to Malte Jakobsen. 1:52.6 for Griffin Peoples, plays 1:51.0 to Malte Jakobsen. Enzo Trulli's going with him, but they're both being caught at the moment by James Allen.
And Charles Malaysi's not far behind. All the timing sectors are lighting up at the moment with purple and blue sectors for many cars. They're all pulling the trigger right now, and they've been given the hurry up by their teams.
Another purple sector for James Allen, blue sectors for everybody else, with the exception of Griffin Peoples, who I think is beginning to struggle with those tyres.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time before he is eaten up here. 85 going slow down into turn 1.
So what's happened there to Lena Bula?
Yeah, is that a problem here on the left front?
Yes, that's down, isn't it?
Yeah, cut on the tyre.
That's happened very, very early on the lap.
Yeah, it's going to be a long way back. Nice and steady, don't hustle this. Just got to take your time as you go back. It's so difficult to do this. A full lap on the racetrack when everybody's at racing speed and you've got a tyre down, it's really tricky as a driver, because you're going so slowly, it appears, and everybody's just whipping by you, and you're trying to stay offline, but you've got one corner of the car completely wounded, and you've now just got to just try and nurse it back. If you go too fast, the tyre will start to unravel and it will start whipping the bodywork off and doing way more damage. So just got to be really tentative here. Hopefully the team are talking her through this and how she can get the car back with the least damage.
It's another fastest lap of the race, and again it goes to James Allen. He's the first driver under 150. It's a 1:49.662. Top 5 drivers separated by 4.4 seconds.
It's like they're all egging one another along here, aren't they?
It is indeed.
Absolutely cracking the whip.
Griffin Peebles is about to be swallowed up, I'm afraid, by the chasing 4.
Yeah,
they're with him now.
He's going to go from 1st to 5th, I think, in about 3 corners.
He is indeed. There's going to be wary here of the slow car on track.
Oh, this is the worst point coming here into this brake zone, and that tyre is just starting to lock up. She's trying to get the car slowed down and through the corner, and this is really tricky points, and she's going to have the lead drivers in P2 on her extremely quickly. Just not long now. They're about to come around the corner. I think Griffin Peebles is going to be on her any second.
Back there is Griffin Peebles, still leads the race, but up the inside now goes Malte Jakobsen. He's going to take the lead. Through comes Enzo Trulli.
Oh dear.
But just about gets through 3 wide with the damaged Duquesne. James Allen is right with them.
He is, and I think he's going to get Griffin Peebles possibly around the outside, up the inside here.
He's got
up the inside.
Much more grip. He had a quick look at Enzo Trulli, no way through there.
Yeah.
Charmalesi just hangs back. High risk zone there at that point.
Griffin Peebles has been smart there. He knows that they're coming. Don't fight them. Just let them go. It was only going to really hurt his race even more. He knows he's going to have his teammate getting in on a fresh set, and they'll be able to live to fight another day.
So it's James Sweetman at the back of the group there. It's Romain Dumas. Again, this team's only LMP2 effort, as it is for Chettelard Racing, by the way. So it's all on here for the championship and the entry to Le Mans. They'll have no other opportunity to earn it, other than just asking nicely of the selection committee.
Oh, deep there for 25. Wow, great move.
Yeah, Precious through invitation is going to be available this year. Warning flag, Charles Malesi abusing track limits. No more opportunity to take liberties there. Well done, Lena Bueller. She's managed to get the car back around, but that would have been so frustrating.
Oh, I'm not sure that was the incident, though, that caused the puncture.
It's the other tyre,
isn't it? It was the other side of the car. And that was a number of laps ago as well, so I'm not sure if something else came along. Okay, we're just getting some further information about the 85 and the 64 in pit lane. And is this what happened? Oh, 64's heading out, and 85. Wow!
Almost into the fueling rig.
Good grief.
And that car would have had to be repositioned to get back out. That is certainly going to be looked at.
Good grief. That was super lucky. Very mindful of the 64 there, just to make sure he breathed it and tried to miss.
Oh, 4 wide here. Good grief.
That's crazy. Is that the 90?
That's the 13. That is the 92.
92, yes.
The 15 and the 51. That's a full line in bingo, and then a line right across the track there.
The 51 just unhooking the 92 a little bit there.
Oh, there's big contact.
Big contact with the 15, and 92 thought, I'll have that back, thank you very much.
And yet another chapter is written in the story between Kessel Racing and AF Corsa.
They love one another.
They love it. They love it being told how good the others are.
Yeah, Richard Leeds on board the 92 car. God, he's got so many. How many race wins at Le Mans now has he got, and how many?
Sorry, who are we talking here?
Richard Leeds.
173. Yes, he's almost
monopolising it.
He's almost 200 years old now, Richard Leeds.
Such a nice guy. What a passionate man for motorsport.
Isn't he just?
Brilliant.
I've said it before on air, the driest sense of humour.
He's just great.
I'm one of only 2 people in motorsport to have punched me. Only 2.
It's extraordinary.
Yeah,
so
I'm working on 3. We've got another hour and 41 minutes.
Won't be very long, believe me. Oh, what's going on here between the 15 and the 51?
That was all over. That was all over the curbs to the 15 car. So that's still Nemo in the car. It's Dylan Medler.
Is it?
And,
yes. Dylan Medler.
And by the way, that is not for position. That is actually a lapped car, the 51.
Oh, yeah, they've had some problems, haven't they?
Yeah, that is Sean Galale aboard the car now.
First, second and third here in P2. Malt's not getting away.
No, he's not.
Enzo Trulli is continuing with his strong form that we saw at Sepang.
Shouldn't forget, it's his first season in LMP2. James Allen.
He done some testing though, hasn't he, with APR?
He's done a comprehensive testing campaign with them, but
so he'll be familiar with the machinery and the environment and the car tyre, everything, all of that.
Everything apart from a Maniac and another P2 car about 3 inches from his rear.
Why are you calling James Allen a maniac?
For effect. But, you know, it's aggressive. This LMP2 racing, one of the greatest things about it is it's well matched because, of course, the basic package is the same, albeit whatever the team can throw at them in terms of setup and strategy. So this is the 59 and 9.
Yeah.
If that's for position, that's for third place. That's Anthony Bartone coming out of the pits. And Alexei Nesov takes that place.
And this is Parker Thompson just getting the deal done also at turn 10.
Yep, so this is the
69
Team
on
WRT car. That was actually that car up in second place now. 11.9 seconds the gap to Yi Hong Lee in
It's
the leading Origine Porsche.
Yeah, the Origine car has had some significant hits, but it's still going.
Yes.
Had contact on the first lap, wasn't it? Oh, second lap, I think it was, with a P3 car down at turn 6.
Made of unobtainium.
Yeah.
So this top 3, you say that they're lapping in formation, but that rather underplays what's going on here.
Oh, these guys are flat out.
Absolutely.
And they are looking for every single spot and an advantage, every single opportunity to get past traffic, put traffic in between themselves.
That was neatly done by Melter Jakobsen. He just breathed off it. There was no way through the other two. Took a minor advantage, almost immediately swallowed up, but he has just edged out the odd 10th there.
Yeah. It's rather nervous down there in RD Limited. And but they'll be very, very happy with their position right now. They know that they are in this fight and a really good chance here for another podium.
Fuel load is coming off, lap time is coming down, 150.0 from Malte Jakobsen, 149.9 from the chasing number 25 car was Enzo Trulli, 150.0 from James Allen. And Charles Lacey, who dropped back a little bit, may have to be a little more conservative because of that track limits warning. He's under 150 as well. Car 92 under investigation for unsafe release. That's a Montai car.
Yeah, and Charles Balasi just done his fastest lap of the race in that last lap. Purple sector in the first sector, so he's still very much on it. These guys are about halfway through, maybe just a little bit under there, halfway through this stint. And as it's going green all the way through this, then they're going to be thinking about their tyres and what they're going to be doing, what they're going to be handing over to their teammates, because their teammates will be getting in at the next stop.
Where are we in terms of stint length at the moment for the GTs leading? Parker Thompson is beginning to make quite big inroads into the advantage of Yi Hong Lee.
Yeah, just it's really not that long into it. It's only 7 laps for Parker Thompson.
Yeah, well, Parker,
12 for Yi Hong Lee.
Parker now, what is that? 10.5 seconds back, but he took 2.5 out the lead on that last lap.
They could be sitting in a nice spot here.
They could.
And it'll be Dan Harper to close out in the 69 car, won't it?
That's not a bad club to have in your bag, is it?
It's not bad, but he will be racing Lauren Heinrich, so in the 87. So
this is part of the beauty of this this level, isn't it? That the names, some of them will be familiar names, some will be emerging names in this formula, but through the race, the wick gradually gets turned up to the point where in the final hour or so, we turn it up to bonkers.
And these guys, the 74 car, they are not out of the race either. Kessel Racing, Dennis Marshall on board. They decided to put him in the car now and give themselves just that little bit more flexibility with the next driver going in and that is going to be Chris Lulham. He is silver ranked here for this week for the Asian Le Mans Series. For all of the other racing he'll be doing for the rest of the year, he'll be upgraded to gold,
yep.
won't he? So
the peculiarity of driver gradings in the Asian Le Mans Series is because it straddles 2 years, you retain your ranking from the early of the 2 years. So you've got your 2025 driver ranking will survive for this season only, for this championship only, until the end of next weekend at Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, Anthony Bartone doing a nice job here. Being coached here again this weekend by my old teammate Andy Pilgrim, and saw him in downstairs outside the garages earlier on just before the start of the race, and you know, so passionate about his racing. He was talking me through exactly what happened with the 9 cars race yesterday, and certainly did sound like they had some significant bad luck, and it was right around about here in the race yesterday where they had some contact with a P car on the inside and a P car going around the outside, and that it did look like kind of a harsh penalty that they got that time going through there. But you know, we're not the stewards. The stewards see other angles than we do and other sort of ways of looking at the situation. But Anthony Bartone doing a fantastic job, and he's really coming on a lot under that tutelage of Andy Pilgrim. He's a fantastic mentor.
He's pushing hard here on the number 10 car. Unsurprisingly, after the video we saw a little earlier, car 64, Nielsen Racing, under investigation, unsafe release into the pit lane for James Allen. That's a driver change. It's a puncture.
Hearing a puncture. Oh.
So they've taken the opportunity to make the change now, trying to restrict the damage later. Tristan Vautier gets aboard the car.
Yeah, and that would have been a spot there by James. He is so experienced. Right rear going on there. So experienced here.
It's a proper puncture as well.
Yeah,
probably gone.
Yeah.
So that push from James Allen. I'm sure David will get an opportunity to have a chat with him about what happened, how and when and why.
Yeah, hopefully there's no other damage that's been caused to the bodywork or the sort of suspension in and around that right rear, because that looks like it's got a little bit unravelled, and that stuff would have been whipping around inside.
Yeah, that's bad news for RD Limited. That drops that car, by the way, down to 14th place. That's how close it is.
Yeah, golly, it really is.
So almost three wide here between the battling LMP3s. That is 23 Events Racing.
47 after going around the outside here. Can get past most of these P3 cars, but then he's had to sneak in behind.
Yeah, this is the battle for second place, by the way. 3-car battle, second place LMP3, as the, what is it now, third place car in LMP2, and for overall, Sean Malasey deals with that challenge. He's 5.8 seconds away from Melte Jacobsen, closing in on the last an hour and a half here, and there's a bit of debris there too.
Is that what has caused the puncture?
I wonder.
For James Allen.
And that, by the way, is why we have interventions for debris. If that's the case, that is pretty close to racing line, isn't it?
It is. Somebody can get out and over that. This has come off of. Oh, that's come off.
Dive plane.
Yeah.
It's dive plane from the number 8 car, the Team Virage car.
Well, they're going to have some bodywork repairs, aren't they?
They certainly are.
Overnight to the week.
Well, I did say we thought David might be seeking out James Allen after that incident with the puncture. He's done exactly that. So we've got our guy with the Rapid Australian down in the RD Limited pits right now.
James Allen, it was another mega stint, but then coming down the pit lane we saw the puncture. Did it come out of the blue?
No, unfortunately I'd made contact out of turn 11 with the front splitter of a P3. I thought I was clear and I gave him enough room, but I guess not. And it was just enough for the splitter to make contact with the sidewall of the tyre, and that was it. So an unfortunate way to end my stint, but this is racing and that's how it happens.
How many more laps of the stint had you got to go, or did it almost fit?
I didn't know the exact number, but we'd only done 7 or 10 laps, so not a huge, there's still a decent amount of the stint to go.
Was it just a tyre it did, or any more damage?
At the moment I believe just the tyre. I was lucky that it didn't delaminate, it stayed, like the carcass kept its shape, so I don't believe there's any damage, but you never really know.
I'll let you go and swear, thanks.
Yeah, that's that story told. And while you were listening to that, we were watching trouble for the number 71 car. Now trouble for the 8 car, running just straight off the track. 71 car had been running in second place in LMP3. That was Ibrahim Badawi. And then in a battle with the 29, the 8 car just runs straight off the course. Ajith Patel, and is stopping, restarting. But what had been a 3-car battle for second place in LMP3 has just evaporated in the space of half a lap. I'm sure that 8 car is not doing well at all. Team Virage ready for the car. New fastest lap of the race has just come on lap 64 for Theo Jensen in the high-class racing car. So just to recap, in LMP3, that 3-car battle, nose to tail. First we saw the number 71 car of Ibrahim Badawi lose the rear end, half spin. He's rejoined and remarkably is back up in third. And then trouble towards the end of the lap for the number 8 car that just runs straight off the circuit, stopped briefly, has now restarted. So Ajith Patel drops from what had been third down to 5th. And that puts High Class Racing's Philip Limburg back in the running for a podium position. Busy race out there. Hour and a half to go in this 4 hours, the second 4 hours of Dubai this weekend. 2 more races to come after today. Next weekend at the fabulous Yas Marina circuit in Abu Dhabi, capital of the UAE.
It is amazing, isn't it, when you get all the pro drivers in the car, it just gets turned right up to 11 and everybody is on their game. Watching here, Jonas Reed fighting away with the number 44 ARC Bratislava car. Jonas on board the 22 Proton competition. And multi-class racing here as we're seeing the Virage pit here. Expecting
this is the 8 I think has got a problem.
Yeah.
In 2 comes the 88. We don't do very many shout-outs. We're going to do this one, if only because Emmet Beth, who was part of your pit crew for many years,
yes,
and worked with me briefly, rather remarkably, in one of my day jobs.
Yeah, he said it was terrible.
Yeah,
hated it.
Absolutely, don't blame him. Either side, by the way, the Aston Martin there. He's watching it, enjoying the commentary. It's most of it. But recommends anybody for the live timing on the Asia Le Mans Series website with driver stint times and all.
Excellent.
So he's just edging back, isn't he, into his old ways. He told me he'd be tired from motorsport. He's sitting there now, probably in his full Corvette racing gear.
Goggles the lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff. Hello, Ian. Hope you're well. This 22-44 battle has been raging actually since the pit stop, so Alan Scher is really going at it. But up the inside, that's the 6 car.
It is the 6 car.
Yeah, joining the party. And
Paul Di Resta up into 9th place. Might even be 8th at this point.
8th, I believe, yeah.
Another new fastest lap of the race, by the way. That is coming tumbling down. It's RD Limited's Tristan Vautier now. So they're back on the fight, back from that delay with the cut tyre for James Allen. 1:49.328 from Vautier. But that will have compromised them in terms of their race plan.
Jonas Reed was in late there on the 54.
Very lucky the 54 saw him coming.
Yeah, opened the wheel and who's on board the 54?
54 is Francesco Castellacci.
Yeah, nicely done.
With the most Italian name in motorsport.
Brilliant. Jonas trying to go around the outside there, the 21. Just had to check his acceleration there, just to make sure that he wasn't going offline. Busy there in the Proton competition garage.
Yeah, there's Felix Felbermar in the background there, the 3rd generation of Felbermar racer.
We're going to be seeing pit stops not quite yet in P2. Well, maybe from Bijoy Garg will come in.
He's in now.
Yeah, 23 laps on his stint, but the others are all around about 14, 15 laps. Molt Jacobsen's done 17 on this stint. Ella Longshare has done 16, Duress has done 13. So let's see, get up to 23 laps, and that's the magic number when you're running under green.
So Ian was your fueler, wasn't he?
Yep, he was, and well, he did a fire bottle as well.
Okay.
And yep, he's there at Le Mans for many, many years. Always great to see him there.
I can't imagine what his coffee routine is like during a race like this. I mean, it has to make it really fast.
These guys have been going at it for quite some time. Dennis Marchal and Klaus Bachler, two guys extremely fast. Dennis was an ex-Audi factory driver.
Yeah, yeah, he's kind of got into that group at the wrong time, didn't he? Just as Audi Sport Customer Racing was effectively being disbanded. Real shame from the point of view of those of us that love sports car racing. Good luck to them in Formula One. I won't be watching.
Just was noticing actually on the front of that 74 car, it's actually got some damage on the nose, and I think that's going to be causing them some problems because it's right there, just off to the right hand side. Oh, the 44 looking to come up the inside of Griffin Peebles here.
Got it done. And it's got a Ferrari in the way, and it was making it very tricky there. That was beautifully done by Olache.
Yeah.
By the way, it's drive-through penalty for that number 11 TF Sports Corvette in the hands of James Rowe, track limits. And the same for the 51 that's rather further back in the order, and that's in the hands of Sean Galale.
Yeah, I'd seen that there had been some track limits with James Rowe, but hadn't been keeping score. Yeah, that'll be frustrating for the team.
Griffin Peebles, by the way, struggling at the moment, loses another place, this time to Paul de Resta, who's up into 6th place. They're on a charge here. Remember, that's the car that started from the back of the grid.
Yep, and I mean, it should be a strong lineup that they've got there, and United just have had a bit of a horror show here in Dubai, and they'll be hoping for far better when they get to Yas Marina, where they can reset and go with both cars. But one car out in the 5 car, and the 6 car had to start all the way from the back, and with Ben Hanley on board.
Oh, clattered over the curbs there for Jan Olache. He's very rapid in this car, isn't he?
He is. We've got Mathieu Vaxivière to finish off in the 44, so let's see if they can get a bit further up the order.
That would be a great result. It would be great to see them get a really good result here.
Yeah, really would.
Mira Konopka, who I think in his disappointment at not getting a place at Le Mans a few years ago, did say he was walking away from the sport. So glad he's not, because he's another one of these guys who's absolutely passionate about it.
Yeah, he is.
A tight-knit group at his Slovakian team. They've been part of this sport for a quarter of a century more.
Matthias Kaiser's just put his fastest lap of the race in there, 49.7, and
he's
always
doing well.
he always looks like he's just not really getting to grips with it. In the start of a stint, the 3-car, Griffin Peebles on pit lane, driver change there for him. He's done well in that car.
He has, and whilst compromised by not having the tyres underneath him, we should say, he's been sent out to do that job. It'll be Matthias Besch to get aboard the car. Meanwhile, here comes Malte Jakobsen leading this race. Now gradually just stepping away here. 3.3 seconds to the good. Sean Malesi is dropping off a little from this battle.
Yeah, that Cetilar racing car doesn't seem to have the pace today. But let's just see where they are with their tyre, because we saw that switch around yesterday massively with the Nielsen racing car, and this car here is also the 47 car, got new tyres at the end.
Am I right? We were quite surprised there was only a 10-point gap, weren't we, yesterday? Am I right?
Yes.
And if it stays
12 or 13, I think.
Okay, right, it's going to be very close if it stays like this.
It will.
Take a look at that.
Yeah. But yeah, Malt's only going to be about 3 laps away from a stop here, I believe, and so they'll be getting ready down there, and this will be a driver change, a full service. And there'll be Louis Delatraz to take this car home to the flag. Did a fine job yesterday.
As things stand, virtual points if you like, despite having won twice, if it finished like this, Cetilar would lead by 3 points.
Wow. Yeah.
So Enzo Trulli's position from the point of Algarve Pro Racing's wider interests is critical here.
That gap in GT is sort of stabilised, hasn't it, between the 87 and the 69.
Yeah, he's halved the gap to 6 seconds, and you're right, it's sort of stuck around that area. Alexei Nesov doing a good job here in that United Autosports McLaren. That's just 3 seconds back, and then it's the Dennis Marshall Klaus Bachler show, and they are closing in on all of the above.
Yeah, that McLaren got a little bit of a break, didn't it, with the bop?
Yes, yeah, it did.
So it's showing more performance.
Not a huge amount. I think it was 10 or 15 kilos.
Right.
Sort of half a husky.
Is that how you measure it?
It will be when I get home and he finds out I've understood everything he's been inflicting on my wife while I've been away.
Poor Trudy.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. You're going to be in so much trouble. Yeah.
You could be doing a lot of listening, a lot of learning.
United guys down there having a bit of a chat.
Yeah. They're beginning to go their way today because Paul de Resta, right with Jan Erlacher, and they're beginning to make impact on cars ahead. Here comes the 30 car of Tristan Vautier. How's he doing? He's pulling up the order as well. He is with Jacob Abel, has gone by, I think. He has.
Yeah.
So that means 9th place, and they're now scoring points again. And he's just waved goodbye, hasn't he? What happened here?
Oh, this is Tristan Vautier going around the outside of Jacob Abel.
Clean.
Yeah, it was very clean. Nicely done.
And pushes on now. Incident involving cars 34 and 99 at pit entry. That's the 2 Corvettes, wasn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Causing a collision.
Oh, yeah.
I hate to say it, I think that's on the Team Turkey car.
Yeah. I want to see it again.
Yeah, I'd like to see it again from turn 14.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Very tricky.
And now Jan Erlacher gets a warning flag for abusing track limits, so no more opportunity to take liberties, and he's now under pressure from Paul de Resta as well.
Yeah.
They, by the way, are 30 seconds back from Matthias Kaiser, who effectively is at the end of the lead, trainer 4. Jakobsen leads by almost 5 seconds. 3.5 seconds further back is Sharma Lacey.
But we know how this can turn around.
Oh yeah, and then Matthias Kaiser 7 seconds back from there. De Resta, if he's got the car underneath him, it's going to be a hurry to get this done.
Yeah, massively experienced in these cars in this class. Paul knows exactly what to do to extract the most from the Oreca 07 chassis.
He most certainly does. Again, of course, a current hypercar factory driver. It's not gone the way for Nielsen Racing today, has it? They've shown strong performance, but they've not been in a position to exploit it after that early puncture for
It's been
Crichton and Zudis.
It's been really tough for them. There's Anthony Bartone and Richard Leitz going almost wheel to wheel here, and Richard's piling the pressure on. But Anthony's doing a nice job. And this is over 5th and 6th.
Yeah.
And, so 6th and 7th, excuse me.
Richie will, if he can, want to get by as quickly as possible, because he's got quite the gap then to the next battling pair, another 13 seconds, but very tight line there. Looks like he's trying to size this up.
Yeah, actually Anthony's dropped back from that group. He was with the guys in front, wasn't he? He was with Dennis Marshall and Klaus Bachler, but over the last number of laps he's really dropped back.
Richie Lee's one of the most experienced factory drivers in any factory.
Yeah.
Loves his racing still.
Yeah, it certainly does. Very passionate about it. Get speed racing.
So, you're right, Anthony Bartoni's doing a good job here.
Yeah, a lot of curb there. See the rub blocks on the under the side of the car.
Nielsen Racing's day, by the way, is going to get slightly worse. It's 10 seconds added.
Oh,
for that unsafe release, and I think that's absolutely right. I think they're lucky it was 10 seconds, to be honest with you. That could have been a disaster.
Yeah, it was a tough one.
He is beginning to get to the point where you could talk about Paul di Resta shaping up for a pass here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some cars come down pit lane. I think Malt's going to be this lap, and it could well be that he's on pit lane very, very shortly.
Side by side, almost.
Yeah, and this is Richard just trying to get through here without any contact, back up the inside.
Where's he got the performance advantage here?
Whoa,
has he got it? Has he got it? I think he's got it, and he's got it on grip.
Stayed on track. Stayed on track. Nicely done, Richard. Just get the braking done into turn 12, uphill. Yeah, job done.
But kudos to the young man behind him. Held off a truly world-class driver for lap after lap there.
Yeah. So, has Malt been doing some fuel saving? So I think we get back to that P2 battle. I think we're going to see a number of those cars come down pit lane.
It was tyre saving yesterday. He's probably done the fuel today.
Maybe he's done both.
This is often part of the art that is lost on a casual viewer. Talk a little bit about the performance yesterday by Milt Jakobsen.
Yeah, it was remarkable. He managed to drive in his stint, and it was this stint that he did yesterday where he was just really looking after the tyre that he knew he was going to have to hand over to Louis Delatraz. And when Louis got in the car, he was able to just still have some decent performance, and it meant that when Louis came to his final stop, here we go, here's Malt Jakobsen now. But when Louis managed to get into that last stint and he had those new tyres, he could really drive that advantage home, take the lead from the 64 car and Alex Quinn, and drive off into the distance.
Yeah, it was great to see Louis Delatraz, by the way, full credit given, and due credit given it is indeed. Louis gets aboard the car now to his teammate. Yeah. And again, I think they're doing the same again. Don't think there's tyres there, but I don't think they're going to do them.
No, I think it will be a rinse and repeat.
And they're in a stronger position than they were yesterday at this stage of the race.
Yeah.
It's going to be fuel only. The car is ready to go.
Just waiting for the fueler now on the other side of the car to pull off. The side of the car, when that happens, the wand will go up, lollipop, and away they go.
So, next chapter written. Enzo Trulli goes to the lead. He will be down pit lane shortly, as will Matthias Kaiser. That group, by the way, are pulling away from the Jan Erlaché Paul di Resta group. Theo Jensen is catching both of them. And then we've got Kei Casalino in the Ponos Racing car, having a good run, by the way. Japanese-centered team, with the addition of some United Autosports technical support, by the way, here in the UAE. Tristan Vautier is catching all of them.
Yeah, we've got a problem there with the 17 and the 85. Turn 14, is that?
That was, there were the two of them, no further action on that. This is an interesting little battle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Alexei Nesov being caught by Dennis Marshall. Yesterday's race-winning 74 car, which I think you said earlier was carrying some damage. Yes, it is.
On that right front.
But Dennis Marshall still with Klaus Bachler in close contention, and still Paul di Resta pushing hard to try to get as close as he can onto terms with Jan Erlaché in the RC Bratislava 44 car.
Yeah, it's going to be Luke Hartog to close out in the 10. And then it will be Chris Lullen, won't it be, in the 74?
It will, yeah, which is the switch of strategy from yesterday's race winners in GT. That's a fair amount of responsibility placed on his shoulders, isn't it?
Yeah, but it will be, they'll be trying to get to at least that hour and 5 minutes to go.
Erlaché on pit lane, and here it is, side by side, Dennis Marshall, Alexei Nesov. Now it's a drag race, it's the McLaren against the Ferrari.
Yeah, McLaren's kind of got it at the moment, but is Dennis going to be able to go round the outside here? Really deep on the brakes there from Dennis. Can he get it done round the outside? It's neck and neck, but it looks like the McLaren might just about have it. Oh no, he's got him. Great move up the inside there. Really fantastic there by Dennis
Watch
Marshall.
Backler behind, because Backler looms as well.
He's up the inside as well at 16. Delivered it to the apex nicely, stopped it. Oh, that's textbook stuff there from Klaus Backler. Absolutely pounced. That's a mark of a pro there. You can see the opportunity, you know you've got to take it, and he did it. Executed really, really clinical there. But the McLaren's coming back down into turn one, and Klaus is going, well, yes, I can do that on the brakes, round the outside. And that was really nicely done there by Klaus Backler.
Great stuff, great sequence. The 13 car bobbing around in the background there after its troubled start to this race. Yesterday's race winner. Now Enzo Trulli and Sharma Lacey make their way down pit lane.
Both 24 laps in this stint. They've done a bit of fuel save there.
Matthias Kaiser from third does the same, so it's going to be double stack at Algar Pro Racing.
Yeah, fortunately the cars are in the right order.
ARC Bratislava, by the way, put Mathieu Vazevier into the car, and they emerge in a point scoring position. This is great stuff from them.
Mikkel Jensen getting in the 25. Very casually walking to the car.
Mikkel Jensen? Yeah. It's a United car.
Sorry, excuse me.
It's the reshuffle of talent that we get in LMP2.
Excuse me. Good job you're here, Graham.
It's neither Michael nor Mikkel.
Yes.
And by the way, that looks like the Chetelaar car has leapfrogged. It has. The 25, 47, Antonio Fuoco. They did not take tyres. That's a fuel-only stop for Chetelaar Racing. Fuoco aboard the car. And Tom Dillman,
that was who I was missing there.
Minute and 4.
Oh, dear.
Malaysia sort of happy, but sort of not.
No, I think he is. I think that Roberto is there saying, you know, great job, you were thinking, really smart.
Yep.
That's my sort of interpretation of that crazy, he's not crazy, but, you know, Italians and how...
a moment there with as well with the Marta Ferrari offers the hand to the Alpine factory driver and is basically saying, tell him nothing. But no, Sharma Lacey, cracking lad, very, very quick.
Yes.
Confidence has grown, correctly so, as his abilities have begin to tower as well. Paul Di Resta leads at the moment, under an hour and 10 minutes to go. So United Autosports lead the race. Theo Jensen from High Class Racing sits second. RD Limited's Tristan Vautier sits third, but those three cars all owe us a pit stop, I think. Theo Jensen, by the way, has been down pit lane just twice. Or rather, High Class Racing just twice in this race. Can that be right? How have they done that?
I don't think that... How can that be correct?
Di Resta on pit lane now.
Yeah.
As is Theo Jensen. Ford is scored as their third. RD Limited, meanwhile, because of course they're out of sequence because of the puncture, will go through to lead the race.
And where this could play into their hands, well, let's see.
Again, got to say here as we close in on the final hour, any kind of caution intervention here could throw everything up in the air again.
Yeah, Fuoco has really got on it here.
Yeah. So it is an hour and 8 minutes to go. Tristan Vautier leads the race by 11 seconds from Antonio Fuoco. Chetelaar Racing choosing to get that car out very quickly and take the track position. CrowdStrike Racing by APR's Louis Delatraz is 2.5 seconds back. He didn't take tyres either, but it looks to me to have taken more fuel. Tom Dillman is 1.3 seconds back in the 25 Algar Pro Racing car. They are now the four battling for race glory here. 44 and 3 involved in a battle. This is Mathieu Vazevier and Matthias Besch fighting for the last two point scoring positions. High Class Racing appear to have jumped United in the pits. Yes, Theo Jensen re-emerges from the pits ahead of Paul Di Resta. There's 5 or 6 key battles here in either pairs of cars or groups of 3.
Yeah.
And depending on how strategy plays out here, depending on whether or not we stay green, any one of those groups could be in this for a win or indeed a podium.
Yeah, we're watching Vaxivier here and Matthias Besch going at it. Besch has just got deeper on the brakes there. Not sure of their tyre situation, but yeah, that was not fought that hard by Vaxivier.
Meantime in GT, we're watching the LMP2s, but let's give you an update there. Leading the race still, Yehong Li. We've not yet seen Lauren Heinrich. That will be changed shortly.
Yeah, I think there's going to be any minute.
Parker Thompson has halved that lead again. It was just under 3 seconds when I last looked. It's 3.5 at the moment. But that is coming down. Dennis Marshall is now under 6 seconds back and quicker than both of them. Klaus Bachler just has dropped off a little. Got yellows down at turn 10 for a moment. Not quite sure why. That yellow removed. So someone's had a bit of a moment.
Oh, 77.
It's the 77 car. And it's...
This is down at turn 1, isn't it?
That's Van Eindhoven.
Yeah, it's just had a little bit of a... Has that been through some contact, or did he go off on his own? Let's see if there's any damage on the back of that 77.
Doesn't appear to be.
No.
All 3 classes again in the same shot. Let's have a look here. This is the 11. Oh, there was somebody else involved.
It was the McLaren.
It was the McLaren of
59.
Is it still there aboard that car? 59. It was on its outlap with Wayne Boyd.
Whoa. Yeah, that's a tricky one as you're coming down there into turn 1. Cold tyres, new driver.
This is our leader in LMP3, and it's an hour and 4 minutes till the end of this race. That is very tight on fuel without a splash.
Yeah.
Very tight. Spoke to a couple of the LMP3
class, and maybe that's the reason why Rabin was just being quite tentative there and being told that.
We're watching the battle here between Interpol and High Class Racing, but the real battle is for second place. Antonio Fuoco has got his mirrors full of CrowdStrike Racing by EPR's Louis Delatraz and Tom Dillman in the 25.
Yeah.
And they're all 3 of them dropping off a little from a charging Tristan Vautier with just, here we are now. There is the Chetelaar car. Here comes their biggest championship rival, the number 4, and the 25 field, they should be in the hunt as well. These are critical moments in this race and in this championship.
Yeah, Louis Delatraz is going to be doing all he can to hang on here. I think they're actually all on tyres that were used in the previous stint.
Yes.
So it's going to be all about how they're just managing this, the Michelins they've got on board. And, oh, you don't want this for Louis Delatraz. He's just got bottled up behind that P3 car, and this has really hurt him as he's coming through 15 into 16, and Tom Dillman will be looking to pounce here. And, oh, Tom's got squeezed on the apex there by the Breton car, which he won't be enjoying so much. But it's just enabled Antonio Fuoco just to stretch away here, give himself some breathing room. I don't think it's going to be too many laps, though, before Louis Delatraz is back on the gearbox of the 47 car as into the pits comes the 29.
That is our race leader in LMP3. Just looking at the CLX Motorsport time, that was a short pit stop. They completed their long stops, and I'm pretty certain the VPS for SDA Racing Car has done the same. So this should be broadly similar pit stop time. That may well give CLX the lead back. It's going to be tight though. 3 and 6 continue this battle. Paul Di Resta, Matthias Besch has gone by him.
Yeah, Besch has just got past him. And, what happened here was his traffic.
No.
Well, this could be an interesting moment in GT. It's a warning for car 87 abusing track limits. That's the leader under pressure from Team WRT's Parker Thompson. And we've still got Dan Harper to come in that car.
Yeah, Dan Harper to go into the 69 and Lauren Heinrich to go into the 87.
So that is a battle to conjure with, isn't it?
Looking forward to this.
We've been talking about one or two of the more experienced guys a little further back down the field, but those two young guns with an hour to go would be worth the entry fee.
Absolutely. They will be absolutely on it.
So 61 minutes to go. Tristan Vautier for RD Limited, the 30 car, the red and black car with the number 11 Corvette on pit lane. It's not really been their day, has it?
Not quite, no.
James Rowe will be getting out that car, will he?
James Rowe's out, Matt Bell is in, and away he goes. New tyres for that stint. Let's see what Matt can do.
Matthias Besch is absolutely charging. There's another place taken by the number 3 car, up to 7th place now, ahead of Nolan Siegel. That's 2 places in about a lap. Here he goes.
Yeah, up the inside here, into turn 10.
Look at the gap to Paul de Resta.
Yeah.
It will be new tyres, will it, for him? I think it is, yes. Well, let's get down to the pit lane again with David Addison. He's down at Ponos Racing, 45 car, with Kay Cozzolino.
Temperature's dropping a little bit, pace certainly isn't, and for Kay Cozzolino, you're on the fringes of the top 10. Just reflect on your stint and how the race has been.
Yeah, it started off with my teammates' tyres from the start, so we were suffering in the first stint, loads of understeer, but we just had to survive. The important thing for my second stint, I had new tyres, so even if I was passed by 4 or 5 cars, we got them back towards the end. The most important thing is we gave Marino for his final stint the 2 good tyres, and let's see if we can fight to the top 10.
It's been a really confusing race, early on especially, with all the interruptions.
Yeah, definitely, but it's all predicted. We just have to survive, and then just give the car to Marino, and we'll see.
And it's so busy, not only with the different classes, but different driver grading. When you're in the car, you've got a lot to be aware about.
Yeah, especially, the middle part is where you just have to avoid, any chaos, any penalties. Just don't risk it, just bring it back home, and that's it. So I think I did my job, I think I did well. Let's see the final stint.
You've got to do all that, but you've still got to be flat out.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tough job, honestly, but I came from GTs for many, many years, so, when I'm passing a GT, I understand how I should pass them,
Are there certain parts of the circuit where it's easier to get past a GT car? Do you think, I'll just save this for a corner, or do you have to attack as soon as you see it?
You have to attack. You have to attack because that's the moment you don't, then you lose a second in that lap. So it's risky, but you just got to attack, show yourself to the GTs that you're there present, and then they'll let you pass.
A job well done. Kay, thanks.
Yeah, they've enjoyed that, I'm sure. They're learning in Ponos Racing. Their first campaign in this LMP2 class. In and out comes the 77 car, and Oleg Gavin. Just before we get into that, hearing from David Addison, car 5 is going to be rejoining the race, and that's the car that had the major gearbox problem early in the race when leading for Giorgio Roda. This, though, is the battle for second place, and this could be mission critical, not just for the race, but for the championship. We'll keep an eye on that, Ollie, but just wanted you to catch us up with what's been going on in GT.
Yeah, we've had a number of pit stops. 87 car has been on pit lane, and they have switched their driver up to Lauren Heinrich. He's on board 74. Kessel Racing Ferrari 296 has got Chris Lullum on board now, and the Manthey car of 92 has now got Ricardo Pera on board. So yes, it's going to be battle royal all the way to the end.
Well, we're set up for a great finish. Let's, before we get to that, have a look back at the first 3 hours of this 4 hours of Dubai. Great start from Giorgio Roda to fend off the battle pack behind him of another 15 Orica 07s in LMP2. Another good, clean start, albeit closely contested in the lead class for the Asia Le Mans Series Race 4 in Dubai. This is what it looks like from on board. cars to the front and the back. Trouble though for Darren Young in the 21 Ferrari, just lost grip at the rear of the AF Corsa car. Safety car was scrambled, but Darren would get the car underway. So it was a brief interruption. Then was massive drama for the race leader, Giorgio Roda. Turned out to be a serious gearbox issue for him. And that car only just rejoining. Major drama too that affected the race-leading 37 AMG QMMF by GetSpeed. Loss of control by the number 1 Ligier would lead to the elimination from proceedings of the race leader in GT. Trouble as well for the 85 Duquesne with another clash, and then a further clash, this time to the rear of the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, and almost massive drama with the Breton Racing Ligier getting involved in that. A second major issue for the number 1 car, Team Virage's Ajith Kumar, sweeping the rear wing off Darren Young's Porsche. Great close battles in LMP3. Battles 2 in LMP2, all the way down the order again. There would be a penalty though for this pass off track by the number 45 car. And then the biggest incident in the race that befell the number 23 events car, a sickening impact for Louis Stern in a car that was contesting a podium position at that stage, ripping the wheel off. Happily, driver able to walk away. You'll feel that one in the morning, I fear. Back again to green flag running, and it was the 3 Algarve Pro Racing entered cars, including the CrowdStrike car, the winner from yesterday, involved in the 3-car battle as we went back to green. And it would be Malte Jakobsen that dealt quickly with the challenge of both the team cars, going to the front of this race and trying to put a points gap on the 47 Chetelaar Racing car. James Allen in the 30 car from RD Limited would force Charles Malaysi wide and would take that position as well. Big clunk between 2 cars in contention for the LMP3 race lead, the 17 CLX car and the 85 from RS GP, and then another car in contention sideways, the 71 from 23 events. All sorts of shenanigans in pit stop here. Would they take tyres? Would they take track position? Chetelaar Racing chose the former, and under pressure from the chasing number 4 car. Coming into the final hour though, it would be the number 30 from RD Limited, now with Tristan Vautier aboard, that would lead the race slightly out of position, or rather slightly out of sequence after having a puncture requiring an early stop. RD Limited from Chetelaar Racing, CrowdStrike and the 25 APR from the 20, and still positions up and down the order being hotly contested every lap, every point. It is genuinely LMP2 competition of the highest order this year in the Asia Le Mans Series, and that, unfortunately, is a move that saw the 43 car spun out. Nolan Siegel, battle for 3rd place, in fact battle for 2nd place with Delatronis and Fuoco. Tom Dillman getting involved here as well and putting pressure on the number 4 car.
Back to live here, and it's yeah, certainly there's been plenty of change going on in the GT battle. 69 and 87 have swapped positions here. Dan Harper on board the Team WRT BMW, and Lauren Heinrich on board the Porsche Origin Motorsport 87 car. And I don't think there's too much between those two right now, maybe 7 or 8 seconds, maybe even less actually. Let's see how things progress and develop, but that GT battle final stop's done, and we're going to be expecting the final stops in about another 10 minutes for these P2 runners.
GetSpeed have still got a stop to do though, haven't they?
Yeah, Anthony Bartone still has a stop to do because they've got
Not seen Fab Schiller yet.
Fab Schiller, yeah.
And they're deep into this final hour now. It's all going to be about, again, tyres. Who's got tyres left? We believe the APR cars, 2 of the APR cars should have tyres. Not so sure about the 20 car.
Yeah, the 4 for sure, because he took on Molt Jakobsen's tyres, and so I think that
Tom Dillman did a quicker stop still, so I'm pretty certain the 25 has tyres to come as well.
And so yeah, RD Limited here just getting ready, and they've got tyres to go on the 30.
Yeah, but there's 51 minutes to go. They're going to need a splash.
They are. That's the thing. That is the thing. Yeah, they've been put off sequence because of that puncher that they had.
They're going to be praying for a long intervention.
Yeah, they are, and that's the only way I think that they really can pull off a performance or a result here. You can see there Romain Dumas just in the background there, nervously watching on with all of his crew, and here's Tristan coming through turn 10. And how many laps has he done here on this stint? Done 23, so yeah, he's going to be a 24-lap stint by the time he comes in, which is going to be, with a bit of fuel saving, it's about the max you can do in one of these Oreca 07 chassis. Just getting a little bit bottled up there by the 85. Tristan is a past master in one of these cars and regularly brings the car forward whenever he is on board.
His pace has been great.
He has been one of the biggest surprises for me, actually, in the last couple of seasons here in the Asia Le Mans Series. He's regularly surprised me with his pace, and it has been really world class.
Yeah, they are used tyres, but he's going well on the set he's got. It's unfortunate. This is the one chance he's got to take advantage of a better tyre than the ones that are on, but he's going quicker than most, even on the tyres that's on the car at the moment.
Yeah.
It's almost a shame he can't take the splash here and go to the end of the others, but that doesn't work.
No.
49 minutes to go. He's 14 seconds ahead as he comes down pit lane. Antonio Fuoco fending off Louis Delatraz, who is now under a second back. Tom Dillman just dropping a bit back from that order, 3.4 seconds back. And then Sami Megdunif is 25 seconds back, and I believe on the newer tyre.
Yeah, I've got a feeling here Louis is just sitting there waiting for the pit stop to happen and see what happens with the tyre strategy. This next stint is going to be all out, full attack, and he'll get his opportunity.
Well, we've seen what Louis Delatraz can do on new tyres. I think we're about to see what Antonio Fuoco can as well. That could be quite the battle if everything goes as it should on pit lane.
Yep.
Because you're absolutely right what you said a little earlier. It is the point at which these guys and girls, the pit crew, come into it. Slight fumble with that tyre, but that shouldn't be too much of a delay. As we're watching RD Limited go to work, we're going to go back down to David Addison. He's popped down to United Autosports, and he has Ben Hanley with him right now.
For Ben Hanley, it's been a rather challenging weekend because Phil Fayer's penalty for speeding in the pit lane kicked you yesterday, and it kicks you again today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. He did a great job in quali. Unfortunately, he got track limits at the last corner on his best lap, so he lost 2 of his best laps anyway, which would have put him 3rd and 2nd. But it's only his 4th qualifying in LMP2, so to be potentially, 3rd and 2nd on the grid would be unbelievable for him. And then he just had a little, latched the pit limiter a fraction too late, and I think it was 4 or 5k over going into the pit lane. And the penalty for that was very harsh, deleting all his lap times. And then because there's no lap time set, you have to start with whoever the driver set the quickest lap in the testing, which was myself, but it instantly makes us have to do the first lap and pit. So we're a pit stop down and behind everyone at the back of the field. I think today, luckily, we got a yellow flag safety car, which allowed us to close the gap, but we're still behind all the P3s and the GTs. So those first laps are you've got to be very careful the way you place the car, because they're not really looking at what's coming from behind them or looking at what's going on in front, which is understandable because everyone starts with the bronze driver. So it's you just have to be a bit more cautious. So we still lost a lot of time, and we're just playing catch up, really.
All that aside, tell me about the race. You are catching up.
We are slowly. It's taken us. There's no weak lineups really here. It's close racing. So we are slowly coming back, but we need about another 6 hours.
Ben Hanley, thanks.
Yeah, while we're listening to Ben, and some good stuff going there, bodes well for Abu Dhabi next weekend. It's a pass for second place after a bit of a fumble coming onto the back straight from the 47 car in the hands of Antonio Fuoco. And he's been leapfrogged here. A good move up the inside. Pace was rather hampered there with that run off track, Ollie.
Yeah, Louis Delatraz, absolutely first-class move there just to get by Antonio Fuoco. Pounce when he needed to. He knew that he needed to get that done as they're coming down here into turn 10. Louis looking, and he's got deep on the brakes. Look at that. That is a super lunge there. Fuoco was covering him off, and Louis just switched back to the inside and surprised Fuoco. These two are hypercar drivers, or GTP for Louis Delatraz and Antonio Fuoco there for Ferrari in the hypercar, but they were absolute masters in these P20 Oreca 07 chassis.
The game now is going to be about Fuoco's just dropped back a little there. He's not recovered any of that ground lost from the overtake. What can Tom Dillman do? He's under 2 seconds back now from Antonio Fuoco. I believe all three of these are pretty much on the same tyre and fuel strategy, and it's going to be a big moment or two as to what can happen coming into what's going to be the final stint of the race, and they're in the window to be able to do this without a splash.
Yeah, it's certainly very, very close. Certainly the pace has been turned up here, but we are seeing the GT battle here. So the car in the BMW there in the foreground with Dan Harper in, and behind it there the Origin car being passed by the number 47. That has got Lauren Heinrich on board.
Right, just to point out, we're seeing on the timing screens, Debris have just seen that on the back straight, turn 10 entry, right-hand side. That is in the braking zone, or close to it. Slippery surface flag was shown there just a little wee while ago.
Yeah, but that was the bit of racetrack that Louis Delatraz was only using about half a lap ago.
There you go. Delatraz is pulling away here.
Yeah, it's like he's just pushed the pass button or something on board.
Still the slippery surface at turn 10 entry. 5 car going back in the garage. Now, is that just them proving the repair?
Yeah, I think that most probably is. They've just used this as the opportunity just to shake the car down. Mikkel Jensen's actually on board the 5 car and not the 25, like I was getting confused with. Tom Dillman was the man going in that car. I need to just recognise the helmet.
It's very easy to get confused, Ollie. We all understand it. It's all fine.
I know.
But, retirement came early, obviously, as a race driver, and at some point we'll get the cocoa and the sucky sweets, and away we go.
I just love working with you, GG.
44 minutes to go.
Brilliant.
But easily confused, as we all are. CrowdStrike by APR lead the race from Jetstar Racing in the 2 APR branded cars, 3rd and 4th. It's another fabulous race, it's got to be said, in terms of the overall results for Algarve Pro Racing. Art D Limited, where have they dropped to? 7th place for Tristan Vautier. His pace pretty good.
Yeah.
He's got places he could make up here. Matthias Besch one to watch. He's got quite a big gap to the number 20 Algarve Pro Racing car, but his pace throughout this stint has been phenomenal.
It has. We've just got to wait and see what he's going to go on for this final stint, whether he's going to get a new set of boots or whether he's going to have to run on those tyres again. And I think we'll see if that happens, that his pace will just drop off a little.
Fab Schiller now aboard the Get Speed car, so that loses the lead, and it's now Team WRT's BMW, Dan Harper, to the lead from Lauren Heinrich in the Origin Motorsport Porsche. 1.3 seconds the gap for the lead in GT. Montai's Lurk Hartog sits 3rd, and he is a further 11, almost 12 seconds back. In LMP3, the gap is 2.5 seconds. Forestier Racing by VPS from CLX Motorsports. Luciano Morano from Alex Jacobi. 23 events surviving car, the 71 cars, a further 10 seconds back. The margins are tiny. There are 42 minutes to go.
Cheslar on pit lane, I think.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Delatraz to the lead. Stillman now up to 2nd, 3.5 seconds back.
Tyres are there.
They are sticker tyres.
Sticker tyres, they are. Oh, they're fully loading the gun here. And AF course running the show here for Chetalar Racing. These guys are experts. Let's see how they go with this stop, because this is going to come down to this stop. I think is going to be for this car and for the 25 and the 4 are going to be critical for who wins this race.
Absolutely right, and it's going to be about who wins. Where does this car finish?
Straight immediately. Oh, it's a slow with the one there to get the car up in the air. So that right front was slow getting off and then getting on. That's so now they've got alternate ways of doing their tyres. And slightly different routines for different crews.
Watching where in relation to this the RD Limited car coming through now, but remember, we believe this car is going to need a splash of fuel at the end of the race.
It is, yeah. That's the big issue for them. They need some intervention here of some sort to neutralise the race.
Well, it's the gap, isn't it, here? I mean, we know a run through pit lane is 21 seconds. A run with a reasonable amount of fuel is about 45. There is the Chetalar Racing car. They need something like 40 seconds.
They do.
Over the Chetalar car. They've not got that.
Yeah, and this is going to be all about how Antonio Fuoco gets these tyres switched on and going.
And it's disaster for the 30 car. They've got a 5-second penalty added to the next pit stop.
Whoa.
Pit stop infringement. Here comes the 6 car. This car pits for the final time with Paul Di Resta from 10th place. DCar Engineering's Matthias Besch is on pit lane.
4 car on pit lane.
And 25. These are the critical pit stops for this race and possibly for the championship.
Yeah.
This is the opportunity for the CrowdStrike car to take advantage. In goes the 25.
Yeah. And they've got decent separation here between the two
because
cars.
The Virage cars are between. You've got the 2 blue and black Algar Pro cars that sit there, you go in the second and third garages, then the Virage cars, and then this car.
Yeah, so 1 lap less of fuel got to go in the car here for Louis Delatraz. They are primed, ready to go. There's the orange piece. There's the one that's going to go in the side of the car that's going to thrust those jacks out from underneath the car to raise the car in the air. Right front done.
Antonio Fuoco's time on pit lane, 1 minute and 21 seconds. How quick is this going to be? Where is the 47?
Left front tyre. It's a little slow.
47 is in turn 14 right now.
Wow, and it's away now, and it's a little slow just getting it going.
And it's there towards the end of the pit lane. This is going to be a substantial lead for the number 4 car over the 47.
But the 47 is going to have hot tyres.
Yes. 30 car goes by, but again, remember, we believe this car will need a splash of fuel at the end. Under 40 minutes to go.
The 4 coming through turn 1. There's the 71. You can sort of see how tricky it is. Cold tyres. 25 leaving the box as well, out onto the racetrack through turn 2.
25 is just ahead of the 47. So 25 is effectively a bit of a rear gunner here for the 4. That's not the way it will be planned or executed, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But here's the 30. They now sit second because Sami Mektounif has not come into the pits yet. Then where are we?
You can see there's Louis working hard to get those Michelins up to temperature.
Then where's the 25? The 25 car will be just behind. If we get the longer shot, we'll see it.
Yeah, he always breaks to the middle of the racetrack there. It's far bumpier to the right-hand side as we're looking at it. As these tyres are just still coming up to temperature and pressure, you get a huge amount of bounce on the front axle.
Race leader Sami Mektounif, but he does need to stop one more time. He has, although, a 49-second lead over Tristan Vautier. I don't think he'll take tyres either, because he took tyres last time.
Yeah.
This is going to be close.
Yeah.
He'll have been looking after these tyres for the final stint as well. That's why you've not seen the kind of crushing pace out of this car, because he knows he's going to wear those tyres for the final stint.
Yeah, he's going to have to stop in a lap or 2. He's going to have a short fuel, but yeah, he'll stay on these tyres. I don't think he's in the hunt for the win.
No, I don't think so, but he's in the hunt for a podium.
Yeah. Certainly if Fuoco can't get those tyres going, but Fuoco's right with Dillman now.
High Class Racing from 3rd place. Theo Jensen's had quite the stints. I think when we look at stint averages, he's going to have been impressive here. So Theo Jensen is dropping down from third. We start to get this winding back into the realistic running order. Sami Migtunief leads, Tristan Vautier second, 50 seconds back with the car ahead needing to stop. Louis Delatraz 10 seconds back from Vautier. Vautier too needs a splash of fuel before the end of this race. Dillman 5 seconds back from Delatraz. They're good to go to the end. Antonio Fuoco 1.2 seconds back. They're good to go to the end.
Yeah, and Sami Migtunief, he's certainly been quick. One of the quickest averages in that last stint.
Well, there will be no clues given, I'm sure, from Charles Malaysia about anything they're still going to throw to this. But let's go down to David Ellison, who's with Little Frenchman now.
Everybody in the pit lane is studying the television pictures and the data, including Charles Malaysia. What are we thinking? Is it heading your way? Is it heading away from your car?
I think for the moment it's going on the way of Chrono Strike, so an IPR. So yeah, I think it's going to be difficult for us. In terms of pace, I think we are a tiny bit behind. So and they look to be a bit better on the degradation. So yeah, I think we will try to stay in their back. But yeah, I think for the moment the third position is what we are looking for. If there is like a safety car or focus, whatever, we would try to do something. But yeah, I think we are a tiny bit behind in terms of pace. So the best will be to try to score some good points. And yeah, and we'll see what happens in 40 minutes.
What's changed from yesterday? Is it the car that's different? Does the track feel different?
No, I think we improved the car from yesterday. I think yesterday we got a bit lucky with the safety car and with the fuel consumption. I tried to do my best to do an extra lap, so it helped us to recover a bit. But otherwise, we're like P6, P7. So like the P2 was not where we're looking at this stage. But yeah, I think in terms of pace, we're like P3, something like that. But the APR looks to be a tiny bit in front. So yeah, we try to maximize the fuel and we try to do something a bit like a short fuel to get like the position advantage. But yeah, we are just lacking a bit of pace, so we just have to see and focus on Abu Dhabi to extract a bit more pace. But yeah, I think that the championship is tight. I think everyone likes that. It's good for the TV. So now I think we will push maximum until the end, and yeah, to score as much spawn as we can.
Race isn't done yet, though.
Yeah, exactly. 40 minutes yet, so we'll see.
Thank you, Charles.
34 minutes, actually, Charles. With apologies, we've lost pictures at the moment. But car 20 leads the race by an increasing amount at the moment, Sami Migtunief. 52 seconds to the good. Still needs to execute the final pit stop. But as he ekes out that advantage and goes deeper into the fuel window here, the target gets better in his regard. Tristan Vautier dropping back a little, 10 seconds to the good, now 9 seconds to the good from Louis Delatraz, who is catching Tristan Vautier. Remember, Vautier too will have to be down pit lane, albeit for just a splash of fuel, we believe. 3 or 4 minutes of fuel required for him, unless he can execute the world's biggest fuel save. Tom Dillman, 4 seconds back, and is not being caught at the moment by Antonio Fuoco. In fact, Dillman last time around a 149.5 against a 150.6 from teammate Louis Delatraz. So it's all coming together here in the last, what's close to the last half hour of the race. So 32 minutes remaining for it. Car 30 with Tristan Vautier almost a minute back from the race leader. Both the leading cars require a pit stop. Migtunief, we think, is needing more fuel than Tristan Vautier. He must be close to the end of his stint now. So, yeah, confirmed by Ollie Gavin.
Yeah, excuse me, still trying to work the problem in
yes,
the booth.
Indeed. They're doing great. So, under 150, Sami Migtunief putting down the hammer here.
20 laps he's done in this stint, so he's got he's going to have to make a stop within the next 3 laps.
Yeah, so he is eking out the advantage over Tristan Vautier. 56 seconds now. He's looking to do what he can to eke out a gap that he can defend. Meantime, Tom Dillman is the man on the charge here.
Purple sectors.
Yeah, 1:49.553. And with Louis Delatraz in traffic, being caught by Tom Dillman, 1:49.5 last time around. He's in the final sector of what is his 97th lap, and both the first two sectors in this lap are purple. Fastest lap of the race at the moment is a 1:49.3 by Tristan Vautier. Not anymore, it's a 1:48.7, and the gap to Louis Delatraz, 1.5 seconds. This is looking like a storming finish.
It certainly is, and if you look back towards GT, there's Dan Harper in the 69 car, leading Lauren Heinrich only by under a second now, and they're being chased by Luke Hartog in the Manthey Porsche, 17 seconds back.
Fresh tyres being got ready for Sami Megtanith. That's a surprise to me. So it's a matter of whether or not they're going to burn the time to get the tyres off, or on rather, or they think they can make up more time in the last 30 minutes or so that they're going to have in this race, Ollie Gavin.
Yeah.
Algar Pro Racing lead with the 20 from the 30 from RD Limited. That will definitely need a splash. 57 seconds now, that gap. 6.5 seconds the gap to Louis Delatraz, but 1.8 the gap to Tom Dillman behind him fourth.
Sami Megtanith has just done a fantastic job in this stint. He's the fastest lap of the race there for him, and he's some 21 laps into his stint, so the tyres are not going to be fresh, and he is really, as we get pictures back here in booth. Oh, and now they've gone again. Okay. So the fun and games continue, and it seems like we might have a bit of a loose connection.
Right, well, we'll keep talking as best we can. Hopefully you're seeing these pictures. We're not. 1:49.7 now for Sami Megtanith, 1:48.7 for Tom Dillman, and with Tristan Vautier and Louis Delatraz between. At the moment, those four separated by 1 minute and 5 seconds, but with two of those cars requiring a pit stop in the last half an hour. So Megtanith still extending that gap, edging out towards a full minute. Who are going to be the players here? Is it going to be the Delatraz, Dillman, Fuoco trio? Is Sami Megtanith going to pull off something absolutely extraordinary?
Well, certainly his stint average in this last stint, it's about a tenth up than the fastest it's been done by anyone else in this race, who I believe is... was it Louis Delatraz, or no, it was James Allen. James Allen so far has done the fastest stint average, but that was only a 10-lap stint. So in terms of this 21 laps, Sami Megtanith has really performed here with a 150.4 average, which is, exceptional.
Yeah, still struggling with pictures here, I'm afraid. 59 seconds now. So GT class as well is that is a brilliant battle. Dan Harper leading from Lauren Heinrich. Lurk Hartog chunk back and under some pressure from Chris Lolland, who is catching Lurk Hartog in the Manthey car. All sorts going on. Is taking a quick look as well in LMP3. Luciano Morano is just wheel to wheel with the number 17 from CLX Motorsport. Surely Forestier Racing are not going to lose another race wheel to wheel in the final moments of a race. So 28 minutes to go. Every class here is absolutely on a knife edge.
It is up for grabs.
There's the GT race leaders, there's the LMP3 race leaders, and whilst the gaps may be slightly bigger in LMP2, Tom Dillman is right with Louis Delatraz now.
He is, and I think that's going to really come down to who's got the the calmness, and who can cope with the stress. Like we have here in trying to commentate on a race with no pictures. A little bit tricky.
Well, we don't have to anymore.
No, exactly. 4 car into turn 7. Tom Dillman right behind, and that is the lead for GT right there as well.
So these are desperate moments, aren't they? Tom Dillman has got a great car underneath him.
And it really will be. These guys will be pulling on all their experience. Sam McTaneef comes to pit lane after a stellar stint.
Well,
Great work.
He's poured all of the pressure onto the cars behind. Now the pressure switches to the Algarve Pro Racing pit crew. Can they turn this car around quickly? Can they rescue potential podium here for the number 20 car? Or better, Tristan Vautier will go deeper into this stint. He only needs something like 3 or 4 minutes of fuel if he's not been massively fuel saving, and he can't really afford to because he's got Louis Delatraz pretty much up his chuff.
Yeah, Racing Optics have had one of their tear-offs pulled off the front of the 20 car, so Sammy McTaneef's going to have absolute full high-def vision as he goes out of the pit lane here, which is fantastic, and as the sun is going down here, he'll really benefit from that, so it's great to see. He is going to be fueled, and I don't think they're doing tyres.
No, it's just fuel.
In we go.
Oh, stalled it. Oh, come on.
Just a little bit of pressure there.
Who's where? Where are the other runners here? Sammy McTaneef comes to the end of pit lane. There goes the RD Limited car. Without that stall, I think he'd have kept that position.
I think he has still got the lead.
He's got there's the 30.
Yeah, 30. But here is the 4 car just in the background, and Sammy McTaneef has really pulled the 20 car up.
Hasn't he just?
Right into the reckoning here, and this is, well, this could be, it's going to be 1, 2, 3. It could be 1, 2, 3 here for
it could very well for the APR cars.
APR cars.
But here's the point. I want to predict in what order, because I've no idea.
No.
It's this is another fantastic run from this whole team effort. There's your leader, bottom of the picture, the red and black 30 car from RD Limited. Well, this is the battle, meanwhile, in LMP3.
Yeah.
29 car leads. No, sorry, the 71 car now leads. 71 car has leapfrogged both of them.
Wow.
The top 3 cars separated by 1.4 seconds.
71 going round the outside here, or switching to the inside into turn 12. Uphill braking there, right behind that Ferrari 296. Great move.
He's taken both those cars in the last 2 laps.
Wow.
So Matus Riba goes to the lead in LMP3. This is now the battle for second. 71 car has clearly got more under the more in reserve than this pair have, because he's driven by both of them. He's driving away. RD Limited lead the race by 2.3 seconds. Not enough if they need the splash.
Yeah. Tristan Vautier, I think, is just now going to be pedaling it as soft as he can to sort of see if there's any way they can make it through to the end anyway, but I can't see that that's really going to happen here. And 24 minutes to go, it's a long way, but Sam McTaneef has just come up the inside there of the GT car, and he's been hunted down by the 4 and the 6, and there's the TF Sport Corvette that's going to be swallowed up here by Louis Delatraz, and Tom Dillman's just going to have to follow it through turn 6 and get up the inside of it into turn 7.
Watching this battle with awe, but GT no less exciting. 0.8 of a second the lead battle between Dan Harper and Lauren Heinrich. BMW from Porsche, WRT from Origine, Belgium from China. What another great race this has been in all 3 classes, and LMP3 again delivering in the depths of this race.
Yeah, it is.
There is the 2nd and 3rd place battle, but the 71 car has just gone.
It disappeared, absolutely disappeared. What we got here coming into all big lock-up 29,
Big lock-up for the 29.
Yeah, he's managed to get that left front released, which is not easy to do when you're deep into the brake zone like that. 29 is getting eaten up here by the 17 as they come down into turn 1. 17 can't quite get past.
Well,
so the 71 just made it look easy.
Here's the battle for GT.
Yeah.
And this is Dan Harper, factory racer for BMW. Behind him in the green, mint green and white Origin Porsche, Lauren Heinrich, factory racer for Porsche. Lots on the line here, more than just pride.
Well, it's going to be this, the Origin car is well and truly in the championship fight, and the 69's not not too far away.
25 points would help.
Yeah, it certainly would.
Sharp contrast in fortunes to the two races this weekend. Tony McIntosh drove magnificently today.
Yeah, he did.
Acknowledged his mistake, and takes something for a non-professional driver, Ollie Gavin, to rebound, to bounce back rather from that.
Oh, he, we had some messages overnight, and Tony was saying, absolutely takes full responsibility for what happened there at turn 1 for race 1. But he's really reset himself. Really, that WRT fantastic in the way that they're supporting him. Two great teammates in Parker Thompson and Dan Harper doing the business right now up front. So yeah, it's got a great group of people around him really supporting him, and that's what it takes. And Tony is one of the new sort of breed of bronze drivers who really are so focused on their on-track performance and wanted to do every single thing they can to unlock performance and make themselves better, which is making just the racing better.
So top 4 cars overall separated by 3.5 seconds, 3.2 seconds now. Top 3 cars in LMP3 separated by 5.2 seconds. Top 2 cars in GT separated by 1.2 seconds, and this is not as a result of compression under a safety car.
The Saint-Nectaire just under big pressure now from Louis Delatraz.
Yeah, Tom Dillman right there as well.
Yeah.
Where is Tom Dillman?
He's just dropped back a little. There he is. He's just lurking. He's just lurking. He's mostly just sat back just enough. Just going to save the front tyres. He'll have a big press at some point in the next 20 minutes. No doubt. No doubt.
Great stuff.
Yeah, it is. And Tom is going to be rather nervous there in the garage. And I wonder if George is going to go and have a quick word with Stewie Cox.
Possible. Stewie not in that garage. He's 2 garages down with the 20 and 25 car. Car 49 under investigation, pit stop infringement. That car in the hands of Theo Jensen, currently in 6th place. They've had a great run. They're not in this fight. They're a minute back from Antonio Rocco, who sits 9 seconds back off this group in 5th place.
Yeah, Sammy is got the 2 sister cars right in his mirrors right now. So we're going to see what happens now as they've come through turn 10, 11. Trying to pick that up, but this is the battle here for 2nd and 3rd in LMP3. 17 still trying to find a way past Morano. And that's it.
That's a 20 car.
4's got past the 20. Yeah. So that's effectively the lead there for Louis Delatraz.
If Vautier has to stop.
I can't see how he's not going to have to stop. He's got 3 laps short.
Let's see how this happened. It's down to turn 10. It is.
And Louis has gone around the outside. He's got bottled up behind that McLaren. And it's, again, just being smart and wise. Louis using his experience. Sammy maybe just that little bit lacking in sports car racing and understanding how to read the multi-class racing and where these other GT cars are going to go.
Yeah, Sammy's come from single seaters this season. Yeah. First time with traffic, and here you go, side by side between the 2 team cars, 20 and 25. 20 to the outside, 25 to the inside.
Nicely done there by Tom Dillman, and you could saw from that previous shot back in the pit lane there, in the pit box down at CrowdStrike, there was Molt was clapping, but George was just sat there rather stony-faced, like, okay, we're in the lead here, kind of, but there's still some stuff that needs to happen. There's still another 18 minutes to go. He's not taking anything for granted.
No, indeed. I mean, look, George is experienced enough now. He's had the slings and the arrows of outrageous fortune in sports car racing. It's why we love it. It's why the people most directly involved both love and hate it at times, because it can throw the most bizarre circumstances. We saw it last night in LMP3 with one of these 2 cars involved, misidentifying their pursuer, defending for the wrong car and losing the race 2 corners from the end.
Yeah, it was quite extraordinary finish.
Absolutely extraordinary.
I don't think I've ever seen a race quite like it.
But 17 and a half minutes to go. Sun is heading to the horizon. Darkness is coming.
Alexander Jacobi just can't quite get it done to get past the 29 car. Morano seems to be parking the car, not parking it, but just placing the car just in the right spots. And Alexander Jacobi is looking, but he's not quite clinical enough. He needs to be really sizing up his options and wondering, okay, where am I going to be able to get this done, and trying to use traffic. Trying to use that traffic that's going to be coming by. The RD Limited car is going to be coming by them, and can he use that as the opportunity to get by the 29?
Well, this is happened a few moments ago. 43 Nolan Siegel and the 70 Vector Sport RLR of Vlad Lomko. Incident involving car 43 under review over taking off track lasting advantage at turn 5. That wasn't that incident.
No.
That's Nolan trying to grab 8th place.
Oh, this is where it could get a little bit spicy here. Leader, or the second and third positions in LMP3, and the leaders effectively in P2. And I know that Tristan is still up the road, but he's 1.7 seconds.
The big problem, of course, for Tristan Vautier is he needs to maintain this gap, and it's not giving him enough space to effectively save fuel.
No, he's 3 laps short. That's what we're seeing up here on the on our timing screens, or our strategy that we've got. And this again, this is Alexander Jacobi. He's just looking for that opening and opportunity, but Morano just keeps placing the car. Oh, who is that?
That's the 71. That's
wow.
the leader. That's the leader. The leader in LMP3.
Good grief. What's happened there? Has he had a spin, or has he just got a technical problem? But it was very, very slow moving. It was almost stationary.
He started again. I'm right. It was the 71. Matisse Rieper.
Wow.
What on earth happened there? Has he just had a failure?
I don't know, but it piles the pressure on these two even more. And P3 delivering.
LMP3, it's been astonishing here. Astonishing.
It really has.
Don't take your eye off this lot.
No, I know. And Alexander, can he use this 47 car going by to use it as a pick? No, it's going to be by and gone. And here we are. Are we going to see what happened here with the 71? I'm not sure we are. We're just going to see it. It's almost stationary there.
I think he's had a Control-Alt-Delete moment.
Oh, wow.
The other factor we should remember with Tristan Vautier right in the crosshairs of Louis Delatraz is there's 5 seconds to add here. Even if he doesn't stop, there's 5 seconds to add here.
Ah, okay.
So that already is going to put him at this stage 4th.
Yeah.
Whatever happens.
And it seems like Louis has the measure of Tom Dillman right now.
This is about Louis Delatraz with a minimum risk.
He is, and I think he's sizing him up for the move coming up and into turn 12 here. That's where I think he's going to try and get it done. He's not quite close enough though, and he's going to try and get this run through and off of 12 down into 13. They're going to be getting past Matt Bell here in the number 11 TF Sport car. Their effort has sort of faded away, unfortunately.
They're not going to make the points, are they, at this stage? But what worth saying, as he goes around the outside, is this another one of those passes?
Or the switch back, and he's going to try and go all the way around the outside. I think that's brave, and that's high risk to do that. So Louis thought better of it. It's down the inside into 16.
Got it.
And he's done it. Nice. That's excellent work. Clinical again from Louis.
Well.
Yeah. George is now smiling a little bit more. Oh, side by side here, but between the 29 and the 17, and Alexander Jacobi just can't quite make the move stick. He's going left and right, and can he get it back and up the inside? But this is a tricky one to pull off, that sort of run up the inside as you come off of turn 16. Nobody can really make that stick, so he's now going to have that run down into turn 1.
Great race, all 3 classes, great race.
Here we go, it's flashing the lights and everything left and right, looking every which way, but it looks like the 29 car is just a little bit slipperier, and maybe they're just running a tick less rear wing.
If you're watching at home, keep an eye on the timing screens as well. If you're watching here at the Dubai Autodrome, as a fair number of people are, This is not sorted in any of the three classes. Louis Delatraz goes to the lead, but there's still Tristan Vautier there in his wheel tracks, and teammate Tom Dillman not that far away. LMP3 was bonkers last night. It looks like it's going to be the same tonight. 25 car now of Dillman all over Tristan Vautier. And in GT, keep an eye out for the yellow BMW and the mint green and white Porsche, because they're just 1.1 seconds apart as well.
Tom Dillman through on Tristan Vautier. Tom got it done at turn 12, and now he'll be able to get off and after Louis Delatraz. I'm not sure he's got much left in the tank though, but it's now going to be wait and see what happens. But Antonio Fuoco in the Settler racing car, he's just not been able to match the pace here at the close.
You say that, he's just put in a 1:49.3, which is 2 seconds quicker than Sami Megtanif, and he's now only 3.5 seconds back as he saved his best to last.
Yeah.
Whatever he's got left in the tanker on the
This is Alexander Jacobi's best opportunity up till now.
Got it.
He's got to go all the way around the outside at turn 14. Last of the late breakers. Can he make it work? The 29 just pushes slightly wide there, but can he come back up the... that's a nice drive off of there. Is he going to go all the way around the outside? That's
he's got it.
Oh, but his track limits. Yeah, he's going to have to give that back, I think. And Alexander Jacobi trying to make it stick up the inside, but I think he might have to give that back.
He's got to give it back. The overtake was off track. Don't be silly here.
Yeah.
Just breathe off that you should be giving this one back.
Yeah, otherwise be made to do it. And yeah, as they come down,
I think that's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, Alexander Jacobi just walking on the marbles a little bit there. The rear of the car was just stepping around. He just needs to reset, go again. 10 minutes left.
Have you got enough drama, or would you like me to add some more?
Go on.
Matisse Rieber, after that oddness at turn 10, is back on track and is 2 seconds a lap quicker than these two guys and 7 seconds back.
What on earth
and we
happened
saw
with him?
when he got the performance, he drove by them. If that problem doesn't recur, he's going to be in this battle at the end of this race, no doubt.
Yeah.
There we go. Here's the GT battle. We've had some fun with the LMP3s. Time for GT lovers to have their moment. And this is Lauren Heinrich pacing Dan Harper, 0.6 of a second through the last timing beam.
But it's been like this for about the last 30, no, actually more than that, the last 50 minutes. These two have just been going at it, and there's nothing more than a half a second between them.
The biggest gap for a lead battle at the moment is for the overall lead. It's 0.9 seconds. That's nuts. 0.9
All three classes.
0.9 seconds for the lead. It is 0.4 for P3, and it is, as I speak, 0.8 in GT.
Yeah.
That is absolute insanity. And we've got 9 more minutes of this before everybody in this field is taken away in a straitjacket. Absolutely brilliant racing. Especially me. But 9 minutes to go. And 9 seconds separates Louis Delatraz from the championship leading car of the 47 car of Antonio Fuoco, who is closing in on Sami Megtanif, who's been magnificent tonight.
He has, and maybe I spoke a bit too soon. Tom Dillman, is he keeping something just for this last 8 minutes? He certainly does seem to have strong pace still in that 25 car. I mean, he knows the ebbs and flows of the traffic. He knows how to work this form of racing here, multi-class, getting through the P3 traffic. Got in a little bit deep there into turn 10, just slightly locked up the rears and just started to walk the car in. Dan Harper's got a little bit of breathing room here on Lauren Heinrich, but it's not going to be much.
There's a 10-second penalty for car 88. We'll worry about that later. They're the last reliable running LMP2. That's for a pit stop infringement. It's not done in LMP3. It isn't done in GT, and it darn well isn't done for the overall either, because Tom Dillman is just a second back.
He is.
Sami Megtanif is catching Tristan Vautier, and Antonio Fuoco is catching Sami Megtanif. It's not done for any of the podium places yet.
Yeah, it could be a big switch up, and this is Louis Delatraz just getting up behind one of the Banksy car, the 77.
Well, he's looking here. His next challenge is the next car ahead is the 44 car, ARC Bratislava, in the hands of Mathieu Vaxavier in the points here.
Let them go.
Yep.
Nicely done there by Mathieu Vaxavier. Classy move there.
There's Vautier, there's McTeneef, there is Fuoco.
Yeah, it's not over at all, is it? Impressive from Sami McTeneef. He's done a fantastic job in the 20 car today. He's another emerging talent and somebody else that's really just getting to grips with this P2 Oreca 07 chassis and how to get the most from it. Just gone a little deep there at turn 6. He's gathered it up and he's piling the pressure on Tristan Vautier, who again, I think he does just still needs those 3 laps of fuel. And
not far away from the 6 minutes here, so it's going to be now or maybe the following lap.
Yeah,
it must be close to being on fumes here.
Yeah, it's 22 laps in this stint, so he's going to be going hard as well.
He cannot have been soft pedaling here because his pace has been phenomenal.
Yeah, and another fine job there from Tristan Vautier. I mean, it's hard to really pick who the sort of driver of the day is really out of all of these guys, because there's been some stellar performances up and down the field in all 3 classes.
Delatraz, Dillman, Vautier, McTeneef, Fuoco. There, you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're separated by 10 seconds with 6 minutes to go. Morano for Forestier Racing by VPS still has his mirrors full of Alex Jacobi, but that 7-second gap to Matus Rieber is now down to 3. That is going to be 3 cars for the win in the last 5 minutes.
Is Vautier going to come to the pits this lap? No, he's not. Another lap, and Sami McTeneef has got that 20 car dancing over the curbs there, and he's trying to find every last piece of performance
he has
from
to, because Fuoco's coming.
Yeah. And it's 5.5 minutes to go. 1.3 seconds the lead at the front between first and second.
I'm trying to remember in my memory banks whether or not we've ever had a team take a 1, 2, 3 in any LMP2 competition. The only other team I think that possibly could have done it was United Autosports. I don't think they did.
Wow.
This is a remarkable motor race.
We're coming through here. That's the leaders in GT as well. So, and what's the gap there between those guys?
It's a cavernous 1.4 seconds.
What is Lauren Heinrich doing?
Great stuff.
It is. And
you know, beyond that, there's been some great racing here. Not just good pace, great racing.
Yeah,
just 1.4 seconds still between Delatraz and Dillman. 4.5 minutes to go.
I think Tristan's in the pits this lap. He did 24 on the stint before. I haven't seen anyone go longer than that when it's been green flag. Must have been running hard, really hard. Here we go, 30 car. Pit box.
What moments for a pit crew.
Yeah, and they're just waiting for the call. And they'll be waiting on the fuel alarm. The fuel alarm that will appear when it's then in the collector in the fuel cell.
McTeneef under pressure here from Fuoco, goes to the inside, there's no room to do it there. Trying to put the driver under pressure from behind.
Yeah, and
is he going to head for pit lane here?
He's not. He's absolutely rolling the dice. The fuel alarm can't have come on. He can't be in the collector pots, as they call it, where that last little bit of fuel is kept. And that's where it's all, once you start working through that, it's usually a lap.
It's 2 laps to the finish. He's going to, at this stage, may well have to stop on the last lap of this race.
Yeah, they're just going to roll the dice here, see what they can do. I mean, if Tristan has done something to save some fuel.
McTeneef, has he got the run here?
Oh,
close.
Not quite.
Just a slight balk from the Corvette there for the RD Limited car, but look at this. This at the moment is the battle for the final podium position, and there's 3 cars in it.
Oh.
The track blocked by 2 Ferraris.
Oh.
Which way do you go here?
Oh, blimey, they need to be using their mirrors. And
look at Fuoco
looking to go up the inside, and he's got blocked by the Ferrari.
McTeneef up the inside. Has he got room to do it? Don't think he has there. The car has a bit of a wiggle under power. That's given Fuoco a bit of a launch off the curve. He's in the tow for Sami McTeneef.
Oh.
Goes all the way to the filthy side of this. He's going to take the position here.
Fuoco up the inside. Is that going to be enough to get
Is he?
Is he?
Is he?
Oh, he's going to drive him out wide. Whoa, that was really pretty on the edge there, but just about on the right side of the line, I believe. But Fuoco takes the place from Sami McTeneef. And that came from that run coming off of turn 9, and Sammy will be kind of kicking himself, but knew he really couldn't have done anything else different.
1, 2, 3 in LMP3. We have 2 minutes to go.
What?
Matheus Rieper right with the CLX car that now is under pressure, having put pressure after pressure on the Forestier Racing by VPS car. This is the 3 car, but now he comes in. 2 minutes to go, and he's been forced into the pits. Sammy McTaneef's not given this one up either.
Oh, he hasn't given it up. Just it's now we're watching the 30 car come down pit lane, and this will be hard to watch for Roman after such a hard-fought race. But Antonio Fuoco coming and just stretching away a little bit there from Sammy McTaneef, and he's done a really fantastic job. But 29-17 in LMP3, it's still all happening for these guys, and the 71 car is right there. This is going to be an action replay of yesterday.
And ridiculously, the 13 car, the winner yesterday, is ahead of he goes up the inside.
71 does the move at 12. Gets second place.
Surely he is not going to lose a win twice in 2 days on the final lap. There's the car that won last night,
with
the 13 car. Now with the lap being put on him, 71 car's got the pace here.
It has.
It's going to be a final lap for, where is the number 4 car? The number 4 car is behind these cars. It's going to be this lap and one more, at least, for these cars.
This is crazy.
This is fantastic racing. 17's not giving it up.
No, he's not.
If you've got it in the but a slide there for the 71, that will just give a breather for the 29. It's also given an opportunity to the 17 to get into the toe for the 71. Has he got the performance in the car to go to the inside? He hasn't. Tries around the outside. That's not going to work.
No.
22 seconds on the clock. Here comes the 4 car onto the final pit straight. It'd be one more lap.
Final lap.
But could it be another one more for the LMP3 cars? It could be.
Yes. And the 71 has just closed up there on the 29, and he's looking to put a move on him. And we've got the 49 high-class car that's in the mix, LMP2 car, and then there's a 3 car. I've got a feeling that these guys are, this is not going to stay the same. This order is going to get mixed up here. The 71's going to get a great drive off of turn 9, in the toe.
That's Theo Jensen, by the way, battling away with Matthias Besch, and that is for 6th place overall.
Yeah, but we're just looking a bit further back from that. The 71, I think, is going to have a big lunge here as it comes down into turn 10. Is he going to do... Oh, the 29 is just walking it in. 71's just trying to go around the outside and get something into turn 11. No, can't quite get it turned and stopped. They're both together here as they come up onto the brakes to turn 12. This is where the 71 got past the lap before on the 17 car.
Go wide, middle wide here.
And can the 71 get the drive now? It's going to be the run all the way downhill here through 13.
Where's the leader? Because if the leader doesn't pass, they've got to go around again.
Yes, up the inside. He's going to go up the inside here into turn 14 using all the banking. Is there going to be contact? No, there's not. But the 29's gone wide and the 71's got him. Unbelievable. And the 17's there. Oh, it's all going off here. 71 has got through past the 29, and the 17's going to go up the inside into the final corner. Not quite. Wow. This is insane.
They've got one more lap. One more lap. Because the leader's not passed this battle. 71 having taken the lead. Here comes number 4 to take the win. A second win here in Dubai. 2 wins in 2 races for CrowdStrike Racing by APR. Tom Dillman makes an APR 1-2. It is going to be, I think, Antonio Fuoco in 3rd. So we will not have a 1-2-3 for the APR run cars. What a result for CrowdStrike Racing by APR. Tom Dillman in his wheel tracks at the end, but it's all about this again. And it's the 29 car involved. The 71 has driven away here.
Yeah. I don't know what happened with it a few laps ago when it was parked on the exit of turn 10, but it's got itself going again, and it's clearly got the pace. It's managed to get past the 17 and the 29 here right in the last dying seconds of this race. Oh, there's a 43 off there, but there's the 69 car in GT of Dan Harper, and he's there coming through to take the victory in GT.
Well, what a result for Team WRT and for Dan Harper, Parker Thompson, and Tony McIntosh after disaster yesterday. A win here. Origin Motorsport make it a win there. Is this going to be?
29 is just hanging on to second, but it looks like the 71's just driving away now. Really is driving away, and I don't think it's going to get challenged as we come into these last couple of corners.
Yeah, the turn 15, we've got yellow flags. There will be no overtaking. 14, 15.
Yeah, is that through the 43 car that's gone off? Great job there by WRT. Is this the 17 looking to put the move on?
It's green there. It's yellow now.
Yes.
Can't take it here. There is the yellow, the yellow and green 43 car. Is going to have one corner to do it, and I don't think there's space to do it. But yet again, 71 car is going to come through to take the win. This is Matthias Rieber, had the lead, lost the lead to some kind of problem, and has caught and passed those two battling cars in the last 2 laps. And it is going to be the Forestier Racing by VPS car with a second place in what could be no more dramatic circumstances than I can imagine. There is the 4 car, double victory.
It's been a phenomenal weekend for the CrowdStrike Racing APR team, and Louis Delatraz, phenomenal performance there.
2 wins in Sepang, Malaysia for Jetilar Racing. 2 wins here in Dubai for the CrowdStrike Racing by APR squad. Points gap will be tiny, and we've got 2 more races next weekend. Join us and watch it online. If you're here in Dubai, come on for a couple of days out in Abu Dhabi down the road, because if anything, the stakes are only just going to get higher, and that was proper, committed sports car racing of the highest international level. Yeah. There's Terence Wood. Finally, Terence, you get the look.
It's amazing. And fantastic win there for the 69 car team WRT. Fantastic win here for Anthony McIntosh, Parker Thompson and Dan Harper. Dan was driving that whole last stint with real intense pressure there from Lauren Heinrich in the 87 car and Origin Motorsport. But yeah, the BMW had just enough.
It's a mark of the intensity of the racing in all 3 classes that, if anything, the fact that those 2 are driving at the standard that we know they do, Lauren Heinrich chasing and Dan Harper in the lead, that was the least dramatic. That in any other race we would have been all over that, but we didn't have time. Louis Delatraz, Tom Dillman, 1.6 seconds, the 1-2. Jetilar Racing's Antonio Fuoco getting a late pass to grab the final podium position. LMP3, I am lost in admiration for those three crews. Absolutely brilliant stuff all the way to the flag.
Yeah, it was brilliant. We just saw there as the cars were coming in pit lane, 34 car being driven by Charlie Eastwood, I believe, and he was just congratulating his sort of old teammate in Louis Delatraz in the 4 car.
Lest we forget, by the way, we should mention the only other podium finisher I don't think we have mentioned the last 20 minutes, and that's the, would you believe, take a guess, Montai, Porsche, Loic Hartog. It's our defending champions, the 10 crew, and Teres out, Klaus Backler and Loic Hartog joining that crew this year. And they're going to be taking home a fair number of points from here in that championship battle. That was, we said yesterday that without the interruptions, yesterday's race could have been one of the all-time greats in the Asia Le Mans Series history. This was one of the all-time greats in Asia Le Mans Series history.
Certainly those last sort of hour and a half, it was phenomenal performance.
Mesmeric.
Yeah, it really was. And here we are seeing the 4-car crew just talking through what's happened out there on track. And going through all the moves as racing drivers talking with their hands, as always.
There you go. He's the boss here. And but hearing, by the way, I misspoke. I gather.
Oh, no way.
Here's the least
Not
surprising.
like you at all.
Here's the least surprising thing I'm going to say this evening.
Be my shock face.
Stewie Cox has been actually jumping between the garages throughout. Well, look, to everybody at APR, that was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Team WRT to bounce back after adversity is always a good thing. Those laps to prove the repair certainly did the job last night.
Well, it certainly did, and it just goes to show that the preparation is so key in a championship like this. Great win there for Dan Harper, Parker Thompson and Anthony McIntosh.
Yeah, Dan and Lauren, they're going to be a big part of sports car racing now and in the future.
The 71
car.
Wow.
Just to recap, if you were joining us late, 71 car was nowhere, caught and passed the top 2 cars from Forestier Racing by VPS and CLX Motorsport, the hands of Matus Rieber, then pretty much stopped on track.
And we don't know why.
We don't know why. 7 or 8 seconds up, was passed by both, gapped by both. I think the gap was up to about 10 seconds plus before he got the car back on track, caught and passed both of them again. That is a phenomenal performance from this young man.
Yeah, it really was. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Great racing.
I've got a
Clearly
mental note
thrilled.
here. I need to look up Matus Rieber and find out what he's all about, because that was world class.
Yeah, it really was a phenomenal performance. Well done to all of them.
Well, if this has been your first time here at the Asia Le Mans Series trackside, you've been treated to an absolute classic. And if you've been watching this online or on one of our broadcast partners, thank you for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as Ollie and I have, apart from the 5 minutes when the TV failed, which we didn't enjoy much at all. There is the overall result, 114 laps completed, 1.638 seconds the gap between the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by APR Orica ahead of the 25 Algar Pro Racing car. Same team, basically. Chetelor Racing's 47 car comes back with another podium finish. And then we've got the trio in LMP3, the 71-23 Events Racing team from the 29 for SDA Racing by VPS and the 17 from CLX Motorsport. As close a finish in LMP3 as you can imagine. Team WRT's BMW, the 69 car from the 87 Origine Porsche, and another Porsche, this time from the number 10 car from Montai Racing. That's your 1, 2, 3 in GT. And we'll go to interviews and the podium under the light of the moon. And a better setting, it would be difficult to imagine for what's been an absolutely magical endurance race here in the United Arab Emirates. Well, that was the 4 hours. Let's look back now and see just exactly what we've witnessed in the relative comfort of reflection. Sunny skies greeted the 16 starters in the LMP2 and another, well, contact-free start to an Asia Le Mans Series race here in Dubai. Everybody through cleanly with Giorgio Roda at this stage, untroubled and trying to pull away. The drama would come behind this battle. A little bit of argy-bargy there, maybe. The drama at the start would come in GT, and that came the way of Darren Young. Lost grip at the back of the 21 car. Safety car was scrambled, but Darren would get the car underway, and indeed that car would finish the race. Big drama at the front of GT, though, in the very early stages, as the pole setting number 37 of Abdullah Ali El Khalafi was collected by the number 1 Team Virage Ligier out of the race. Trouble as well for the number 85 Duquesne, a spin, but they would recover. And then heavier impact here on the 51, of course, a Ferrari from the Acuriacos Blackthorn Aston Martin, and then collected by the Breton Racing Ligier. Second problem for Ajith Kumar, and a second problem too for the 21 car. Tried to get at the outside of the spinning Ligier, but collected the rear wing. This was a portent of things that would come later. Side-by-side battles in LMP3, and then the biggest incident of the race, sickening impact for Louis Stern in the 23 car. That would bring out a fairly lengthy safety car process. Elimination of the 23, but the best news of all, of course, was the driver able to walk away. LMP2 doled out the entertainment as well. 47 of Charles Malaysi under pressure from James Allen. He was forced to the escape road. That put the RD Limited car up front. CLX Motorsport and the RHGP Duquesne battling. This was Louis Delatraz on Antonio Fuoco. as we saw an astounding finish in LMP3. The 23 events number 71 car catching and passing the lead 2 twice in the closing minutes of this race. 1, 2, 3 in this shot for the 3 APR run cars. This was the battle for second and third, and there it was the battle for first. The 71 car having a problem and almost stopping on track. It wouldn't be over though in LMP3. Tristan Vautier put up a staunch defence but was running out of time before a late fuel stop would be required. This was the battle for the lead in LMP3 coming into the final minutes. The Frestia Racing by VPS car forcing the CLX car wide. Would need to give that position up, did it without very much good grace. This was still, remember, the battle for second place, for the lead by the way. But again, carbon copy stuff caught again by the 71 car. Magnificent run from Matus Rieber, and he would go on to take, on the penultimate lap, the lead again from the 29 car. Through to take the win though, second in Dubai for the CrowdStrike Racing car, George Kurtz, Melter Jacobsen and Louis Delatraz. Jean-Denis Delatraz there in the garage. Nose to tail as well in GT, Team WRT from Origin Motorsports. Dan Harper, Parker Thompson and Tony McIntosh. And what a win in LMP3 from the 71 23 events Ligier. Terence Woodward, your lucky days here.
Happy days.
Amazing finish. Amazing finish. Well, let's speak to some happy people. Down with David Ellison. It's the race winners for the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by APR crew.
Fantastic car, CrowdStrike by AP. Gentlemen were amazing. You see some of the passes they put on, it was unbelievable. And we kept our heads. We did what we needed to do. We didn't start where we wanted to, but we finished where we wanted to. And I couldn't be prouder of the entire team and these two guys to my right.
Malt, step forward. You did a great middle stint and put the car in the mix.
Yeah, it was obviously nice to take over the car from George. A lot, let's say, forward compared to where he started. So from that point, obviously, there was a few good battles out there. But still, we knew we had to manage our tires and to make sure that we could put the strategy together to have a new set of tires for the end. I was forced to take a little bit care of them at least so Louis could start on my tires. But yeah, very, very nice to see and very happy to see that the team did well again. And thanks to George, Louis and obviously all of the team CrowdStrike Racing by APR.
Louis, what a stint. Another win. What a weekend.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, 2 out of 2 is a perfect weekend, so we're super happy. It's good for the championship. And I mean, yeah, big thanks to the team and George and Malde, because no mistakes, we're fast the whole way. A lot of battles on track. It was definitely not given to us, but we did it, and it's, yeah, very happy.
Fantastic. Guys, well done.
Told you they'd be happy.
Yeah, George
not
there,
surprised,
super
really.
happy.
And well, they should be. That was a race well run and a race well won. Excuse me, tripping up on my consonants. But there is the overall classification once again. The number 4 car from CrowdStrike Racing by APR taking the win by just over a second and a half from the sister car under the Algar Pro Racing banner, the 25 car. Tom Dillman bringing that car home. That he shares, of course, with Michael Jensen and Enzo Trulli, the third place car, and recovering to third place. That could be really important this time next weekend. Chetalar Racing, who came here on a 100% winning record and leave here having lost the last 2 to the CrowdStrike Racing team. There are the trio, Roberto Lacorte, Charles Malaysi now to the left, and Antonio Fuoco. Didn't quite have it today, but it wasn't far off it. There
no, the pace wasn't quite there, was it?
No, there comes our defending champion, Michael Jensen, with Enzo Trulli and Tom Dillman. Great stint at the end from Tom Dillman.
Yeah, very, very strong indeed.
Here are our winning crew. And it is Melter Jacobsen to the centre there. George Kurtz leaps aboard, and Louis Delatraz. What a cracking run from them. We'll be hearing the national anthem of the United States of America.
We'll have the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations to our LMP2 winning drivers. Can I now please...
Not every podium in motorsport has joyful faces. The ones on the top step here do. Slightly rueful there, I think, from Tom Dillman. I think he thought there might be a chance there.
Yeah, I think he was looking for his opportunity and it just never quite came.
But that was a race of, we've used this word before in this broadcast this weekend, excellence. Excellence on track, excellence on pit lane and strategy. And the great thing about this, there are those that look at LMP2 in this era where the Oreca chassis is dominated, that think, Formula Oreca, God, are they missing out?
Yeah, I mean,
it is
come on.
astounding racing.
It is phenomenal racing, and the fact that all three of these guys, you know, there's a wide mix really, of sort of talent, but also experience. But every single one of these guys in these cars is enjoying driving these cars, and they're driving them well up against their peers. And you know, that's a super important thing, that you find a chassis and a combination that every single level of driver can perform and perform well in and get such satisfaction from.
Look, we expect it from the likes of Malaysia and Fuoco and Dillman and Jakobsen and Delatraz, but kudos to the three bronze drivers. Kudos as well to Enzo Trulli, his first
absolutely
efforts here.
Fantastic.
Let's go back to another interview with David.
Which now has a new carpet.
An emotional win in LMP3. Matus Reba, what a last stint. The car stopped on track. What was all that about?
Yeah, a few laps to the end, the car stopped on track. I thought we are finished. I didn't even think we could finish the race, and I guess I was lucky and we could win it.
We can see how much it means to you. Did you ever think you could fight back?
Yeah, I mean, from the beginning of the race, I knew that I was faster than the guys in front, but yeah, this means so a lot.
Fantastic, guys, well done.
That's the other special thing about sports car racing, emotion. Matus Reba from Slovakia, he'll be on some front pages back at home, and deservedly so. That was a magnificent run from him.
Oh, really, an extraordinary performance. Clearly had that problem, but picked himself up, pulled himself together, and drove the car back to the front to win the race.
That's a performance, Ollie, that's going to have the likes of me keeping an eye on where that young man goes from this point forward.
Absolutely.
What else can he achieve? Here we go then. It is the CLX Motorsport crew, the 17 Ligier crew. Alex Jacobi, Kevin Raban and Paul Loncher are full. He's scored pole at all four so far. It's going to be disappointment, but actually a cracking go at this from Nick Adcock, Lucas Facuri and Luciano Morano, losing the win on the last lap for the second race in succession. But it's a great win from the 23 Events Racing team. They lost one car early on, and the other one, the 71. Matus Reba at the end, Ibrahim Badawi and Terence Woodward to take the win here tonight. And I love to see emotion, but more than that, I love to see excellence in sports car racing, and we saw it tonight from the 71.
Presentations will be made.
23 events take the win, and that of course was the national anthem of France, their home nation. Some smiles, slightly rueful amongst the podium sitters there. Nick Adcock probably can't believe what he's experiencing here. He arrived here feeling under the weather. He's had 2 podiums out of this.
Yeah.
And it's put him through more emotions than most of a life well lived, really.
Sat in the pit box is the worst spot. You're absolutely living and breathing it every single lap with your teammate who's out there fighting it out on track.
You know, at any point in that last 15 minutes, any of these crews could have been standing on the top step of the podium.
Absolutely.
And Matus Reba, going to be interested to find out what happened with that failure. But it looks to me as if he had the presence of mind to keep as cool as he could, get it redone, and be back in the hunt. And he was in a terribly dangerous spot as well.
He was, but he did a great job. Congrats to him.
Final class winners go to GT. Let's go down to David Allison, who's got Team WRT with him.
A GT win for Parker Thompson, Dan Harper and Tony McIntosh. What a different 24 hours.
Yeah, I could say it's a huge difference. I think it's bittersweet, right? We had that situation yesterday, which was 100% my fault, and I think I kind of got caught up in so many podiums in a row, and the team was all clicking, and I made a mistake, and it humbled me. And these guys picked me up when I was down, and we just woke up today and just went all in. So that's the difference between having a good team and just a #1 team. That's the big difference right there.
The WRT motto is "We are a team," and you've proved it today.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have done it without these guys. These guys picked me up when I was down, and I hope to return the favor.
Top job. Guys, well done.
It's a second win in Dubai in, 2 weeks for Tony McIntosh. Took the win overall with Team WRT in the 24 hours a couple of weeks ago. The number 10 crew, Luke Hartog, Klaus Bachler and Teres Au take third place here in their multi-run Porsche. It's another Porsche. The 87 crew were in it all the way from the start here. Bob Yuan, Ye Hung Lee and Lauren Heinrich. But the win came the way of Team WRT and the number 69 BMW. Tony McIntosh we heard from just a moment ago. Parker Thompson and Dan Harper. A race well run and won there as well.
Yeah, fantastic to see. Tony was giving a lot of plaudits there to his teammates and the team working and pulling together, but certainly it's a big task for him as well to get this win.
Well done to our GT.
You know what? If Team WRT could draw royalties for the Belgian national anthem, why shouldn't they? They could fund a hypercar program. They win so much and so often, and win it well. And that was another cracking display. 3 great races within one. Not always the case in a sports car race, but it certainly was tonight.
Oh, it was extraordinary. Every single class completely delivered. And there was, again, the finishing gap in all of the classes, first to second, was, less than 2 seconds. Some was under a second. So, yeah, absolutely phenomenal performances here from everybody.
Well, the gap was 4 seconds, across all 3.
Right.
So if you add the gaps to all 3 classes, it comes just a smidge under 4 seconds. That's how close it was. And good, clean racing for the most part as well. Respect being shown between the classes and in the classes. Remember, we have 2 more to come. There is the overall points gap. It is just 3 points. And under 20 points, by the way, to the 25 car, which is still well in this. 3 points from Cheslar Racing to CrowdStrike Racing by APR and the team's trophy. It'll be a similar gap, of course, in the Drivers' Championship. Beyond that, there are larger points gaps emerging. RD Limited will be disappointed not scoring more from what was a fabulous run from them. Drivers' Trophy at the moment in the hands of Antonio Fuoco, Charles Malaysia and Roberto Lacorte. But George Kurtz, Louis Delatraz and Milton Jakobsen are right there. Enzo Trulli, Michael Jensen and Tom Dillman are not out of this. We've seen tonight and last night that the Asia Le Mans Series and sports car racing can throw up the extraordinary. That's LMP2. And lots of good point scoring performances so far in the 4 races we've now witnessed all the way down the order. Phil Fair scoring points today after disappointment yesterday.
Beautiful.
LMP3 Team's trophy, it is 1 point. That is ridiculous. CLX Motorsports from Inter Europol. Further 8 points back for SDA Racing, and 23 events are 11 points off the lead. That's 4 teams very much in it. Alexander Jacobi, Kevin Rabat, Paul Ancher lead the championship by 1 point. In other words, what you get for qualifying on pole. Well done, Paul Loncher. But that is close. And by the way, beyond that lead group of 4, it's doable there for the high-class racing team as well, and more. And what we've seen in LMP3 here is it is just throwing the absolutely extraordinary at us. So pretty much half the field is still in it to win it. Good lens on that camera.
Yeah, quite the view.
I see someone waving to us from there. Kessel Racing lead by a healthy 22 points now from Montai, but that Montai total boosted tonight. Get Speed just 2 points behind that. Team WRT close in. What is that? 29 points off the lead. But as we've seen, dramas can strike all over the place. GT Drivers Trophy in the hands at the moment. The lead of Chris Ludlam, Dennis Marshall, Dustin Blattner, and Terrasau, Klaus Backler, Lurk Hartog, the closest to them. Anthony Bartone and Fab Schiller right there as well. Yeah, under the floodlights outside here in Dubai. There's been fans here enjoying the entertainment on track and off track. We've been thoroughly enjoying the racing.
Oh, it's been amazing in all 3 classes here, whether it's P2, P3 or GT. Those finishes in each of those classes were really quite phenomenal. Very tricky to pick a driver of the day. I mean, there's been so many in so many of the classes, you know, whether it's a Louis Delatraz, a Tom Dillman, or something that Molt Jacobsen was doing earlier on in the race, or Sami Magtanif, who did a brilliant job out there in the 20 car. That's just in P2 before you even start on P3.
Matthias Rieber for me.
Matthias Rieber.
That was an astonishing display from that young man.
Yeah.
And to have the presence of mind to gather whatever up was going on there in adversity, to get that car back started, chase down and pass the same 2 cars again. That was an extraordinary performance tonight.
Absolutely.
Great stuff too, by the way, from Tony McIntosh, who must have been crushed yesterday.
It was tough for him to take, but he's bounced back brilliantly today, and hats off to him and the whole crew, you know, to rally round and build him back up and give him this opportunity to come back and take the victories today in GT.
Do you know what the best bit is though, Ollie?
Get to do it all again next week.
We do get to do it all again next week. It's Saturday and Sunday race at the magnificent Yas Marina circuit. We're heading off there tomorrow. Please join us for qualifying on Saturday and the race on Saturday and Sunday with me, Graham Goodwin, with him, sports car racing legend, what's your name again? Oliver Gavin, and the guy downstairs, David Addison, who's done a magnificent job on pit lane throughout the 4 races
well done,
so
David.
far. Thanks to everybody in the production staff as well who put together the just great coverage. It's what been a great motor race tonight. For all you watching at home, we'll hopefully see you next week. And anybody here trackside at Dubai, come on, come to Abu Dhabi and have another weekend of fun with us at the Asia Le Mans Series 25-26. From all of us, good night.